This is Audible.
Gone Too Soon. DCI Brendan Moran, Book 5. Written by Scott Hunter. Narrated by Aubrey Parsons. Chapter 1.
So, I've killed myself. I wanted to record something for posterity. Lucky you, whoever you are. Here we go. I'm not frightened. It won't be much fun, I know, when the air runs out. I know what you're thinking. Was she crazy? Why this? No. It's what I want. Life is a cycle. Birth, life, death. You can hear the cycle in my songs. Now I'm going into the earth. A fallen leaf. Today, the day you found me, a new song is unveiled. A leaf must fall. Yes, it's hard. Don't get it? In that case, I can help you. I'm sorry if it's really gross in here by now. So, to be clear, no one did this to me. I did it to myself. But I got someone to help, obvs. No questions. No talking me out of it. That was part of the deal. Someone I didn't know. Someone anonymous. You won't know them either. Don't even bother looking. Anyway, no point rabbiting on. I always talk too much. Well then, bye forever. And sorry about the hassle. The leaf will fall. Go into the earth. My name is Michel Lacroix. I was 29 years old. That's it.
Recording stops abruptly. DCI Brendan Moran stabbed the CD player's off button and shook the single earphone from his ear.
So, the question is?
He turned to DC George McConnell and cocked an eyebrow. George pursed his lips, having turned his flat upside down looking for a CD Walkman, which he knew he had somewhere, in a dog-eared box at the bottom of his bedroom chest, as it turned out. He'd rushed to get here and was out of breath. Not as much as he would have been 6 months ago, though. The gym sessions were finally making a difference, as was his self-imposed alcohol ban. Both a challenge, but so far he was on top of it. The Gov, on the other hand, looked tired and drawn. The Irish business had clearly taken it out of him. Moran's face had a greyness about it these days, and his clothes seemed to hang on him a little more loosely. His eyes had lost none of their clarity, though, and they were looking straight into his, waiting for an answer. Well, we know who she is, George nodded thoughtfully, but the accomplice? His lips curled in distaste. I mean, what kind of person would agree to do this to someone? Moran took a step back from the makeshift grave to allow a white-suited forensics officer through the cordon. Indeed. Especially someone like Michel Lacroix. Professional contract, maybe. But someone as well-known as Miss Lacroix wouldn't be short of a male admirer or two. Dead right, Gov. Did you see her on Jules Holland last month? Voice of an angel, and a stunner to boot. So I'm told, Moran shrugged. A little too modern for me, I'm afraid. George twisted the corners of his mouth into a wry smile. Sticking with the tried and trusted, eh? For sure. Joni Mitchell, Carole King, James Taylor, soundtrack of my youth. George tutted, adopted a street accent. You need to get down with the kids, Gov, branch out a bit. Moran shook his head ruefully. Remind me never to assign you to inner-city undercover work, George. George guffawed and then returned his attention to the bustling activity at the graveside. As quick as he'd been, the Gov had still got here first. Forensic officers were moving to and fro, sifting, checking, marking, weaving in and out of a trio of pale-faced soccos, hardly old enough, surely, to be doing what they were doing. The CSM moved among them, issuing orders, directing the death scene with his usual tight-lipped efficiency. For a brief moment it seemed unreal, the product of some film director's imagination.
"You all right, George?"
Moran's voice jogged him out of his reverie.
"Aye, fine. I was just thinking. The accomplice. Where do we start?"
"With the latest flame, I'd suggest," Moran said, "and work backwards from there. Somebody must know something."
"But who would go along with something as crazy as this?"
George's expression clouded as the girl's thin body was lifted from the grave and laid carefully on a plastic sheet on the ground. A gust of wind caught high in the branches of a nearby chestnut tree, and George shivered, drew his jacket tightly around him. "Who indeed?" Moran agreed, shifting his weight and leaning on his stick. "Even a hired stranger would know she was."
"And they'd need a heart of stone to carry it through," George said, "even if she paid megabucks for the service. Pretty young girl like that."
Moran didn't reply. His face said it all. George caught the CSM's attention, gestured, and was waved through. He pulled on a pair of plastic gloves, squatted down by the body, bent and raised Michelle Lacroix's cold hand. The fingernails were ragged, the pads of the fingers raw and bloody. He took her other hand by way of comparison and grunted in surprise. A finger was missing. Ring finger, right hand. An inexpert amputation by the look of it. George frowned, performed a quick check of the rest of the girl's body. No other damage that he could see. Her expression, though? Eyes bulging, lips drawn back in a silent scream. It wasn't pretty. Moran was at his side, a hand on his shoulder. "Sorry, George, I should have warned you."
"It's okay, I'm fine."
George rose from his haunches, brushed grass and mud from his trouser cuffs. He was shaken, all right, but he'd be damned if he'd admit it. He'd handled a few suicides in his time, but none had looked as terror-struck as Lacroix. He coughed, masking his discomfiture.
"Her ring finger's missing. Right hand."
"Yes.
Odd, isn't it?"
George scratched his stubble thoughtfully.
"It is that. Why would she volunteer to lose a finger as well as her life? Would she care if she was drugged up?"
"She didn't sound out of it," George said. "In fact, she came over as pretty lucid, don't you think? Some kind of self-mutilating gesture, maybe. A literal finger to the Grim Reaper." Moran gave a non-committal wave. "She recorded the message before all this actually took place." Moran gestured at the grave. "But where, I wonder, is the missing digit?" Too many unanswerable questions. George tried to imagine Lacroix's last few minutes. The claustrophobia, the panic. Who in their right mind would choose a death like this?
"My thoughts precisely, George. Let's hope she died quickly at least."
George shook his head.
"Unlikely. I read somewhere that you can survive for up to 5 hours in a buried coffin, or longer if you conserve oxygen."
"God, George," Moran frowned. "What magazines are you subscribed to? Gravediggers Monthly?" George shrugged. "It's a long time to wait, that's all." For a few moments, both men fell silent.
"My guess is that drugs of one sort or another have played a part here,"
Moran said eventually,
"which would reduce survival time considerably. We'll see what the PM throws up."
A car door slammed and George glanced up. A newcomer was striding along one of the cemetery's narrow arteries, a heavy Gladstone bag gripped firmly in her right hand. The overalls identified her profession, but George didn't recognize her.
"Hello, hello,"
Moran frowned. "Speaking of which, pathology are quick off the mark." Before George could respond, the doctor had made a beeline towards them. She presented herself with a wide smile and an extended hand.
"DCI Moran, nice to see you again."
Yes, of course, Dr. Gordon. I wasn't expecting. Sandy asked me to pop over. High profile and all that," Dr. Gordon explained, hooking a lock of hair over her ear and running her eyes up and down George in a manner which made him feel a little exposed, as though he'd forgotten to fasten his fly or had a rogue particle of lunchtime lettuce stuck in his teeth. Dr. Gordon was pretty, even when you factored in the slim pair of rimless spectacles and lack of makeup. A natural beauty. George felt his cheeks colour under her scrutiny. "This is DC George McConnell." Moran stepped in. "George, Dr. Moran Gordon, one of Sandy's new team members." "Nice to meet you, DC McConnell." The grip was dry and well judged. Not too limp, not too firm. No point to prove. Confident in herself and her abilities. Dr. Gordon smiled brightly. Her teeth were white and even. "Shall we?" "Of course." Moran made an after-you gesture. "I'll introduce you to the CSM. George, would you pop over and have a word? We don't need an audience." Moran jerked his thumb towards a small but growing group of onlookers who had twigged that something out of the ordinary was going on. George shifted his attention from Dr. Gordon. For a moment, he felt guilty in a way he couldn't quite put his finger on. But then, with discomforting clarity, an image of DC Tess Martin came into his head. He'd been avoiding his colleague since her return from sick leave. That much he knew. But although he'd been wrestling with himself over it, he still wasn't sure how or why he felt the way he did. "George?" Moran's voice jogged him back. "Sure, Gov, no bother." He waited for Dr. Gordon to turn on a heel before turning on his own to deal with the spectators. There was a general lull in the conversation as he approached. A shuffling of feet, several nervous iPhone consultations, a few handbag opens and closes, poor attempts at nonchalance. George had seen it all before. "We're not watching, really, but actually we are." He waved both hands in a sweeping motion. "All right, off you go now. Nothing to see. Be about your business and be off. Thank you, thank you." He answered a few questions as non-committally as possible, and waited for the small crowd to disperse. It took longer than it should have done, but such was human nature, with that mix of curiosity and a ghoulish sense of occasion. George gave a grunt of satisfaction as the last stragglers finally drifted away, and retraced his steps to Lacroix's grave. He wanted to catch Dr. Gordon's conclusions before she took herself and her wee bag out of his immediate proximity. However, Dr. Gordon was already on her way back to her car. A fast worker, it seemed. He consoled himself with a wistful glance at her retreating figure. A small voice inside his head drew a line under the brief encounter. "Out of your league, George, by a country mile." "Already, Gov? Half a minute, Bowler." Moran finished the email and hit send. He locked the screen, pushed his chair back and rose stiffly to his feet. His stick, propped in the corner of his office, made its usual silent plea. "Use me. You need me." Moran left it where it was and closed his office door with a firm shove. The hinges were out of alignment, and he'd been badgering maintenance to put it right for weeks. The sharp bang raised inquisitive heads from desks across the open plan. There were a few nods, a couple of "all right, Govs," as he limped by in pursuit of DC Bowler O'Duncey's speedier progress towards the IR. DI Charlie Pepper had marshalled the troops and was putting the finishing touches to the whiteboard as he came in. She gave him a brisk nod before turning her attention back to the board. Moran found a space at the rear and performed a brief head count. 10. 1 or 2 he didn't know. 1 posting, 1 new promotion. But the rest were old hands, and safe ones at that. Bowler O'Duncey shut them in. Charlie raised an eyebrow in Moran's direction. "Go ahead, D.I. Pepper." "Right," Charlie addressed the room. "Here's what we've got. The churchyard maintenance guy found an unrecorded grave in St. Swithin's churchyard which looked freshly disturbed. Both observations were correct, i.e., it was an unofficial grave and it was recent. Problem being, no burials were scheduled." Charlie paused, tapped the board at its topmost point. A sheet of brown paper covered whatever lay beneath. She unpinned it, revealing the photograph. This is what they found. It was a close-up of Michelle Lacroix, laid out on the earth beside the makeshift grave. Her eyes, Moran noticed, had been closed. Still, judging by the low whistles and muttering across the room, she was still very much recognizable as the star she had been about to become. Yes, she's high profile. Charlie made calm-down motions with both hands, then took the marker pen and drew a 6-inch vertical line below the photograph, connecting it to another beneath. "Boyfriend?" someone at the front said. "Bastard! DC Collingworth has correctly guessed the identity of the subject in the second photograph," Charlie pronounced with a mock-serious expression. The smatter of nervous laughter which followed did much, Moran noted approvingly, to relieve the tension. As the noise subsided, with a few stray catcalls in Collingworth's direction, Charlie scribbled a quick annotation beneath the image. "Neil Butterfield, the boyfriend as was. The bastard, as yet unproven." More subdued laughter. Charlie waved it away. "So, we can't find the parents, adoptive parents, at the moment, but Mr. Butterfield was informed late last night when we eventually tracked him down to a local pub. He's a minor celebrity in his own right. Band's called Asylum Dogs. Anyone heard of them?" 1 or 2 hands went up. "So," Charlie continued, "he's the obvious starting point, but there are others. Michelle was young, on the cusp of a promising career in the music industry, and very talented. Probably had a whole bunch of admirers, crazy fans, whatever. You've probably heard her songs on the radio. Some of you might even have her album. Chanson d'automne, someone called out. Yep, that's the one. Nice accent, by the way, DC Taylor. Anyway, Michelle's mental state at the time of death is something we need to establish. It's an odd suicide, to say the least, theatrical almost. But then she was an artistic young lady, and may just have wanted to end her life in character to make some kind of statement. But who would want... All eyes turned to the tongue-tied speaker, DC Tess Martin, recently returned to duty after sustaining an injury during September's MI5-led near-catastrophe. Moran had nothing but admiration for the tenacious detective, but the episode had left scars, and not just physical ones. He resisted the urge to jump in and help her out. To die like that, Tess finished eventually, her cheeks colouring. I mean, if you wanted to top yourself, there are easier ways. Indeed there are, DC Martin. Charlie's voice was all strong affirmation and eye contact. Moran silently commended his DI. As DC Martin has pointed out, it's hard to imagine that anyone, Charlie continued, would voluntarily submit to being buried alive. And as DC McConnell and the Gov have already noted, Ms. Lacroix's missing finger raises a number of supplementary questions. Charlie took another photo from the fold-up table and stuck it to the board. There was a collective wincing, an intake of breath. Sorry, it's not pretty, I know. The room fell silent as the officers studied Michelle Lacroix's remains. Someone had their hand up. Yes, DC Allen? I heard there was a recorded suicide note. Yeah, we have the audio team checking it out as I speak, but I have a copy, so you can all hear it for yourselves. Charlie went to a laptop, called up a file, adjusted the volume until she was satisfied that the wall-mounted speakers were working, stood back, folded her arms. The room fell silent as Michelle Lacroix's voice began its strange confession. There was silence at the recording's conclusion. It didn't take much imagination to know what was going through the officers' minds. Young, successful, or about to be, attractive, and yet this. Moran thought of a recent photograph he'd seen taken by some opportunist in an unguarded moment. Michelle, sitting in a bar, her head in her hands, staring into the distance. On the verge of a glittering career, yet the camera lens had caught her looking troubled, unhappy. Until the truth came out, the image would continue to haunt him. Okay, let's get the work allocated, Charlie's voice cut through the low buzz of conversation. "First on the list is to interview our primary person of interest, the boyfriend. He's expecting us this morning." She pointed the marker pen at Neil Butterfield's photo. "And I want to know about everyone who had anything to do with Michelle. Family, friends, enemies, confidants, professional contacts, ex-boyfriends, crazy fans," George McConnell piped up. "Yes, those two. And I want someone to talk to the verger again, all the church personnel. Actually, wait, I'll take that. And we want to check out regular visitors to St. Swithin's, okay? We'll pop into the cemetery every day. Someone might have seen something. DC O'Dunsey and DC McConnell will coordinate. Any questions?" "Forensics?" Bowler O'Dunsey raised his hand. Moran looked at his watch and spoke up. "Any time now. I've convened a meeting at 3. I'll feed back anything of interest as soon as." "That's it for now, people." Charlie clapped their hands. "Let's get to it." As the officers dispersed, Charlie approached Moran, laptop cradled in the crook of her arm. Her troubled expression and the fine lines around her eyes showed the strain she'd been under. The paramilitary attempt on the Duchess of Cambridge's life had very nearly succeeded, and for that, Moran knew full well, Charlie felt personally responsible. Tess Martin's timely intervention had saved the day, but at a personal cost that was all too evident. It had been Charlie's decision to send Tess in, and Moran had asked himself many times over whether he wouldn't have done exactly the same under the circumstances. Such were the burdens of seniority. Sometimes you had to go with the least favourable option because it was the only option. Charlie was an excellent DI, and Moran had given her his 100% support during the inevitable official inquiries, which, Moran knew, had been expertly stage-managed by MI5. The spooks had their man, and all was well at Thames House, so a quiet word in the ears of certain high-ranking members of the inquiry board had brought matters to a speedy, if unsatisfactory, in the board's view at least, conclusion. No scalps taken, but nevertheless a shadow had fallen across Charlie's career. She knew it, and Moran knew it. A good result here was what was needed, the proverbial ray of sunshine after the storm. Moran conjured his best cheery smile. "And so it begins." "Yes." Charlie's expression was a poor mirroring of his own. "Gov, I was wondering if I fancied having another poke around St. Swithin's with you." Moran's tongue was in his cheek. "Just try and stop me." Chapter 2. "Posh enough round here, eh, George?" DC Bowler O'Dunsey remarked as he guided the car into Pangbourne Village's central car park. "Get a load of those." He jerked his thumb in the direction of the Bentley showroom opposite. "Over 100 grand for a motor. I mean, who? The select few, that's who," George replied with a shake of his head. "I wouldn't buy a motor car with that kind of dosh. I'd buy an apartment." "Not round here you wouldn't." Bowler grinned and killed the engine. 100 grand might buy you an up-and-over garage with a tin roof, but that's about it." They left the car park and walked towards the station. "So," George said, "we want to assume, I suppose, that young Mr. Butterfield struck gold with Miss Lacroix, hence the postal address." "Guess so," Bowler replied. "You reckon he's a beneficiary of a will?" "I bet she doesn't even have a will." "All the easier for him to make a claim as her significant other at the time of death, don't you think?" "Maybe." "Oh, come on. I'd lay money on it. Butterfield's guilty as hell." Unproven as yet." Bowler wagged his finger. "It could still be assisted suicide." George snorted. "We'll see. Fame and money, magnets for bad guys, trust me." Bowler shrugged. "Let's keep an open mind, eh?" They continued under the railway bridge, and George consulted his iPhone. Butterfield's address was bang opposite the Swan, the popular Thameside pub. The roadside properties overlooked the river, a few run down and in need of renovation, but most, like Butterfield's, enjoying a new lease of life as exclusive refitted apartments. You'd have to have way more than a six-figure income to consider even a short-term lease. That kind of money, in George's experience, always attracted trouble. And how many famous people led truly happy lives in any case? "Pangbourne's no stranger to celebrity," he told Bowler. "See up there, just past the pub." Bowler craned his neck. "That's Jimmy Page's old house," George explained. "One of the biggest stars in Pangbourne's historical firmament." "Jimmy who?" Bowler gave him a blank look. "Oh, come on. You're not seriously telling me you never heard of Jimmy Page? Led Zeppelin, remember them? Did quite well in their day, I recall." Bowler made a non-committal gesture. "Sure, I've heard of them, but not my bag, though." "And George Michael lived just down the road there." George waved his arm in the direction of Streatley and Goring. "Another sad success story. Michel Lacroix was going to be just as big for sure," Bowler said. "The last album sold in spadefuls. Not quite Adele, but nipping at the ladies' ankles, no doubt about that." They crossed the road to get a better view of the large, sombre houses facing the river. "Not my cup of tea," George said, half to himself. "But each to his own, I guess. That's Butterfield's apartment, first floor." Bowler was looking at the Swan. "Bet he's a regular. Might be worth a quick ask around after we've seen him." "Any excuse," George said, as they crossed the road and approached Butterfield's address. "Shall we?" His finger hovered over the buzzer. The label had been abbreviated 4B''Field. The door opened abruptly. It wasn't Butterfield, but a woman in her mid-30s on her way out. "Oh!" She looked them up and down. "You made me jump." She placed a hand on her bosom. "Police, I assume. Who are you after? Neil, I suppose." "You know him?" Bowler showed his ID. "We're friends, that's all. I'm a bit further along, just around the corner. The Elephant, the hotel." "Is Mr. Butterfield in?" George asked. "Yep, go on up. First floor's his. He told me the news. I'm afraid he's handling it rather badly." "All right if we pop over for a chat sometime?" Bowler asked. George shot Bowler a sideways glance. "Really? I can't tell you much," the woman said, "but if you must. Anyway, you'll find me at the Elephant if you want me." She looked at Bowler. "Thanks," George said. "We'll be in touch, Ms. Crossley Holland, Jill. Please excuse." She hurried off towards the village centre and didn't look back. "Hello," Bowler said, giving George a nudge. "Did you see that look?" "What look?" George frowned. "The body language. Must have blinked, sorry." "There's your problem, George, right there. You got to tune in, man. Pay attention to the signals the ladies are giving you." "Thanks for the tip," George said, "but can we try to keep our minds on?" "Sure," Bowler grinned. "After you?" The hall was bright and modern, the exposed wood of the staircase fine-grained and expensive. A tall pot plant stood guard by the banister. The look and feel lay firmly in the no-expense-spared tier of property restoration. "I can smell the money," Bowler said. "I can smell something else." George's nostrils were twitching. It was a familiar scent. They reached the first floor. It was wide and uncarpeted, except for a plush Persian rug directly ahead. It felt wrong, somehow, to sully its perfection with their feet. They skirted it and made directly for the apartment door. A brass plate immediately to its right read, "Number 4, Butterfield." The door was partially open. George and Bowler exchanged glances. They took one side each. Bowler to the left, George to the right, backs to the wall. It paid to be cautious. George rapped twice, and the noise echoed sonorously around the landing. "Mr. Butterfield! Thames Valley Police, can we have a word?" They went in. A man was sitting at a small table in a bay window. He appeared not to notice their arrival. His attention was fixed on some distant point outside. Mr. Butterfield? George approached cautiously. Something wasn't right. Bowler followed, casing the room and the 3 visible internal doors for signs of movement. The smell was stronger, all-pervasive. Weed. George reached the table. The man looked up. He was dressed in a plain white t-shirt and jeans. His feet were bare. "Who are you?" he asked. "Thames Valley Police." George showed his warrant card. "You are Mr. Butterfield?" "Yes." Butterfield was a thin, pale young man in his late 20s. His fair hair was long and unkempt, his bare arms tattooed with swirling, colourful patterns and designs. A name stood out from the artwork: Michel. He was good-looking in a malnourished, sultry kind of way. One eyebrow was pierced by a large gold ring, making his head appear curiously lopsided as he struggled to focus on his unexpected visitors. "Out of his head," George cursed inwardly. Bowler emerged from a bedroom and signalled the all clear. George looked at Butterfield. The young man's eyes were glazed, full of nothing. "No one home in there either." "We'd like to ask you a few questions, Mr. Butterfield." George pressed on, reluctant to give up without at least trying, "if you wouldn't mind." "Yeah, sure." Butterfield appeared to notice Bowler for the first time. George pulled up a chair and Bowler did the same. George produced a photograph of Michelle Lacroix, taken, Charlie had told him, from her publicity portfolio. Lacroix was smiling in the photograph, her hair braided, eyes sparkling with life. This was going to hurt, but it might jolt Butterfield out of his stupor. "You know why we're here, Mr. Butterfield," Bowler encouraged gently. "We need to know when you last saw Michelle alive." Butterfield seized the photograph, held it up. "Beautiful, isn't she? Always beautiful. First time I saw her, I thought, nah, she'll never be interested in the likes of you, Neil. Never." George and Bowler exchanged glances at this unexpectedly articulate observation. "Was she depressed, Neil? Upset about something?" George pressed on with fresh optimism, but Butterfield's attention was still firmly fixed upon the photograph. "See that smile?" Butterfield held up the image. "That's what it did for me." George nodded sympathetically. "She was very attractive." Butterfield made a disparaging noise in his throat. "Attractive? Attractive? She's Venus on Earth, mate. That's what she is." "Or what she was." "Neil," Bowler began, "I know this is hard for you." Butterfield's fist came down onto the tabletop with a crash. "Hard? You've no idea what hard is. I can't believe she did it." His lips quivered as he appealed to each detective in turn. "I just can't." "So she talked about suicide before?" Bowler asked. There was a long silence. Eventually Butterfield looked up. "Yeah, but, you know, she was always pretty dark. Her art was important to her." Butterfield's voice caught. "But you never think, you know." "We're trying to help," George said, trying to establish. Butterfield raised his hand, jabbed his finger in the air, first at George, then at Bowler. "You want to help? Oh, you sodding well find out who would be sick enough to help her go through with it. I have my bloody suspicions, I can tell you." His face collapsed as grief got the upper hand. He covered his face and began to sob. "Nice place, this." Bowler changed tack. "Been here a while, have you?" Butterfield looked up and rubbed his swollen eyes. George bit his lip, put his next question on hold. Grief was an ugly thing, always made him feel uncomfortable. This guy was genuine, surely. But he'd know something, even if he didn't know he knew. They'd just have to be patient. "Since last summer, if you must know," Butterfield said, almost in a whisper. "Michelle bought the place on the strength of Rivers charting. Brilliant song, Bowler said. I bought the album when I heard it.
Everything she did was brilliant,
Butterfield said, trying to recover his composure but making a poor job of it. So she lived here with you? George asked. He hadn't seen much evidence of female occupation. The bathroom was a state, as was the bedroom.
Nah. Crash pad this. Near the station, right? So I can get her to London and back easy.
So where did Michelle live?
She lived everywhere and anywhere, mate,
Butterfield replied.
Free spirit.
His mouth twitched.
No, she really is free, yeah?
But she must have had a flat of her own somewhere, an apartment, a house? Bowler pressed the question. Butterfield sighed.
It was cool. Tiny place. Rutherford Square. That was her crash pad.
So you had a fairly open relationship? George was looking at the walls. No pictures, no posters, nothing. Plain, blank.
Open what?
You both had your own space, is what my colleague is trying to say, Bowler said. Didn't tread on each other's toes.
Right, exactly.
Butterfield began to fidget with his cigarette lighter. So, when did you last see Michelle?
A couple of days ago, up the smoke.
George nodded. At a flat?
Nah, some bar in the West End. We were recording an album, see? Studio near Creek Street. Michelle was recording backing vocals for us.
She was what? George looked blank. Backing vocals. Bowler helped him out.
Ah, okay. So you recorded, went for a drink. Who else was there? Just the band. No, wait. Steve wasn't the drummer. He had a meet somewhere, so me, Joe, Robbie and Jacko, that's it.
And what did you do after your drink? Butterfield sniffed.
Joe said she was tired. I went back to hers. We hit the studio, put some more keys down.
What was the name of the bar, Mr. Butterfield? Butterfield scratched his chin.
No idea, mate.
Location?
Somewhere in Soho, near Wardour Street, on the corner, I don't know. Look, there's no chance you made a mistake, eh? I mean, it is Joe, right?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Butterfield. I'm sorry. George looked up. Please don't stray too far. We'll probably need to ask you a few more questions in due course.
Whatever. What's it matter now, anyway?
Was she in good spirits when you saw her last, Mr. Butterfield? Bowler asked him.
She was her usual. Could be a bit up and down, you know. She had a difficult childhood.
Bowler made a note. And would you say she was depressed? Any time over the last couple of months?
She was up, mate. That's what I thought, anyhow. It was all starting to happen for her.
Bowler nodded. Any idea who might have been, he searched for the right word, crazy enough to go along with Michelle's plan? Butterfield laughed incredulously.
So many friends, hangers-on, everyone loved Shell.
He looked down at the floor.
You tell me. You're the detectives, I don't get it. Oh, God, she did it. Really did it?
He looked up again, red-eyed, appealing. I'm sorry for your loss, Bowler said, as if to leave.
Wait!
George and Bowler turned around simultaneously.
There's one guy you could talk to.
He's pretty convincing, boss. Hard to fake it like that. The guy's in bits. Bowler looked at George for support. George nodded. I have to agree.
Does he suspect anyone?
George sighed. He was pretty out of it, boss. He turned to Bowler for confirmation. The big man nodded. Place stank of weed. Smelt like he'd smoked a week's worth in a day.
OK, so we go back when he's in a better frame of mind, or we bring him in here and straighten him out. We need information and quick. Friends, associates, people who've been in touch recently.
There was one name, George said. Guy who runs a recording studio or some such in Wokingham.
Context?
On our way out, Bowler spoke up. Butterfield mentioned that's where he'd first put Michelle. Guy who owns it is a bit of a maverick, apparently. Knew Michelle well. Bowler looked at George. Might even have been an item at some point.
Yep,
George agreed. It was the way Butterfield said it. Jealousy never dies.
So, you just told me your next move, Charlie said brightly. Don't let me stop you.
Charlie pursed her lips, reread Higginson's email. So the shadow of doubt is cast. She sighed. Eyes from on high were fixed upon her. No surprise, she'd expected it. But it meant she'd no other option. She'd damn well show them what a top DI could do to solve a high-profile case. No one was going to question her competence, or label her a trigger-happy, seat-of-the-pants DI. No way. A knock. Discreet, instantly recognizable. She didn't have to look up. Moran's head appeared around the door. St. Swithin's? Sure. Charlie smiled, tapped a key to shut down the laptop. Everything all right? So far, she smiled again. Moran must be aware of Superintendent Higginson's views. Everyone knew everything about everyone these days, or so it seemed to Charlie. Higginson was clamping down on his top 10 vexing issues, as he'd put it to her in confidence, so there was plenty of gossip ammo floating around. Even Moran had been targeted, advised strongly, in the Gov's own words, to maintain more of an overseeing role as befitted his seniority. Stats, paperwork, reports. Not Moran's thing, but Charlie couldn't help but agree with Higginson that the Gov had been through enough, more than enough, of late. Which was why she was acting SIO on the Lacroix case. But naturally Moran wanted his finger on the pulse, and she was more than content to oblige. So far so good, as they say. Bowler and George are checking out an ex-BF in Wokingham, and we're off among the graves. Moran inclined his head. Yes, your car or mine? Yours. Driving is no longer a passion. Charlie laughed. Fine, car park 5 minutes. By the way, Moran said, there's a reporter in reception. Asked for you by name. You'll have to wait. It's a she, Moran said. She'll still have to wait. Patience isn't a journalism strong point, Moran said, but I expect she'll catch up with you. When the news breaks proper, they'll be queuing down the road. Charlie sighed, mussed her hair. Let him queue. Not exactly the last word in glamour, George McConnell observed, as they drew into the small industrial estate tucked behind the main Wokingham road. Most musicians struggle, Bowler said. It's not all your TV awards and headlining at the O2. Only a select few get to do that stuff. There's hundreds of these rehearsal studios all over the UK. The armpit of the music industry, my bro used to call them. But this is where all the dedication goes down. Your brother, please. George cocked his head. He wasn't musical himself, but appreciated those who were. Yeah, drummer. He's done okay. Sessions here and there. He played on one of Sam Smith's early demos. No way, really. It's a hard path, Bowler said, but he enjoys it. You have to take the ups and downs, and you have to spend a lot of time in places like this. He pointed to the small warehouse, over which a rectangular sign had been crudely lettered, Red Ned's Rehearsal Rooms, and beneath the sign a bell was labelled Press Loud. George got the joke, pointed and grinned. You also need a sense of humour, Bowler said. Go on then, do the honours. A few cars were parked in the quadrangle outside the studio. The other units comprised variously a motorbike maintenance garage, a printer, and an automotive spares warehouse. As they waited for a response, George could hear the thrumming of a bass guitar. Try again, Bowler advised. As George reached for the buzzer, the door opened on a waft of warm air. The noise hit him squarely in the face. A guy in his late 40s was framed in the gap, bald, bearded, earringed, wearing a wide, inquiring grin. Mr. Nedwell, George shouted, showed his warrant card. Always, except on Fridays. Can we have a word, please, sir? Bowler made as if to enter, but Nedwell didn't move. I'm mid-session, what's up? Death is up, George said, and it's knocking on your door for answers. What? Nedwell looked bemused. OK, hang on a minute. He pushed the door to, and a moment later the music stopped. He reappeared in the doorway, which George noticed was thick with reinforced filling and several times wider than any domestic standard. "Coming, then." They followed Nedwell inside. Most of the space was taken up by a mixing desk, and on the opposite side of the room, a large sofa upon which two people were reclining. A young woman, profusely tattooed, and a dreadlocked guy in his early 30s. An adjoining door swung open, and another man appeared, wearing a black Les Paul guitar and a perplexed expression. "What's going on? I had that takedown perfect." "Ask them." Nedwell waved a hand in George's direction. "It won't take long, Mr. Nedwell, if we could have a word in private." Bowler looked pointedly at the musicians. "Ah, Roses, got ya." The guitarist with the Les Paul wagged a finger at Nedwell. "Forgot to pay your parking fine again, Bill?" "Funny. Take a break, guys," Nedwell suggested. "Tea and coffee in the usual place. Next door along." George and Bowler waited as the three made a grumbling exit. Nedwell spread his hands. "Okay, so what's up?" George cut to the chase. "Michelle Lacroix was found dead yesterday. We'd like to know when you last saw her." Nedwell's face paled visibly. "Michelle? You're kidding, right? She can't be. I mean, what?" He reached for a packet of cigarettes, fumbled it open. His hands were shaking badly. If he was putting it on, he was doing a great job. George watched him carefully. "When did you last see Michelle, Mr. Nedwell?" Bowler's voice was easy but firm. "Recently?" "No, Hell, I don't smoke inside anymore. Nicotine cops will be after me." He put the cigarette back in the packet with a nervous laugh and slumped into the high-backed chair by the mixing console. "What on earth happened? I can't believe it. Not Michelle, of all people." "So when?" George probed. "A few weeks ago, months?" "It will be, let's see, last September, just before she got the deal." "The record deal?" "Yep. After that, nothing. Didn't want to know anymore. After all the help I gave her." "But listen, what the hell? It's nuts. She can't be dead. How did it happen?" "All in good time, Mr. Nedwell. How close were you to Michelle?" "We're pretty close. Were. Thing is, she's a lot younger than me. It made people uncomfortable, you know." "So you're saying you were an item?" Bowler's notebook was out. "I'd like us to have been. She was beautiful. A real talent, too." "Can we be clear about this, Mr. Nedwell?" George chipped in, irritated by Nedwell's evasion. "We had a bit of a thing at first, okay? Then she hooked up with a younger guy, so after that we were just friends, you know? We worked together a lot. She did all her early demos here." He waved a hand expansively around the tiny control room. "Was she moody? Depressive?" Nedwell laughed and shook his head. "Up and down, like most artists. She had her moments." He leaned forward. "Look, you've got to tell me what happened. I need to know." George studied Nedwell's face. Dark shadows beneath his eyes, pale skin, too much time spent in a dark room, shut away with his dials and buttons. But was he a jealous lover? An embittered ex-mentor? "She was found in a shallow grave in a cemetery. She'd been buried alive, purportedly voluntarily." Bowler provided the requested information and watched for Nedwell's reaction. Nedwell was silent, lost for words. Puzzlement was written all over his face. "I'll need a list of her friends and acquaintances, Mr. Nedwell. Can you jot down names and numbers for us?" George looked up as the door opened and the guitarist returned, coffee in hand. He was about to wave him out again when Nedwell said, "Hang on. Luca knows her too. And all the old band members." "What are we talking about here?" Luca looked pleased at his potential inclusion, but his face soon fell as Bowler brought him up to date. "God!" He sat heavily on the sofa, swept a hand through his long dark hair. "That's unbelievable. She was just breaking big." "So," Bowler prompted again, "the old band members, you know where we can find them?" "Sure. They're doing their own thing now, still based in Reading, though." George handed him a paper and pen. They left with a handful of names and addresses, along with a promise of more to come via email. "What do you reckon?" Bowler asked, as they rejoined the Wokingham road traffic.
"Not sure," George replied. "Seemed genuinely shocked."
"She dumped him, though," Bowler shot back. "Professionally and personally. That's a potential motive, right?"
"Rejection. So girlfriend gives you the push, comes back a while later, says, 'Hey, would you mind burying me alive for old time's sake?'"
Bowler gave a snort. "Yeah, it's crazy. Who would?"
"Unless it wasn't suicide at all."
"You reckon?"
"Open mind, Bowler. Always open."
Chapter 3.
"What's the official title again?"
Moran whispered to Charlie as the woman scuttled from the church entrance to meet them.
"Verger, I think."
"Right. Catholic background, me. I only understand priest, bishop."
"Pope?"
Moran treated Charlie to what his mother would have called an old-fashioned look. But the verger was approaching, a broad smile playing about her lips.
Hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. DI Pepper?"
"That's me." Charlie smiled and showed her warrant card.
"This is DCI Brendan Moran." "Oh, a high ranker. This is all becoming very exciting."
The verger rubbed her hands. Moran tried to keep the exasperation out of his tone. "Hardly exciting. A young woman has died, Mrs.
"Lockhart. Sandra Lockhart. Of course. How insensitive of me."
She held out a hand, which Moran squeezed gently.
"We don't get a lot of excitement around here these days,"
Lockhart explained apologetically, raising her eyes to heaven.
"Forgive me, Father."
Moran glanced sideways at Charlie, who wisely avoided eye contact.
"We had all sorts asking questions," Lockhart continued. "Some from the local press this morning, and Tony found one of those music journalists poking around the churchyard too." "Tony?"
Charlie queried.
"Tony Trelawney, my brother-in-arms. The other verger," she explained. "This will be front-page news tomorrow," Charlie told her. "Be prepared for a lot of attention." "How exciting! I can't—"
"So," Moran cut in, "the person who alerted you to the disturbed ground." He consulted his notebook.
"Griffith? Another verger?" "Griffith? A verger? My goodness, no. He's the burial specialist, the grave digger. Griffith the Grave, we call him."
Moran raised an eyebrow. "Is he about today?"
"Griffith? Oh, no. He's a busy fellow. No shortage of bodies at this time of the year."
Lockhart put a hand to her mouth.
"Oh, natural causes, I mean." "Do you mean he covers more than this particular churchyard, Miss Lockhart?"
Charlie asked. Lockhart's brow creased.
"Yes, he does indeed. We've no room here in any case as it happens. The last 2 slots were filled recently. Married couples in their 90s died within hours of each other. That's so often the case, you know."
Moran nodded. "So, Griffith found the Lacroix burial when? First thing in the morning?" Lockhart put a finger to her chin.
"Yes, around 8 yesterday morning. He's not usually in that early, but he'd left equipment behind and needed to collect it. He knows the layout like the back of his hand, so as soon as he saw the fresh earth, he knew something was up. At first he thought it might have been another pet burial. People do, you know, they just sneak in with a dear departed canine and pop it in a shallow grave. But when Griffith saw the extent of the excavation, he knew straight away. He called me immediately, of course. In the absence of a permanent vicar, I'm the first point of contact." "OK, well, we'll need to have a chat with Griffith," Charlie said. "Do you have his mobile number?" "Call me Sandra, please. I do think all this formality is a shame if we're going to be seeing a lot of each other. I expect you'll be in and out for quite a while."
"Griffith's number?" Moran prompted. "It's important we move the investigation on quickly, Miss Lockhart."
"Oh, yes, of course. I'll just pop into the office. Won't be 2 ticks."
As they watched Lockhart retrace her steps, Moran caught sight of a blue Mini pulling into the parking area by the lich gate. Lockhart hesitated briefly at the church entrance, curious perhaps as to the identity of the driver. A young woman wearing a black top and jeans got out of the Mini. She looked purposeful. Something clutched in her hand. A case? No, Moran peered. A camera. Journalist. Lockhart gave a startled wave and fled into the church, but not before the woman had snapped off a rapid shot. She then turned her attention to the churchyard.
"Where's that uniform?" Charlie muttered. "He was there a minute ago."
"Gone for a pee, I expect," Moran replied. "Should have been waiting down the road for the right moment. That's what they do." The woman was through the churchyard gate now, walking briskly towards them.
"Music or tabloid?"
Charlie said half to herself.
"I'm betting tabloid."
Moran hefted his stick.
"At last, a proper use for this. Gov?"
Charlie looked askance, but relaxed when she clocked a smile on Moran's lips. Before she was 10 metres away, the newcomer opened the conversation.
"Charlie Pepper, the SIO?"
The journalist's tone was confident, insistent.
"And you are?"
Charlie folded her arms. Moran took a mental back seat and waited for the exchange to get interesting.
"This the vicar?"
The woman cocked her head at Moran.
"This is DCI Brendan Moran, and I asked you a question. I'm Tracy Jones. Nice to meet you. I'd like to get a few shots of the grave. That okay?" "From?" "You what?"
Jones was fiddling with her camera, making adjustments.
"Paper. Which?"
Charlie took a step to her right, blocking the path. Moran stole a glance behind them. The Lacroix grave was just visible, marked by blue tape and patrolled by 2 uniforms, one male, one female. Within the screened-off area, a gaggle of white-suited forensic officers were on their hands and knees, sifting, sampling, bagging. Adjustments complete, Jones looked up and shot Moran, not Charlie, a brief smile.
"Son, if it matters." "It doesn't, actually," Charlie said, "because you're not going anywhere near the scene." "Oh, come on."
Jones hefted the camera with an exasperated expression. The journalist stepped forward a pace.
"Just a quick snap of the grave, honest. The teeniest statement from you guys, and that's it. I'm done. Sorry, I can't have the forensic officers disturbed."
Charlie folded her arms. From the corner of his eye, Moran saw Lockhart hurrying towards them. Jones stuck her chin out. She was pretty in a robust kind of way. Late 20s, probably. Barest suggestion of makeup. Nice eyes, full figure.
"Look!"
Jones raised her voice a fraction.
"This is big news. You do get it, don't you? Michelle Lacroix was going to be massive. Her latest album is right up there with Adele's. The British public need to know what's going on. They have a right to know. This isn't just your usual sad old call girl tops herself case, is it?"
Big mouth, though. Moran anticipated Charlie's rejoinder, which he knew would be worth the wait. Charlie was a good inch taller than the journalist, and milked the advantage.
"Listen up, Ms. Jones. Until we've established the facts, no one has the right to know anything, least of all the gutter press, so on your bike." "Oh, come on, just one shot."
Nose to nose with Charlie, Jones held her ground.
"Here we are."
Lockhart arrived breathless, clutching a scrap of paper.
"Griff's mobile number."
Moran knew what was coming, but it happened too fast to call a warning. Jones made a grab for the paper, tucked the camera into the crook of her arm, and legged it down the path.
"Well, of all the—"
Sandra Lockhart's mouth was open, her empty hand clutching air.
"Call him now," Charlie told her, "and tell him he's to say nothing until I've spoken to him. Got that? Quickly!"
Sandra Lockhart's clattering footsteps were drowned in the racket of Jones's revving Mini. Charlie was pale with anger.
Damn, damn, damn.
"She won't be the last," Moran advised. "Don't let it get to you. Should we see how forensics are doing? I've a feeling they're going to turn up something interesting." As they weaved between the headstones, Moran was struck by the sheer number of plots, full up. They'd need to open another cemetery. People wouldn't stop dying just because there was nowhere for them to go. He felt a sudden breathlessness, paused to lean on his stick. For a moment, it felt as if he was standing in another cemetery, in a quiet corner, by a stone wall, a gentle breeze fanning his cheeks. He was aware of Charlie's hand on his shoulder, her anxious face swimming in and out of focus. Gov, are you okay? Moran took a deep breath. Fine, absolutely fine. Still, she held hold of his arm. I want to sit in the car for a bit. I'm not your granddad, Charlie. He shook himself free. Don't fuss. I'm fine. Just a wee bit out of breath. He moved on at a brisker pace, forcing Charlie to hurry to catch him up. His heartbeat was gradually, slowly, returning to normal. Probably nothing. Just another post-island reaction. Be that as it may, since his return, he'd found his mind returning to the subject of mortality again and again. Something to do with Galesh, probably. A remark that he wasn't just set in his ways, he was entrenched. She'd sussed him. A new life, Brendan, she told him, however appealing it might seem on the surface, would be so less satisfying for you without the stress and hard-won success of your police work. And how much time did he have left, after all, to adopt meaningful life changes? The shadows were lengthening, the grains in the hourglass becoming fewer and fewer. He shook the thoughts away. I meant to ask, how's Tess getting on? He called over his shoulder, rather more gruffly than he'd intended. Seems to have made a good recovery, he added. Yes, she has. Understandably shaky at times, but pretty good, yep. Glad to hear it. They could hear the click of tools now, and the smell of loamy, fresh-turned earth floated across the open ground. Winter was still some distance away, but the wind carried a reminder that a darker, colder England was waiting patiently in the wings, just out of sight. Moran swished his stick across a growth of nettles, took the heads off. Anything I need to know? Charlie called across the tape. One of the forensics paused in her task, looked up. Maybe, boss. Graham? She called to a colleague. Can you bring it over? Graham stopped what he was doing, bagging something up. Moran couldn't see, and climbed carefully out of the trench. The coffin lay a few feet away on the turf, unremarkable in itself. A plain wooden box. Here you go. Graham proffered the forensic bag, and Charlie took it, held it up. An earring? Hers? The female forensic shook her head. No, she was wearing 5 earrings, 3 in one ear, 2 in the other. No vacant holes. This was found outside the coffin. It belongs to someone else. The accomplice? Charlie murmured. Get it to the lab ASAP, please, she instructed the forensics officer. Anything else of interest can be sent on later. I want chapter and verse on this right away. Hello? I say hello. All heads turned as the verger approached, waving her arms excitedly. I can't get Griffith, but I sent him a text. I mean, to tell him not to talk to that rude woman. His mobile was engaged. Charlie's tone was flat, resigned. Yes, but... Too late. She'll already be debriefing him for all she's worth. Oh, yes, of course. Lockhart's face fell. For a moment, Moran thought she was going to burst into tears. Thank you for trying, Charlie said. Not your fault. Moran had been examining the earring during this exchange. He held it up. Seen this before? He asked Lockhart, whose eyes immediately lit up at the prospect of redemption. She took the packet and peered at its contents. Well, I say, it is unusual, isn't it? And Moran had to agree. It was a standard circlet in shape, but inlaid with some lighter material, which he guessed could be ivory. A happy find indeed. What his old boss would have called a big, fat clue. But Lockhart was shaking her head, with much regretful tutting. No, I'm sorry, I don't recognise it. Quite uncommon, though, wouldn't you say? I mean, for an earring. The inlay? Charlie raised her eyebrows. Yes, I'd say so. I've not seen one like it. Lockhart seemed pleased. Well, we'll just have to find the other one and hope that the murderer's still wearing it when we do. As yet to be proven, Sandra, Moran said kindly. But yes, it does represent something of a lead. It may well help to find the persons responsible. Oh, good, I do hope so. Lockhart rubbed her hands. Her face had flushed a little at Moran's use of her Christian name. We'd better let the officers get on, Charlie told her. Thanks for your help. We'll be in touch. My pleasure. Well, then I'll be off. Absolutely tons to do. Verger's work. She left the sentence unfinished, and with a broad smile Moran suspected was entirely for his benefit, bustled off to unfinished and unspecified duties. On their way back to the station, Charlie brought the car to a halt at a red light, turned to Moran. Her eyes twinkled. Made a friend there, Gov, I reckon. She'd keep you in fresh underwear, all right? Don't, Moran grimaced. My nightmares are bad enough already. George's mobile purred. DC George McConnell. Hi, George. Charlie's voice was flat, a little distant, not like her. How did you get on? Find the studio guy? Aye, we had a chat. Not a lot to go on so far, except more folk to talk to. OK. By the way, the story's broken. Front page tabloids tomorrow, you can bet your mother's life. What's the angle? Big drama, mysterious burial, persons unknown, suicide or murder, police baffled. What you expect, really? OK, thanks for the warning, boss. He ended the call. What's up? Bowler inquired. Press turned up at the cemetery. Boss doesn't sound too happy. She ain't herself at the moment, Bowler said thoughtfully. You noticed? Big Brother's watching her, mate, that's why. She's not exactly on probation, just under intense scrutiny. Rather her than me, Bowler said. You're under scrutiny the whole time, pal. George kept his voice conversational, serious. What? Why? Am I? George steered the car into the police car park, enjoying Bowler's discomfiture. Today, danger to women, mate, it's official. Bowler aimed a punch, but George was too quick. He was out of the car and heading for a well-earned coffee. Maybe with Tess, if Lady Luck was on his side. Chapter 4. A Sad Day, D.I. Pepper. Dr. Meninda Bagri greeted Charlie in a low voice, bringing his palms together in a customary gesture of greeting, or respect. Charlie was never quite sure. Maybe both? Yes, it's terrible, Charlie agreed. So much talent, so young. The pathologist motioned for Charlie to walk ahead. The corridor smelt of disinfectant and chemicals, and her nose wrinkled at the all-too-familiar odours. Yes, all the more tragic, Bagri continued, as they walked along the corridor towards the autopsy clinic, when a young girl is cut down in the flower of her blooming. Especially like this. Charlie shivered at the thought of the grave, the weight of the earth on the coffin. Quite so. Well, we are all prepared. The poor mother and father will want to know the truth as soon as possible, is it not so? Even if non-biological parents. Bagri had clearly been briefed by the coroner. As do we, Dr. Bagri. They will love her just the same, I'm sure of it. We're still trying to contact them, unfortunately. Charlie had just checked with Bowler to see if there'd been any progress getting hold of the couple, but so far no luck. Neighbours thought they might be on holiday somewhere, West Country maybe. They'd hear soon enough, though, when the story broke. Not the best way to find out your adopted child was dead. Charlie hoped that contact would be made by the morning. Here we are, please. Dr. Bagri extended his hand, and Charlie went ahead into the lab. Not her favourite place. A room of gleaming metalwork, polished surfaces, surgical instruments laid carefully alongside the autopsy table by gowned path lab assistants. Charlie suppressed a shiver. The body on the table was covered, but its contours were visible beneath the thin material. Michelle's final audience was small in comparison to her gigs. Although Dr. Bagri was a popular teacher, and his autopsies were often attended by a group of nervous, foot-shuffling medical students. Today it was just the two of them, or three, if the body counted. Do you have any particular areas of concern, D.I. Pepper? Bagri fastened his gown and pulled on a pair of latex gloves. The missing finger? Anything about that'd be helpful. And toxicity levels, whether any substance was administered, that sort of thing. Whatever you can tell us. Bagri gave a slight nod.
The toxicologist made her examination earlier today. The results should be available soon. And so, let us start with her poor hand.
He gently turned down the cover to expose Michel Lacroix's thin, pale corpse. A moment, isn't it? We must pay our respects. Charlie closed her eyes as the pathologist bowed his head. It was only right. A life, a human life, had been extinguished. Whatever the cause, self-inflicted or by external forces as yet unknown, it was only right to mark her passing. Charlie approved of Bagri's regular ritual. Trouble was, it tended to affect her unhelpfully just when she was doing her best to keep an emotional distance. She found herself welling up, grateful to be able to keep her eyes firmly shut for a few brief moments. When she opened them, Bagri had already picked up Michel's hand and was peering carefully at the wound.
An interesting possibility is occurring to me.
He made a quick adjustment to the overhead lamp, swinging it in closer. Charlie leaned in to get a better look.
No clotting.
Bagri held up the dead hand for Charlie's inspection.
And yet, my friend Brendan tells me that this poor girl recorded a suicide note found in the grave, yes?
No clotting means it was cut off after death.
Yes. Little bleeding in the area around the wound. Her clothing was unstained in the area, I believe. And see the wound's edges? Opposed. No swelling, you see.
Bagri placed the hand gently onto the pathology table.
We can be more sure with chemical analysis with the serotonin and histamine levels, you see, D.I. Pepper. There is probably no increase. But I'm happy to give my opinion right away that this damage is most probably not inflicted ante-mortem, but post.
That's very helpful, Dr. Bagri, thank you.
And see, clean cut. Probably a very sharp implement.
Next, Bagri bent and examined the corpse's eyes, and then the skin of the face and neck.
Classical signs of hypoxia.
He spoke now for the benefit of the recording as well as for Charlie.
Minor ocular petechial hemorrhages, and on the face and neck also marks of cyanosis.
Charlie stood back, folded her arms. Bagri moved down the body, pausing here and there, moving on, checking every inch of the dead singer's arms, torso, legs, feet.
Very well, he said. I can find no further trauma. An old operating scar by her navel, not very expertly stitched, I fear. A student, I'm thinking, or a surgeon in very much of a hurry.
Okay. Charlie ran her eyes up and down the corpse.
So, cause of death, as we thought? Asphyxia, yes, a lack of oxygen.
Bagri removed his round spectacles and shook his head slowly from side to side.
I am truly perturbed by this death. It is a barbaric thing to subject a human being to such an end.
There's still the possibility it was her decision, Dr. Bagri, Charlie said.
This, my instincts are saying to me, is very unlikely, Dr. Bagri replied. But it is your task now to find the truth. I shall be only too happy to help with further questions.
I've enough to be going on for now, thanks. Bagri summoned one of the technicians, busy with some preparatory task at the far end of the lab. The assistant stopped what he was doing immediately and walked quickly towards them across the polished floor. Charlie was impressed at the respect Bagri obviously commanded.
Jonathan, will you please show D.I. Pepper out while I continue with the chest cavity?
Charlie thanked Bagri again and followed Jonathan to the security door, waited for him to punch in the exit code. She wasn't sorry to miss the next stage of the post-mortem, and she'd learned enough to move things forward. Bagri could always be trusted to send an update if he felt that subsequent findings were relevant to the investigation. In the main corridor, she met a white-coated woman carrying a clipboard and a sheaf of...
The next part of the story is waiting, but first take this pause to rest and recharge your spirit. This audiobook is yours, freely and fully.
shoulders. She peered at Charlie.
Dear Pepper? Oh, great, I've caught you. Dr. Wendy Cliff, I have the toxicology report for Michelle Lacroix. Dr. Bagri said you wanted it pronto. Thanks. Quick summary? Well, she'd been anaesthetised for sure. Again, I suppose it could be self-administered, in the sense that she asked someone to sedate her. But anyway, Dr. Cliff retrieved her glasses from her top pocket. Let me see. Traces of propofol, commonly used for hospital anaesthesia. Milk of amnesia, it's nicknamed. She smiled briefly, like a light flicking on and off. What else? Yes, traces of ketamine. She removed her glasses and tapped her bottom lip with one of the temple tips. In a confined space, such as she was, a combo like that would have accelerated asphyxia for sure. I'm prepared to report in layman's language. She peeled several sheets of A4 from a clipboard and proffered them. All yours. The smile reappeared and disappeared as quickly as the first. Good luck. Nasty one, this. I hope you get him. So do I, Charlie told her. A few minutes later, as she eased the car out onto the main road, she turned Dr. Cliff's words over in her mind. Ketamine, propofol, hospital anaesthesia. Where had that come from? Did Lacroix have friends in the medical profession? Or enemies? So, the finger amputation was definitely post-mortem. George gave a low whistle. In which case, why did the accomplice wait until she was dead? If he was after her ring, otherwise why cut? Why didn't he just ask her for it before he buried her? Another officer interrupted. Save all the hassle. Michelle wasn't exactly going to need it, was she? OK, good. Thank you, DC Abel. We don't know yet if it is a he, by the way. Charlie swept her hand through her hair. Maybe Michelle didn't want whoever it was to have it, though. Or maybe he or she didn't want to ask. So they just waited a while, then dug her up. Couldn't get the ring off, Bowler shrugged. Our accomplice did a golem. A restrained rumble ripped through the room at the image Bowler had conjured. All right, Charlie waved the noise away. Thank you, DC O'Dunsey. Your suggestion doesn't square with Dr. Bagri's findings, I'm afraid. The finger was amputated by a sharp blade, not a set of teeth. Maybe she was already dead when she was buried, someone else suggested, a newcomer to the team. Maybe the suicide recording's just to throw us off the scent. Very good, DC Tomlinson. Charlie wagged her marker pen approvingly, and the rookie detective coloured. So the finger could have been removed off-site, as it were. She went to the whiteboard, added a further annotation. Moran had been listening to the exchange from the back of the room. He raised a hand. Gov? Charlie tilted her chin up. Perhaps, though, Moran spoke up. As D.C. McConnell pointed out earlier, the accomplice, if there was one, was long gone by the time the finger was removed. George? George cleared his throat. Okay. If the guy who buried it didn't remove the finger, assuming he reads the papers, he now knows that someone else did. Ergo, he now also knows that someone saw what he was up to. If I were he, I'd be trying to find the finger cut at PDQ before we do. The room was silent, digesting George's words. Charlie nodded. So maybe somebody else disinterred Ms. Lacroix. Someone who'd clocked what was going on and saw an opportunity. So that means... She appealed to the room. Tess Martin raised her hand, forced the words out. It means we have a potential witness to Michelle's burial. Charlie clicked her fingers. Exactly, DC Martin, exactly. Incidents? What sort of incidents? Sandra Lockhart fiddled with the overly large crucifix which hung on a chain around her neck. Tess glanced at DC Collingworth. The detective's face was composed, concentrating hard. From Lockhart's attitude, it was obvious that she viewed the unscheduled arrival of two junior-ranking detectives as a loss of kudos. Where were the senior officers? What I'm asking, Ms. Lockhart, Tess continued, is whether you've had any problems in the cemetery. You know, kids mucking about, any trouble at all? Graves disturbed, Collingworth added.
Headstones vandalised, that kind of thing? Lockhart paused, toyed with a biro. They were sitting at a desk in the church office, a fastidiously neat and tidy environment. The paraphernalia of ecclesiastical management lay in ordered piles on the bureau. The bookshelves groaning under the weight of hymn books, books of common prayers, Bibles and other Anglican tomes. Some bearing the marks of antiquity in their ornate bindings, others with mysteriously plain spines. Harmonious voices wafted along the adjoining corridor. The choir were being put through their paces by Lockhart's colleague.
"There was something, now you mention it, a few months back."
Lockhart tapped her biro on the desktop.
"We just buried a local JP, a well-respected one too, I might add. And 2 days later, Tony noticed that the earth had been disturbed. Well, more than disturbed, dug up. The coffin had been exposed and opened. And I remember this well because the daughter had specifically requested it. The deceased's collection of gold figurines that had been laid to rest with the body was missing."
"Grave robbers?" Collingworth was incredulous. "In 2019?
"We must assume so, yes."
"Did you report it?" Tess asked. Lockhart winced.
"I wanted to, but Tony thought it's best not to make a fuss. Bad publicity for the church and so on."
"Seriously? Did you inform the relatives?"
"Again, no."
Lockhart toyed with the crucifix. Embarrassment etched on her face like the embossed titles of the holy books.
"Should have done, really, I suppose. But Griffith tidied everything up, and we haven't had any problems since. Well, specifically, we haven't had any further problems."
"What do you mean exactly?" Collingworth was jotting notes. "It's best if you tell us anything that might be relevant. Did you mention this to D.I. Pepper?" Tess glanced at her colleague. Collingworth was a good-looking guy. Chiselled jaw, perma 6 o'clock shadow, blue eyes, married, unfortunately, 2 young kids. Ah, well.
"Not specifically," Lockhart replied sheepishly. "I didn't think it important at the time. Miss Lacroix's murder is surely the priority."
The choir struck up again. "And did those feet in ancient times."
"It's not a murder case yet, Miss Lockhart," Tess said, "and any information regarding the cemetery is potentially relevant." "Yes, of course, I do apologise."
"So what problems exactly?" Collingworth prompted.
"Well, we wondered, Tony and myself, whether someone was keeping an eye on deaths and funeral services with a view to targeting potentially wealthy burials."
Lockhart cleared her throat.
"I met a colleague from an associated church last week at our monthly meeting, St Andrew's in Tidmarsh. Do you know it?"
Tess shook her head. The last time she'd been in a church was for her grandfather's funeral 2 years back. He'd died a painful death. So as far as Tess was concerned, God had a lot to answer for. Church attendance wasn't high on her agenda. But Collingworth nodded. "Yep, I know it. It's the one with the Norman Tower, near the Greyhound Inn?"
"Yes, that's it. Well, Julie, the Reverend Julie Palmer, that is, was telling me about something which had happened that very week. A wealthy chap from Sonning had died suddenly. He was a millionaire several times over. Anyway, in his will, he expressed a desire to be buried in Tidmarsh, where he was born. Julie took the funeral, which was well attended. He'd been quite the philanthropist during his life, you see, and people wanted to pay their respects."
"Go on," Tess prompted again. This was getting interesting. She felt a tingle of excitement. The choir launched into their last verse of Jerusalem and ground to a sudden halt. Tony was evidently a hard taskmaster.
"Well," Lockhart continued, "Julie called me a week later, and guess what? The millionaire's grave had been desecrated. The coffin lid had been forced. The thing is, Julie distinctly remembers that the deceased had been wearing a Rolex watch. It was missing from the corpse's wrist."
"Unbelievable." Collingworth shook his head. "How sick are these guys?"
"The same sick guys, though, surely," Tess said. "Opportunists, chancers, whatever you want to call them, it's highly likely that the same person or persons are responsible for your JP's exhumation." "But we haven't had any trouble since, though. That's the funny thing," Lockhart said. "Until yesterday."
"They could be moving around the parishes," Terrace said, "checking upcoming funerals.
finding out if the recently deceased are ordinary folk or if they might have a quid or two. But I still don't see. Lockhart frowned. Not to worry, Miss Lockhart. Tess stood up, and Collingworth followed suit. You've been very helpful.
If they're operating in this area again, they may well have been snooping around when Lacroix was buried, Collingworth said. As Moran suggested, they could have witnessed the whole thing, waited, dug the body up. He shrugged. Is the gov to you okay? Tess wasn't smiling. Right, noted. Collingworth wore a mixed expression, half annoyed, half amused. So, how do you suggest we find these witnesses? Tess rummaged in her glove box, found what she was looking for. Headache? Collingworth inquired, as Tess swigged the tablet down with a gulp of water. I'm fine, it's nothing. You drive, I'll think. Okay. He dragged the last vowel out twice its length, eased the car into second and pulled away. In the rear view, he saw Lockhart standing by St. Swithin's main entrance, hands busy as always with the chain and crucifix. Look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap. No worries. Collingworth produced one of his easy film star smiles. I understand. Understand what exactly? Well, you've had a bad time. I said I'm fine, I meant it. Right, sure. Anyway, about the grave robbers, why not lay some bait? Let them come to us. Tess felt her heartbeat quieten. Collingworth hadn't meant anything by his question. He wasn't to know how things were. The nightmares, the shaking, the insomnia. How could he? He hadn't been shot, nearly blown up. He was young, keen, and good-looking. Damn him. Tess snapped her water bottle shut. Good idea. Not just a pretty face, then, DC Collingworth? There's only one pretty face in this car, and it's not mine. Collingworth kept his eyes on the road, overtook a parked lorry. And it's Chris to you, if you like. Tess felt her mouth soundlessly open and shut. She angled herself towards the side window, drank some more water, watched the shoppers scurry by. Mind on job, Tess. Chapter 5. We lost her years ago, that's the truth. Charlie nodded. It was a familiar story of adoption, acculturation, adolescence, alienation. Michelle's adopted father looked worn out. His wife not much better. Years of tedious applications, waiting, hoping, then the intrusion of assessments, inspections, and finally fruition. A baby was available. Were they interested? Yes, absolutely. And for a while, all was well. And then, bang, Michelle hit 14 and the world changed. She was such a lovely little girl, her mother was saying. Always a ready smile. Loved to help in the kitchen. We used to make biscuits and cakes together. Her face crumpled as the memories faded, and the present reclaimed her attention. And now you tell me that Michelle is dead? She reached for her husband's hand, only to withdraw it abruptly to dab a handkerchief to her eyes. The husband made a gesture, signifying futility. What could he do or say to change things? Tell me how she was when she got to her teens, Mr. Lacroix. Charlie spoke softly. You can call me Maurice, it's fine. Lacroix smiled sadly and patted his weeping wife on the shoulder, as if he were placating the family Labrador. There was a slight trace of accent in the geometry of the vowels, which Charlie couldn't quite place. French or Belgian, but with traces of Russian, perhaps? She was always musical, the wife broke in between sobs, playing the piano and singing all the time with her lovely voice. She has many admirers, Charlie said, and her music will live on. You should be proud of her. I am. Always we are proud, aren't we, Maurice? She held her head aloft, trembling with the effort of bringing her emotions under control. So, did she have many friends? Not friends we liked, no. She mixed with the wrong ones, always. Not always, Francois, Maurice Lacroix corrected his wife gently.
Just later, when she was older. Yes, his friends.
Francois almost spat the word.
They took her away from us. From the only ones who truly loved her, gave her a life.
Did she live at home during her teens, or?
Ha! If only. She was away, always, never telling us where. Never at school. She would come back only for money, then poof, gone again for weeks.
It must have been hard. Charlie smiled sympathetically.
But it is not uncommon. Girls can get wild when they reach a certain age.
Sounds familiar, a small voice reminded her.
I want to see her,
Francois said.
I want to see my baby.
Of course, Charlie said. I can arrange that.
Now! I want to see her now.
Francois. Maurice's arm was around his wife's shoulders.
We must follow the protocols. D.I. Pepper will do everything that is necessary.
Is there anyone you can think might have been involved in what happened? Charlie asked.
Michelle told us, left a message, that she'd found someone to help her too.
Charlie searched for a softer word, but Mr. Lacroix stepped in to help her out.
Kill herself? No, we know of nobody who would agree to such a thing. But then,
he shrugged in that expressive European manner which conveyed so much.
We had lost touch with Michelle. I fear that we cannot provide you with a list of her close friends, nor even her casual acquaintances.
That's okay, don't worry. My officers will be speaking to them all in due course. Thank you both for your time. Charlie slid her card across the desk. Call me any time if you remember anything you think might help our investigation, even if it seems trivial. I've asked the family liaison officer to contact you. She's very nice. I think you'll find talking to her helpful. Charlie smiled. I'll get someone to show you out. I'll be in touch very soon. That's a promise. Charlie finished her summary and braced herself as the room erupted into a barrage of questions. She honed in on one waving arm, vaguely recognizing the guy as one of the less irritating journos. Yes, with the brown jacket? Is it true that Michelle left a suicide note? Can you tell us what it said? Michelle dictated a voice message onto CD. I can't make the contents public at this stage of the investigation, I'm afraid. Come on! A shout from the other side of the room. It can't all be confidential. Was it murder or suicide? As I said, while the investigation is in its early stages, I'm not at liberty to disclose any potentially sensitive material. Another shout, this time from front and centre. How sensitive? Did Michelle name anyone in her recording? Give any reason she wanted to kill herself? We're still trying to establish the precise circumstances leading up to Ms. Lacroix's death. There'll be more information in a day or two. Charlie felt her pulse accelerating. She was conscious of DCS Higginson's presence next to her, calm and centred as usual, uniform scrupulously pressed. She moistened her lips. The stomach cramps, which had kept her awake during the night, were back, nagging away. Not painful, but irritating enough to distract her, put her off her stride. Gravedigger said she lost a finger. Can you comment? Familiar voice. Jones. Charlie bristled. All in good time, Miss Jones. That's it for today. Thank you for your time. She stood, and for a moment the room swam in and out of focus. The noise level went up a notch as the journalists expressed their frustration. She turned her back, made for the exit. The door closed behind her and shut the noise out. Higginson was at her side. Rowdy lot. You handled them well.
Thank you, sir.
How's progress? Early stages, I appreciate, but you can see how much of a fuss this whole thing's making. Big fish, the young lady, lots of interest.
I'm aware, sir.
DCI Moran is available for any advice, should you feel...
Yes, sir, I know. He's already been very helpful.
I'm sure. But this one's yours, Charlie, let's be clear. Higginson gave her that look. the one which made her feel like a teenage schoolgirl. "I'm sure you won't let the side down?" "No, sir, of course not." "Very good, carry on." The ladies' room was unoccupied, and Charlie breathed a prayer of thanks. She looked at herself in the mirror. Pale, clammy skin. Her stomach growled again, and then without any warning, it yawned. She doubled over, retched. Nothing came. She bent to the tap and swigged water, faced the mirror, squared her shoulders. Her reflection had gained a little colour.
"Stress. That's all, Charlie girl. Just stress."
The man watched the procession with detached interest. Not a funeral, a committal. He could see the verger holding the urn of ashes, the remnants of a life, as though cradling a small, precious child. He looked down at his feet, checked his hold-all was still there. Yes, of course, always there. The man lit a cigarette and drew in the pungent smoke as the muted prayers of the verger were answered by low amens. With his free hand, he dropped the cheap bunch of flowers he'd bought at the motorway service station onto a nearby grave as the mourners filed slowly past. No one gave him a second glance. He was just another mourner, a tall man in a grey coat with a complexion to match, no doubt grieving over a departed spouse or lover. He could hang around for a bit longer without arousing suspicion. In the corner plot, the forensics team were winding up for the day. It was easy to keep tabs, to watch their comings and goings, get a feel for what they were up to, and what they may or may not have found. He'd received the call that morning, after the newspaper headlines had been noted. His superiors had been unhappy, and he could understand that. He took pride in his work, and to be told by others that he had slipped up left a bitter taste in his mouth, which could only be cleansed by quick remedial action. And that was exactly what he had promised to deliver. He hadn't shared his concerns at the time, namely that he had no idea at all who might have had the temerity to rob Lacroix's grave. But the press had obligingly provided several clues. First, he was dealing with petty thieves, opportunists, and probably stupid ones at that. Second, the police were understood to be searching for Lacroix's missing ring. If they found the ring, they would also obtain a description of the seller, ergo, a witness to his crime. That could not be allowed, even if the risk was low. His appearance rarely stayed the same for more than a day at a time, and sometimes, particularly during an assignment, not even that. His expertise in this area was one of the reasons his employers paid him so well. Still, a loose end was just that, and would have to be tied off. He lit another cigarette as the car park thinned out, and the mourners and supporting cast departed. Dark saloons pouring away into the late afternoon sun. The man picked up his hold-all and made his way slowly along the path, head bowed in apparent grief and contemplation. Chapter 6. "No prints on the woodwork, I'm afraid," Moran said, watching for Charlie's reaction. "No abrasions, marks, clothing, threads, nothing." "Right," Charlie sighed. The IR was filling up, the team gathering noisily with coffees, notepads, and the usual banter. She felt a pang of envy. It would be great to be just a part of the team, one of the boys. But she'd worked hard for promotion, and won it on merit. The last 12 months had challenged her again and again, but there was no let-up in sight. The Lacroix case had ensured that the stakes were now higher than ever, and time was marching on. Moran must have sensed what she was thinking, because he beamed a warm smile of encouragement. "Something'll turn up," he said. "Just a case of keeping the pressure on." He jerked a thumb at the assembled officers.
"They're a good lot. Plenty of brain power. Let's use it."
Encouraged by Moran's use of the plural, Charlie turned to face the team. "Morning, everyone. OK, so here's where we are. Forensics first." She turned to the whiteboard. "Number 1, an earring. Unusual. Ivory inlay. Not Michelle's. No identifying marks. Grab the photo afterwards, show it to all interviewees. It's the biggest clue we've got. The coffin was clean. No prints. Same for Michelle's clothing. No foreign DNA. Someone was very careful. I'll cover pathology in a sec, but first, DCI Moran has an update on Michelle's recording." Charlie moved aside to let Moran take the floor. "Top of the morning to you all." Moran surveyed the room. "No breakthroughs yet, I'm afraid. Forensics have been over the Earl's Court flat, and all I can tell you is that an audio file from Michelle's personal laptop appears to be the file from which the CD recording was burned. The audio's still being analysed. It's Michelle's voice, no doubt about that. Some external background noises will require enhancement. It seems like a pucker confession at this moment in time." He emphasised the word. "But, as you're all aware, things can change, so make no assumptions. There are also 2 scheduled social media posts regarding the posthumously intended new song release, one for Twitter and one for Facebook. Both were scheduled via Hootsuite to post exactly a month from the day Michelle was buried. The posts also reveal the precise location of her grave. These posts appear to be Michelle's work rather than her media team's." 1 or 2 of the officers exchanged glances. It wasn't hard to read the meaning. "So, we've got one wacky suicide. Why are we going through all this?" Moran didn't blame them. Wacky suicide was still a real possibility. He went on quickly. "The tech boys are still working on the audio, but for now, that's all we got. Next stage, so the boffins tell me, is to pull the whole recording to bits and look at the digital imprint. Don't ask me to elaborate, it's all Chinese to me. Ones and noughts, binary registers and the like. It'll take a few days, they reckon. I'll keep you posted if anything surfaces." "Thanks, Gov." Charlie moved to the whiteboard. She tapped Neil Butterfield's photo. "We've spoken to the boyfriend. Seemed genuine, but pretty out of it at time of interview. We'll be speaking to him again to get the skinny on Michelle's friends and colleagues. Forensics have been over his flat, clean as a whistle." She pinned another photo to the board. "We've also spoken to Bill Nedwell at Red Ned's recording and rehearsal studios. Again, genuinely shocked. Hasn't seen her for months. Giving us a bunch of names." She folded her arms. "No one seems to have a clue why or how this has happened. Adoptive parents included. Except whoever else might have been in the graveyard when she was buried," DC Collingworth offered. "That's the only potential lead at the moment." "Yep, speculative but worth following up." Charlie nodded. "Ideas, anyone?" "DC Collingworth suggested we lay some bait," Tess Martin said, "to see if we can catch a grave robber." Collingworth glanced at Tess. A look of gratitude? Or was it more than that? Charlie filed the thought. "Over to you, DC Collingworth." "OK, so the burial, assisted suicide, whatever, might have been witnessed, which seems likely judging by the post-mortem result on the finger and the missing ring. We know that grave thieves are potentially active in the area. If we arrange a high-profile burial in another local cemetery, make a meal of the corpse's financial status and what he's intending to be buried with, I don't know, whatever is gold bullion or some such." There were a few headshakes and muttered rebuttals. "No, hear him out." Moran's hand was up. "This isn't a bad play." "We stand a reasonable chance of flushing out our witness, right?" Charlie mimed a round of applause. "However, As DC McConnell pointed out, if the severed finger is common knowledge via our press buddies, then whoever buried Michelle has already figured out they were observed. But they're in the same boat, boss, Collingworth said. Where do they start looking? They've no idea what the witness or witnesses look like, where they live. Pawn shops? DC Tomlinson suggested. They stole Michelle's ring. They want to cash it in. Where else? Good. Keep it coming. Charlie paced up and down, encouraging attentiveness. Let's concentrate. Right. Number 1, pawn shops. Let's find this ring. Number 2, a mock funeral? Too OTT. Too much hassle for no guaranteed return. And it'll take too long to set up. Alternative. OK, what about this? We have a friendly reporter on the Evening Post, I believe. Gina, is it? Josie, boss, Bowler confirmed. Right, thanks. I can always rely on you for fairer sex context, DC O'Dunsey, eh? When the noise had died down, Charlie continued. So, let's work backwards. Find out who's been buried where recently. That should be easy enough. Choose the most affluent, check with the next of kin, explain what we're doing and why. Do be tactful and sympathetic. Tell them they'll be doing the community a favour, ridding society of parasites and so on, you know the drill. Ask Josie to get something in tomorrow morning's edition if possible. They'll publish online as well, right? So that can be done quickly. Something plausible, to catch the eye of a small-time mindset. Something about what might have been laid to rest with the deceased. Not gold bullion, DC Collingworth. A strained ripple of laughter rose and fell. Collingworth shrugged it off. And, Charlie continued, not a whisper that this is linked to the Lacroix death. I don't want the local rag running sensationalist exclusives. That'd be a disaster. Nods and murmurs of agreement. Charlie took a breath, surveyed the room. She felt empowered by the sense of unity. Everything would be okay. They'd nail this one, and her name would lose its tarnish. Tess, could you take this one? But go easy. Fake news isn't getting a lot of love these days. Tell Josie that if she's discreet and she does a good job, she'll be first in line to get the juicy stuff. Sure. Charlie nodded. Bit of a lacklustre response, but under the circumstances... Cut her a little slack, Charlie. Thanks, Tess. Number 3, Butterfield's mates. Number 4, Nedwell's contacts. Number 5, the earring. Provenance, possible origin, anything. DC McConnell will coordinate tasks, keep me updated, by the hour if necessary. That's all for now. Conversation began again, low at first, then louder as the team began to discuss the case. Above the noise, George's voice calling for attention, trying to organise them. Charlie watched Moran limp away, stickless as ever, stubborn old bugger, back to his admin. Not. He'd be turning the case over in his mind, trying this theory, that theory, worrying at it like a dog with a fresh bone. The thought gave her comfort. Her office door beckoned, and with it, the telephone. This morning it had rung constantly, mainly thinly disguised press inquiries. They'd try anything to get through. Which reminded her. Wait up! One more thing! She hushed the room. Conversation died. George, red-faced, interrupted mid-flow, his head nodding impatiently, terrier-like. Not a word outside these doors, all right? This is high-profile enough without having to worry about half-baked tabloid speculation and, in this case, the sodding music press as well. That's all, thanks. She closed her office door, shut out the racket. Her stomach was still aching, not as much, but enough to make her feel off-colour. God, that's all I need to get ill now. She looked at the pile of paperwork in her in-tray. Welcome to the paperless office? Yeah, right. She pressed the heels of her hands into her eyes. Stars sparkled and faded. The phone rang. A deep breath. Come on, DI Pepper. Do the job. Moran sat heavily in his chair and picked a buff-coloured folder from the top of a pile to his right. The pile on his left, his out tray, had not grown significantly. The rumble of traffic from the inner distribution road and odd snatches of passing conversation from beyond his office went unheeded as he turned over the morning briefing again in his mind, looking for anything they might have missed. There was a lot to do, a lot of ground to cover. Moran toyed with the folder, turning the corner up and down, thinking about Michel Lacroix's rise to prominence. His thoughts turned to the ex-bandmates, left behind as the star of the show began her short-lived fast track to fame. Motives were there, surely. If not motives, then deeper insight, certainly. And the boyfriend? Bowler and George would be getting to grips with him shortly. If the guy was still out of it, he'd be headed for a night in custody to detox. Butterfield would have insights too, grieving or not. Maybe more than just insights. There was something not right about this whole case, and it was bothering him. Suicide? He didn't buy it. Suicide as art? That sounded totally crazy. But it did seem as if Michel had been something of a wild child, prone to bouts of depression, so maybe he needed someone to open up. Preferably someone who had been closer than close to Michel. He espied George McConnell through a gap in the badly fitted blinds of his office window. The little Scot was busy dispensing tasks, waving his arms animatedly to emphasize a point. Moran replaced the folder carefully on the right-hand pile, fished his car keys from the drawer, and groaned when he saw the invite. Neighbours. Tonight. This time he had to make the effort, having bypassed the Christmas drinks invitation and the get-to-know-the-neighbours Easter coffee morning. They understood he was busy, sure, but they was busy and just damned unsociable. Which is about right, Brendan. Let's face it. George had stopped talking and was shrugging his wiry frame into his jacket. Come on, Brendan, make yourself useful. Moran heaved his office door open. It stuck as usual, and he heaved again. When were the damn carpenters coming to fix it? He'd walked just 2 paces into the open plan when one of the team, a young officer recently promoted from uniform, sprang to her feet, almost knocking a chair over while making excited movements with a free hand. There is? Now? The frantic, inclusive gestures continued. Something's occurring. I'll get Charlie, Bowler said to Moran. The young officer was almost shouting down the phone. Can you keep him there? Yes, that's right. No, just act normally. Maybe you can tell him you have to make a call to establish value. Whatever. Yes, that sounds okay. We'll have someone there as soon as possible. My name? Oh, yeah, DC Bauer. Yes, with a B. Yes, I'll stay on the line. Bauer covered the receiver with one hand, which Moran noticed was trembling. What's up? Moran voiced the question first. From the corner of his eye, he could see Charlie approaching at the double. Bauer's words came tumbling. The first pawn shop I tried, Gov. The owner says there's someone there now asking about a ring. It sounds like the one. I mean, it must be, right? Can't be many around with the same design. And the price, you know. It has to be. Hang on, he's back on. Hello? Yes, I'm right here. Right? That's great. Try to get a look at him. We'll need a description if we... Yes, we're sending someone right now. Charlie's voice was calm. Bowler, get yourself over there, please. Sharpish. And George. Tess had been listening to the exchange from her desk.
Take a break from the words, not the journey. This gentle tune is here to guide your mind towards stillness. Thank you for your time.
Lead the way. Lead the way.
Now she came to join them at Bauer's workstation. "I'll go, boss. You need George here." "No, it's okay, Tess. Concentrate on the Evening Post job." "Collingworth can handle that. His idea anyway. You need George here." Charlie glanced at Moran. He said nothing, but with a look, gave Charlie the answer he would have given. To her credit, Charlie's hesitation was minimal. "Okay," she said. "Sure, you're right. Quick as you can, please. Across town on foot. No point taking a car." Moran watched them go. He caught George's eye. So they both felt it. A sense of something out of kilter, that something untoward was about to happen. Something nobody could have predicted. Chapter 7. "You know the place?" Bowler spoke briskly, saving his energy. They were headed through the pedestrianised centre of Reading towards the King's Road, where the old pawn shop rubbed shoulders uncomfortably with the trendy cafes, bars and restaurants of the new development around the library and canal. "Yes," Tess replied tersely. "Never been inside, but I know it." They reached Jackson's Corner, crossed the busy interchange, and broke into a run by the estate agent. Bowler stole a glance at his colleague, cheeks slightly flushed, a few beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead. "Wear a uniform when you need them." "Where indeed?" Bowler knew what Tess was thinking. They were close to the canal where she'd sustained a shotgun flesh wound during the MI5 case. Both were aware, but neither had made any comment when DC Bauer gave them the address, although Bowler had clocked the look Charlie had given the gov. They could see the shop now, the Medici three-sphere symbol prominently suspended from an ornate wrought iron structure above the plate glass window. "Let's hope he's still—" Bowler's words froze as the door was pulled violently open, smashed against the doorstop, and a well-built guy in his early 30s emerged. He looked both ways, saw them, and promptly took off along the King's Road, shoulder-length hair whipping behind him like a horse's mane. "I'll take him," Bowler said. "Meet you in the shop." Bowler set off in pursuit, legs pumping. He saw the guy reach the traffic lights and veer right to cross the canal bridge. From the look he'd got at him, he was pretty sure of the fugitive's small-timer status. A chancer, cashing in. Not much brain power. Who'd try to flog a ring as expensive and unusual as this? Idiot. He redoubled his efforts and saw with satisfaction that he was closing the distance. Bowler was fit and athletic, and proud of it. He rarely missed his daily workout, and this was the reason he stuck to it. Tess would be okay at the shop. He'd get this guy tackled and banged up, no probs. Tess opened the pawn shop door, did a 180, a glass counter running the length of the room, all manner of goods on display in freestanding cabinets. CCTV camera at 10 o'clock. No staff, no customers in sight, but something set her senses to full alert. A noise, suppressed but urgent, coming from behind the counter. "Police! Stand up! Very slowly, I'm armed!" Liar. The stillness was something Tess could almost touch. Her heart was hammering. "Oh God, it's going to happen again!" All her instincts were telling her to run, get out. Whatever was behind that counter was bad, rotten, dangerous. She could smell it. "Count into 3!" A shuffling sound, a grunt, as if some unseen person was being restrained, hurt. She moved a step closer. Now she could see a few items on top of the glass counter, as if the proprietor had been showing a customer a selection of, what, jewellery? Tess could see open cases, a hands-free telephone on its side. Something else. Blood, in 2 distinct pools, spreading over the glass top. "1!" Her voice sounded flat in the enclosed space. Another sound, more distinct this time, someone rising to their feet, scraping of shoes on the cheap linoleum.
Bowler, where are you? 2? Tess bit hard on her lip, cast about for some means of defence. Better surely just to backtrack, get out, wait for Bowler, call for backup. A wall clock chimed, and she almost screamed. A passing bus shook the building as it moved along the King's Road. Normality just meters away. Last chance, I'm coming over. Hands raised high, please. We don't want anyone to get hurt. Tess stepped back, as slowly a man appeared above the counter's reflective horizon. His body seemed to unwind, to unravel as he got to his feet. A strange, elastic movement, like a reptile, maybe a snake or... Her limbs wouldn't move. Her voice was dried up, her brain in neutral. She could only watch as the man's face broke into a languid smile. It was a plain face, almost featureless. Only the eyes seemed alive, glinting in dark sockets. No, the man said easily. We don't want anyone to get hurt. That's right. The voice was as featureless as the face. It was as though all traces of accent had been meticulously erased, sliced and trimmed until nothing was left but angular consonants and perfectly rounded vowels. Tess tried to moisten her lips, to issue a command, a word, anything. The man spoke. Or was it in her head? She couldn't think. It was all wrong. I'm going to slip out now, the voice said. We'll meet again. Be sure of it. Tess blinked. Something about the way he was looking at her, something almost possessive. But in a moment, the man was behind her. The door had opened and closed, and she was alone. Not quite. The proprietor. The spell was broken. Tess rushed to the counter. A man was on the floor behind it, bleeding from a head wound. She vaulted the glass and squatted beside the body. Heard the door rattle on its hinges. Tess, you there? Bowler's voice bounced around the shop like a stray basketball. Here, Bowler, behind the counter. She held the man's head in her hands, fished for a handkerchief, anything to stem the bleeding. He groaned, opened his eyes. The pupils turned up under his eyelids. She felt Bowler beside her. Ambulance, big man! This guy's in serious trouble. Bowler nodded. On it. Tess pressed the handkerchief to the head wound, but it was saturated in seconds. Blood pooled around her until her knees were wet with it. Seconds passed to minutes. Outside, the sirens howled, drew nearer. Did you catch him? Tess tried to keep her tone even, calm and conversational, but she could hear her words sticking, the tremor obvious to her, if not to Bowler. The paramedics finished trolleying the injured man into the ambulance. 2 jumped in with him. The 3rd went to the cab and gave them a brief wave. Blue lights flashed. The engine revved. Did I catch him? Bowler's face creased into a grin. What do you think? Uniform are nicking him even as we speak. Caught him before he got to the Queen's Road. Well done, that's great. Not so great. If he's telling the truth, he's just a shoplifter. Says he's gone into the shop. No one's around. So he grabs the nearest stuff he can find and legs it. He didn't look behind the counter. Clearly not. Bowler looked directly at Tess. What happened in there? I don't know. There was a man, tall, a long coat. He was carrying a bag, a holdall. He left out the front. I tried to stop him, but... She gave up, shrugged. But... I don't know, Bowler, okay? He just got away, that's all. There was a brief, awkward pause. Tess went on quickly. So your guy has nothing to do with anything, is what you're saying? He's an idiot. But you never know. He might have seen something you missed. I didn't miss anything, Bowler. He was a tall, odd-looking man with... A long coat, yeah, I know. Bowler's voice softened as he looked Tess up and down. Her skirt and legs were covered with blood. Let's get you cleaned up. I'll call a car come collect you. You'll scare the hell out of the shoppers looking like that. He flashed a matey grin, which didn't quite come off. Tess tried to answer, but didn't trust herself to speak, just nodded. Bowler made the call, pocketed his mobile. 2 minutes. Hey, maybe the owner is key to telling us what was going on down here.
If he survives.
Tess shivered, pulled her coat around her. Yeah, good point. George McConnell set 2 mugs of coffee down with a flourish. The canteen was enjoying its daily hiatus, the routine no-man's land between day and evening shifts. A faint rattle of pots and pans, the percussive clash of cutlery, cups and saucers came from the hidden kitchens behind the counter as the industrial-sized dishwashers consumed their evening quota. Tess and George were the canteen's only customers. A waitress moved sluggishly between tables, wiping formica tops, spraying cleaner, straightening chairs, zoned out to a dull task, plugged into music via iPhone earbuds. Thanks, George. Tess slid the mug towards her, toyed with the idea of sugar, rejected it, left the plastic spoon on the table. So, George said brightly, Bowler's grilling his catch even as we speak. Yes. You never know, George shrugged. He might surprise us. He's a nobody, George, a shoplifter. Tess could see the shop in her mind's eye. The glass display cabinets, the 2 pools of blood, the wall clock, a tall grey man. Try as she might, she couldn't remember his face. There was nothing there, just a blank, as if her memory had somehow been bypassed, short-circuited. George sipped his coffee and grimaced. At least it's hot, eh? When Tess didn't respond, he went on. So, you saw someone else, Bowler said, another guy in the shop? Tess pressed the heels of her hands into her eyes. God, she was tired. So tired. She took a deep breath. Look, George, I don't know what I saw. There was someone else there, yes, but I didn't get a good look at him. He must have walked right past you. And? Anger coursed through her like a shot of adrenaline. I told you I didn't get a look. You think I'm lying? Tess fought back tears. Or maybe you just think I'm losing it big time. George held up both hands. Whoa, that's not what I meant. Yes, it was. You all think like that. You don't need to cover it up, George. I've seen the way everyone looks at me. And you've been avoiding me for weeks, haven't you? Admit it. It was all coming out now. The dam was breached. Hey, no, look. That's not it at all. George's face was all alarm and shock. We're concerned about you, obviously. You've had a hell of a time. We all understand that. God knows how I'd have coped. Tess, I didn't want to avoid you. I just didn't want to... He struggled for the right words. Get in your way, I suppose. Get in my way? Tess flicked away a stray tear. What's that supposed to mean? George warmed his hands around his mug. He couldn't meet her eyes. You know, you've got a new partner. Green but keen, as they say. Understanding was bobbing to the surface of her mind like a cork being released in deep water. He likes me. Really likes me. This insight was too much. She downed her coffee in one, pushed her chair back. Thanks for the drink, George. I got stuff to do. She didn't turn around as she left. She could imagine George's stricken expression. It didn't make her feel any better. Chapter 8. Moran could feel the paper invitation pressing against his shirt in his inside pocket. Joe and Marion. The neighbours. She'd caught him on his way out one morning. We must get to know each other. You're not the only new face around here. Thought we'd throw a little party, break the ice. And he'd heard himself say, Sure, good idea. See you then. Sorry, in a bit of a hurry. He'd have to go. Rude not to. Besides, it was good to socialise a little. Charlie was always egging him on. God knows, Gov, you do little enough of it. Get yourself out there. It's not all about work, you know. But it was. That was the thing. At the end of the day, the job was everything.
which was why he was content to keep the looming void of retirement at a comfortable distance. It was in the future, somewhere, but never close enough to worry about. And then a small voice would remind him of Galesh. A sceptical Galesh, granted, who didn't believe he'd ever be happy or would be able to settle, if and when he threw in the towel for the last time. And could he really consider a move to Ireland, after all that had happened? He stopped at the Oxford road lights. On impulse, he reached forward and turned on the radio. The speakers purred with an ambient, soothing melody. To his surprise, he liked what he heard. Radio 2 wasn't his thing at all. He'd invariably turn to a classical station, but he had to admit this tune had something. The vocal melody was haunting, hypnotic. Summer's end brings autumn peace, a dusk where you can hide the memories you wish to leave behind. Walk on to sweet release. Moran was captivated. When the song finished, the DJ in sombre tones revealed the name of the artist. The hairs on the back of Moran's neck stood to attention. And that, of course, was the latest and last offering from Michel Lacroix. What a talent. And what a waste. A pause. We'll be playing that every hour for the next 24 hours as a mark of respect. Beautiful, beautiful as a person and a songstress. Once again, our thoughts are with Michel's family at this sad time. His mobile rang, and for once Moran was grateful. He hit the receive button on the steering wheel. Moran. Gov, it's Charlie. Heard you been out and about? I have. Nothing very helpful, I'm afraid. Nice bunch of lads. I described their take on Michel's record deal as pragmatic rather than vengeful. They could see it coming. As soon as the record company talks began, it was pretty clear they were going to be made redundant. Michel was whisked off to Nashville, and there was a band ready and waiting. All top session guys. Pretty tough on them, I guess. So, they didn't come up with any names? No one they thought might have it in them to do something like this? They were less than complimentary about Bill Nedwell. Having said that, none of them reckoned him capable of murder, or that he'd go along with an assisted suicide request. Way too cautious. By the way, how did Bowler get on with his arrest? Nothing doing. The guy's just a shoplifter. Knew nothing, saw nothing. What about the proprietor? Any news? Still in ICU. They'll call if there's any change. And Tess Martin, how's she doing? A pause. Not sure. Seems okay, but... You need to find out what happened, Charlie, Moran said gently. There's a missing piece here, and a significant one at that. We've got to find this guy, even if Tess can't describe him adequately. He can't have just disappeared. That's the thing, Gov. No one else saw him. Bowler was on his way back, plenty of people walking past. We've checked. No one saw anyone in a long coat anywhere nearby. And what if there was no one else around? Moran let the question hang. Charlie's incredulity came over loud and clear. Really? Come on, Gov, Tess is fine. She wouldn't even consider... Hang on, gotta go. DC Martin and DC Tomlinson had just come in. It'll be about the Evening Post news bite. See you in the morning. Moran signed off with a buoyant cheerio, even though he wasn't feeling particularly buoyant. He'd been worried about Tess Martin ever since her return, even more so after this afternoon's incident. Acceptable psychological assessment score notwithstanding, you could never be completely sure. The mind was a convoluted landscape, and no one knew that better than Moran. It didn't take much to upset the brain's fragile equilibrium, and Tess Martin had been through the mill as sure as eggs were eggs. Should he get her taken off active duty just in case? A tough call. Moran sighed. Something to discuss with Charlie in the morning. The Evening Post piece was a long shot in every sense. It would hit their website tonight, the local rag in the morning. But it would have to be damned good, pitched perfectly too, to stand any chance of attracting the grave robbers. Were they even local?
They might have moved to another town by now. Perhaps that's how they operated, town by town, in a twisted kind of circuit. But it was worth a try nonetheless. DC Collingworth was thinking out of the box, and Moran liked that. He eased the car down from 50 to 30 as he entered Pangbourne. His recent move, he reflected, had been one of his better decisions. Close enough to Reading, yet slower paced, with pleasant shops, pubs, and, of course, the water meadow, where he'd taken to enjoying an early morning stroll. The clean, moisture-laced air was invigorating. He wondered why he'd put up with his old gaff for so long. It felt like a fresh start. Not as drastic as the one he'd been considering, but a fresh start of sort, for sure. He was distracted by the roar of a souped-up engine, headed his way, and surely in excess of the 30-mile-an-hour restriction was a red BMW saloon. And not any model you'd find in the catalogues either. This was a custom job. The multicoloured glow emanating from beneath the chassis told him that much. But it was the intense glare of the twin HID headlights which prompted Moran's yell of frustration and impotent fist shake, for all the good it would do. The BMW roared past, leaving him with flashing rectangular patterns imprinted on both retinas. He checked his mirror. But even if he hadn't been so dazzled, the car was now too far away to offer any hope of reading its registration. An ear-splitting tannoy blast of 3 descending notes blazed through the Beamer's slipstream. Bloody insult to injury. Cursing and muttering, he slowed the car down, gave his eyes time to recover. Those damn HID headlights conversion kits were a menace. Wound him up at every encounter. Despite the clear risk to safety, and the incontrovertible statistical record relating to there being a direct cause of nighttime traffic accidents, the CTSI seemed unable or unwilling to enforce a ban. If Moran had his way, he'd set up a designated traffic team for the sole purpose of hunting down and removing any such customised vehicle from the roads. He was so irritated, he almost passed the petrol station. A rapid manoeuvre corrected his oversight, and he pulled into the forecourt. He filled the tank, and en route to the till, paused as usual at the Costa machine. Cappuccino. Large. Make it. Moran's finger danced its customary ostinato around the icons. As he waited for the programme to finish, the process could hardly be described as percolation, surely, his attention was diverted by a new arrival. Conspicuous not only by her dress, but also her demeanour. The woman had to be in her late 70s, early 80s perhaps, and had obviously taken great care in preparing herself for the short journey between the adjacent retirement home and the forecourt shop. She was wearing a long, elegant, fawn-coloured coat, a felt hat with pins and feather, matching handbag, dark gloves, a silver-handled walking stick, and makeup so skillfully applied that Moran found himself staring in admiration. Here was a senior who still cared. Not for her the all-too-often seen descent into dowdiness common to her age group. Far from it. She looked like a film star, or a visiting dignitary, perhaps. This must, Moran reflected, be a regular outing, which gave her evenings a sense of purpose. As if to say, there is meaning to my life. I have a goal, an aim. He watched her select a few token items from the shelves and make her way to the counter, where a young Asian woman handled the small transactions with a brief greeting and a smile. If you don't mind, mate, I've got a few deliveries to finish before I knock off. Moran looked up. An overalled lorry driver's patience had spilled over along with Moran's cappuccino. With a muttered grunt of an apology, he found a lid for the cup and made his way to the counter where the old lady was sorting a bag of provisions. He wanted to offer some word of praise or congratulation, but aware that this might appear inappropriate, or worse still, patronising in the worst possible way, he settled instead for a complicit smile with the cashier. He paid for his fuel and coffee, and hurried back to the car. The dashboard clock read just after 7, so he wasn't as late as he thought. As he turned into his road, Moran found himself wondering about the old lady's life. Widowed, no doubt, alone in the world, but defiant about her age and status, creating purpose where there was no real purpose, at least not in society's eyes. No high-powered job to occupy her time, no pressing engagements, no deadlines, no riddles to solve, save perhaps the Times crossword, which Moran guessed she probably completed daily as a matter of due diligence. "Good for you," he muttered aloud. "Perhaps that's the way forward, Brendan. Keep the old grey matter ticking over."
"Brendan, come in." Marian's smile was wide and genuine. "So glad you could make it. Let me introduce you to the gang. We've had a great turnout. What can I get you to drink? You're not on duty, I hope?"
"No, for once," he smiled back. "I'll take a little red wine if you have some."
"Of course. Come on in."
He was shown into a room full of earnestly chatting adults, glasses in hand, some with handfuls of crisps, others making emphatic gestures as they drove home their opinions on local affairs, the state of the roads, Brexit, the lamentable quality of babysitters. "Hello, you must be the policeman. I was warned about you." The voice was low, dusky, amused. He turned, surprised at the familiarity. "Samantha Grant." A hand was extended. "Brendan Moran." He offered his, and she took it. "I wasn't aware that my presence had been so warily anticipated." Samantha Grant laughed. "Well, one has to be careful what one says when you lot are around." Her voice was cultured, with a husky edge to it that set Moran's senses tingling. He guessed her age to be just the right side of 50, but her eyes were bright, and her unlined complexion could conceivably have belonged to a woman 10 years her junior.
"Sangiovese okay, Brendan?"
Marian had appeared at his elbow. He took the glass. "Perfect, thanks."
"I see you've met Samantha. She's been dying to meet you."
A wink, and Marian was gone into the living room melee. "Well, I wouldn't have put it quite like that." Samantha sipped her drink. "But I must confess to being a little intrigued. Are you a desk policeman, or do you still chase bad guys?" "A bit of both, as it happens." "Not slowing down, then?" Before Moran could analyse the question, they were interrupted by a tall, bearded man in an Aran jumper. "Chief Inspector Moran, isn't it? Delighted to have you among us. Joe Turnbull. We waved from afar once or twice." "Of course. Nice to finally catch up." Moran shook the proffered hand. Marian's husband seemed an odd match for the petite blonde, but then what did he know about marital pairing? "Must come over for a bite to eat, get to know each other better." Joe clapped him on the shoulder. "Didn't mean to interrupt. Carry on." He continued on his errand, disappearing into what Moran assumed was the kitchen. "Well, a chief inspector, no less," Samantha smiled, showing a row of even white teeth, the middle two slightly gapped. Far from being unattractive, the feature lent her smile a touch of playfulness Moran found appealing. "I've been at it a long time, the steady climb rather than the meteoric rise." "I suspect you're being rather modest, DCI Moran." "Brendan, please." "All right, Brendan it is." He sipped the Sangiovese, enjoying the warm sensation as it eased down his throat. Very drinkable. "But you haven't told me about yourself," he countered. "You're local, I'm assuming." "So, we've passed in the road how many times, and you've not noticed me? That's hardly encouraging for an older woman now, Brendan." "I'm sorry, I tend not to notice much when I'm walking." A wave of laughter from the centre of the room washed over them as Joe Turnbull made some pithy remark. They waited for the noise to subside, Samantha acknowledging their conversational pause with a smile and a shrug. Then she said, "We're 3 doors from each other.
I often see you walking along the water meadow." "I wasn't aware that I was attracting so much attention." "Now, don't be flattering yourself, Brendan. I happen to be a very observant person. It's my nature to notice things, and I'd have thought that as a policeman it'd be your stock-in trade." "Not when I'm off duty, I'm afraid. I'll tell you what I have noticed, though." "And what's that?" "A lady who's not escaped her Dublin roots entirely." "Oh, very good. I thought I'd lost the accent way back." "Oh, there's a little left. It's more the turn of phrase." She took a sip of wine and gave him an appraising look. "I take it all back. Your detection skills are beyond doubt." "Thanks. The Chief Constable will be much reassured." Samantha laughed, an attractive musical chuckle. "So, are they keeping you terribly busy these days?" "Oh, I'll bet you're involved in this dreadful Michel Lacroix thing." "I can't really comment, I'm sorry." "You are? Wow. Of course you can't talk about it. But what a terrible thing to happen. And her boyfriend, the guy in that band, what's his name?" She clicked her fingers. "Neil something. He lives just by the Swan in one of those swanky apartments, doesn't he? Do you think he's got anything to do with it? Oh, God, sorry, there I go again." "Perhaps we should move on," Moran suggested gently. Yes, we will. But you must know the whole village is talking about it. That poor girl. And such fantastic music. Have you heard it? I bought the CD. It's brilliant. I expect sales will go through the roof now she's gone. They always do, don't they?" "Not really my style, I'm afraid," Moran admitted. "It's all very sad, of course. But you appreciate that I can't say any more at present." "Lips sealed." Samantha drew an invisible line across her mouth. "Sorry, not another word." "So, what do you get up to?" Moran asked her. "You work in the village?" "On and off. Mostly off, if I'm honest. I work on reception at the Elephant a few times a week." "Ah, yes. I've been known to pop in for the odd pint. Nice place." "The rooms are fantastic. It used to be the Copper Inn. They were big on the culinary front. You know, gastro dining and so on. They've kept it up. Food's good. Nice atmosphere, too." Something rang a bell. Had Bowler or George mentioned this hotel? "I've lost you now." Samantha sipped her wine. Her eyes sparkled over the top of a wine glass. "Sorry, something rang a bell, not sure what." "Never off duty, you lot. Never date a policeman, my sister used to say." Moran felt a twinge of disappointment until he realised she was playing him like an expert. "Caution, Brendan, take it steady." They were interrupted a second time by Marion, this time to introduce Moran to a local lawyer. The guy was in his 60s, on the cusp of retirement, and about as dull as they came. As he launched into a discussion of current political issues, Samantha drifted gently away. Moran followed her with his eyes until she wound up by the window. He watched her chatting to a short, balding bloke in an ill-fitting jacket, and felt an unexpected frisson of jealousy run through him. "So what's your view?" the lawyer was saying. "Another referendum, or just get on with it?" Moran groaned inwardly as he prepared a suitably non-committal reply. As it turned out, he and Samantha were the last to leave. They were about to part company when she paused under a street lamp. "Fancy an early walk? 7:30 by the bridge." Moran was hugely tempted. He waved briefly to Marion and Joe as the front door closed, buying a few extra seconds to think. He thought of Charlie, sat in her office. He'd put money on it. Desk lamp, glowing, poring over the evidence, or lack of it. He thought of Galesh, alone in her remote cottage, the clock ticking quietly on the mantelpiece. He thought of what tomorrow night might or might not bring, the tasks to be undertaken, how he could place himself in the best possible supporting position.
"Maybe another time," he said. "I have to see a man about a grave." Chapter 9. Charlie had had a bad night. Her stomach upset, or whatever it was, had not cleared up as she'd hoped. She'd had to make several unscheduled toilet visits in the wee small hours before the persistent drumming of rain on the roof had finally woken her from a fitful doze just before dawn. Now, sitting at her desk, with the hands of the wall clock approaching 7:30, she felt the effects of her sleepless night settle over her like the earlier rain cloud over her maisonette. She wasn't hungry, and the coffee she'd brought in was still sitting untouched on her desk next to the open laptop. Charlie tapped the key and opened her email. The first was a brief report from DC Julian Ashton, whom she'd tasked to check out Lacroix's official social media accounts. Charlie scanned the email and groaned. They were all managed by the record company and consisted of a series of marketing messages and posts relating to the late singer's album and single releases. Unusually for a young woman, and with the exception of the scheduled posts Moran had mentioned, Michelle Lacroix had not been a prolific Facebook or Twitter poster. There was little of a personal nature in the management-run accounts, and very few responses to fan posts. Perhaps when Facebook finally provided the account password, there would be something in a Facebook Messenger trail to help. But by the time Facebook complied with their request, it would probably be way too late to be of any use. "Bloody GDPR," Charlie cursed inwardly. How are you supposed to conduct an efficient investigation when all routes into a person's online personal life were blocked by huge corporations? Next, Charlie scrolled down, opened the message. From DC Collingworth, or DC Keen as she privately called him. Not a bad thing to be keen, but the line dividing keenness and cockiness was wafer thin, something which Collingworth could do well to bear in mind. And she recalled work wasn't the only thing he was keen on, if the look he had given Tess Martin yesterday was anything to go by. Charlie reached for her coffee and took a tentative sip. Too hot still. Her stomach growled, objecting even to this minor intrusion. Maybe it was a stomach ulcer? Her father had suffered from a similar condition. Was it hereditary? She opened a browser, went to Google, stopped herself. Paranoid self-diagnosis, not a good way forward, but maybe she ought to make a GP's appointment just to be sure. She read Collingworth's email. The Evening Post had already created an online article, and Collingworth had dutifully supplied the link. Charlie clicked, skim-read it. It was good. Not too outlandish, nor unlikely. The deceased was Goring-based, the burial at St. Thomas of Canterbury Church. The deceased had specifically asked to be buried with certain articles of close sentiment. No mention of value, but the implication was clear. Charlie sat back in her chair. Would a petty thief be bright enough to pick up on it, if he happened to come across the article? Perhaps. Still, it hadn't cost much in terms of time or resource to set up the bait. The spend on that would start this evening, because she'd need to keep the graveyard under close obs in case Burke and Hare actually turned up. But who best to task with that? Charlie drummed her fingers on the desktop. Next email. From Tess. Pawn shop owner, stable but still unconscious. Not promising. Charlie checked the time Tess had sent the email. 04:35, so she wasn't the only insomniac on the team. Tess felt responsible, Charlie got that. She'd have done exactly the same. Knowing Tess, she'd probably have visited ICU in person rather than phoned. Charlie closed Outlook and settled back. this time with the coffee cup warming her hands around its comforting rounded contours. How should she deal with Tess? She couldn't ignore the fact that Tess had, for whatever reason, allowed the pawnshop assailant to slip by without the slightest effort to detain him. She couldn't describe what had happened, couldn't even offer a rough description of the guy. It was more than odd. It was worrying. Had she invented the whole thing? Maybe there hadn't been anyone but Tess and the proprietor in the shop, in which case, what had really happened? Surely Tess wouldn't have done the man any harm. Why would she? Unless she'd had some kind of moment, some mental disconnection. Or maybe she thought the proprietor, Alan Milton, was it? She checked her notes. Yes, Milton. Intended to harm her. There'd been no sign of the weapon used to assault Milton. Should she check again? Go over it with Tess tactfully, or just let it go? Another stomach gripe ended Charlie's speculation. She grabbed her smartphone to call her surgery. It was usually impossible to book an early appointment, especially with a favourite GP who was always oversubscribed, but maybe a cancellation. She waited a moment or two. Voicemail. The surgery hours are 8:30 to 5:30. Please call back between these times, or if your condition is urgent or serious, please call. Charlie killed the call. They were late switching the phones on today. By now they were dealing with the queue outside the surgery, the hopefuls looking for exactly the same as she was. The hypochondriac's holy grail, an appointment on the day. Charlie got up and lifted one of the slats of her blind. The open plan was buzzing with morning activity. Any time now? She'd only got halfway back to her desk when the knock came. She called over her shoulder. Yep, open for business. Morning, boss. Bowler strode in, annoyingly bright and breezy. Glad you didn't prefix that with good, DC O'Dunsey. What's up? Update on the pawn shop, boss. Forensics have been all over. CCTV footage is gone. Money in the till untouched. Charlie sat heavily, rubbed her eyes. Great. So whoever took the CCTV footage knows what the grave witness looks like, and we don't. She became aware the bowler was looking at her, not just with curiosity, but concern. What? What is it? You okay, boss? You don't look that... I know. Charlie waved Bowler's concern away. I'm not feeling my best. This'll cheer you up, then. What? Spit it out, Bowler. I'm not in the mood for games. Neil Butterfield's in reception. He wants to talk to you. Interview with Neil Butterfield at... Charlie glanced at the wall clock. 9:25, Wednesday, 15th October. Present at DR Charlie Pepper, DC Bowler O'Dunsey. Mr. Butterfield has indicated that he wishes to make certain facts known to us. Mr. Butterfield? Butterfield moistened his lips. Yeah, well, I might have some info for you. I think I've already mentioned him, but, I was a bit out of it at the time. Michelle was having a bit of trouble with this guy, Bowler shrugged. You gave us a name, yeah, but what kind of trouble? Hassling her. He was always coming on at her, even when I was around. And he got the right hump when Michelle started doing well, after the record deal and that. Let's not be shy, Mr. Butterfield. Would you please name this person? Charlie shifted position. The interview room chairs were unforgivingly hard. Budget cuts mean buttock ruts, as George McConnell had put it. Butterfield sniffed. Yeah, I already told DC O'Dunsey here. I'm talking about the studio bloke, Nedwell. My officers have already spoken to Mr. Nedwell. He hasn't seen Michelle for some time. Do you have any evidence to suggest he might not have been telling the truth? Bloke's a lying scumbag. Don't believe a word he says. Butterfield picked at his ear. You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Butterfield, Charlie replied. But that's not evidence. You search his place. You'll find something, I'll bet. Bowler leaned forward. Like what exactly? Something to prove he did this to Michelle. Butterfield banged the table hard, and Charlie flinched. Bloody hell! Why are you all just sitting around when Michelle's dead? Don't you want to find out who did this? The chair went backwards. Butterfield was standing now, fists clenched. Sit down, please, Mr. Butterfield, Bowler said. We all want the same thing, but we have to do it right. Butterfield's face twitched as he weighed up the pros and cons of making a scene. He looked at Charlie and Bowler in turn, made a brief mocking noise in his throat, and slammed himself into the chair, jammed his hands into his jeans pockets. Bloody waste of time, knew it would be. Listen up, Mr. Butterfield, Bowler said. Let's get one thing straight. We aren't going to get to the bottom of this by losing our rag, so why don't you tell us as clearly as possible what's troubling you about Mr. Nedwell? Charlie was grateful for Bowler's calming influence. Her colleague was a big guy, but he had a knack of pouring oil on troubled waters with the lightest of touches. And from where she was sitting, Butterfield fitted right into the troubled water category. All right. I heard he was planning on compiling the demos and releasing them independently. That doesn't constitute conspiracy to murder or assisting a suicide, Charlie said. No, but it shows you what kind of guy he is, right? I mean, I bet it was him who caught... Butterfield paused and bit his knuckles. After a few seconds he carried on. Who mutilated her? He always liked a ring, and he always hated me. It's just the sort of sick stunt he'd pull. Believe me, the guy's mental. He might come over all posh and helpful, but inside he's, oh, well, not what it seems. We haven't found any forensic links to suggest the chair went over again. You ain't found nothing. You're a waste of space, the lot of you. Butterfield was at the door. A uniformed officer appeared, raising his eyebrows in Charlie's direction. It's all right, P.C. Evans. Mr. Butterfield's just leaving. He's a little overwrought. Butterfield exited without a backward glance. P.C. Evans followed closely behind. Charlie sighed, leaned on her elbow. Interview terminated 9:43. She clicked the video button to off. What do you think, Bowler? Help me out here. Won't do any harm to have another sniff around Nedwell's studio. Guy has motive for sure. You thought he was okay, though? He talked a good story, absolutely. Charlie got up, massaged her rump, stretched. The Gov's spoken to her ex-band members. They were away on a mini-tour at the time, so that's a dead end. Another one? Well, thanks a bunch, Mr. Cheerful. Just what I need to hear. Charlie paced the interview room and went to the window, squinted through the pane at the never-ending traffic flow. Was Nedwell the man in the pawn shop? The perpetrator in the cemetery? I don't know. She paced again, returned to the table, sat on its corner, folded her arms. Search the premises thoroughly. Can't do any harm. Make sure he's shown the earring photo. Let's see the reaction. We did have a good look around, boss, Bowler said. Think it's worth it? Yes, I do think, DC O'Dunsey. Charlie took a breath, winced as her stomach cramped yet again. The pain passed as quickly as it had arrived. She took another breath, held a hand up as Bowler moved forward. I'm all right. Bowler looked unconvinced. Doctor, boss, soon as. I'm on it. Engaged as usual. Keep trying. If you're sick, what's going to happen here? Thanks for your concern. I didn't mean it like... I know. Get over to Nedwell's, Bowler. If I die while you're away, I'm sure someone will let you know. Bowler looked uncertain. Charlie waved him out. See you later. Keep me informed. She sat alone for a few minutes, turning options over in her mind. Maybe Butterfield was trying to draw fire away from himself. Forensics had combed his apartment already and found zilch. Time to cast the net wider. There'd been a neighbour, some woman George had mentioned. She might be worth a chat. Clueless. That's where you're at, Charlie. Clueless. She shivered. And ill. At least there was a clearly designated path for that. She fished out her phone. Dialed again. The first thing that struck Moran was the riot of colour. Layer upon layer of floral tribute had been laid out at the gates of the cemetery, the like of which he hadn't seen since Princess Diana's funeral. "Morning, sir." The uniformed officer gave him a brief nod. "They've been coming in all morning, sir. Pedestrians, bikes, taxis, you name it. We'll have to shut the road if it carries on like this." "Blocked by flowers, eh? Reminds me of 67. "Sir?" "San Francisco. Scott Mackenzie?" Never mind. You had to be there." "Forensics arrived yet?" "Yes, sir. Since 7:30. Moran thanked the PC and weaved his way between the headstones. It never hurt to have a second or even third look. He preferred to do this alone. Sometimes a colleague could be more distraction than asset, and he wanted to allow himself the time to examine the site in a more leisurely fashion, if that was the appropriate term under the circumstances. He could hear the low murmur of conversation as the forensics officers chatted. Moran positioned himself beneath a yew and surveyed the churchyard. How had the crime been committed? At what time? What path had the perpetrators taken through the graveyard? How many had there been? More than one, surely, with a coffin to carry, and space to be made in the hard Berkshire clay. It had been a warm summer, and the ground was still dry, compacted by months of drought. Griffith would confirm this. Moran was confident, if and when he turned up. He glanced at his watch. He still had a few minutes before the Welshman was due to meet him. It was a brilliant blue October morning, the colours declaring autumn to be in full flow, but summer was clinging to its coattails for all it was worth. Scarcely a breeze, the sun surprisingly warm on his face. Moran closed his eyes and thought about a young girl, an orphan at first, but in time a stable childhood, a burgeoning musical talent, the inevitable years of rebellion, the striving for success, the finding of it, but then a brutal termination. By the hand of another, or by her own, in a final, flamboyant, death-defying, literally, statement of futility. But why here? Why this suburban backwater? Michelle had had no connection with St. Swithin's, domestic or religious. But maybe that was the point. No connections, no clues, no logic, no traceability for the assistants or perpetrators, as Moran preferred to think of them, because whether Michelle had put them up to it or not, they were still guilty of a crime. The cemetery, he noted, was well kept, the grass close cut and springy underfoot. Griffith was evidently a thorough groundsman. It was Griffith who had reported the crime. Would anyone else have spotted it? How obvious had the disturbed earth been? Had Griffith witnessed the crime, delayed the reporting of it for some reason? But, as it may, Moran reserved judgment. Better to let the man speak for himself. Let his guilt or innocence make itself clear. Moran's reverie was disturbed by the revving and abrupt cessation of a motorcycle engine. More flower deliveries? Press? No. Moran squinted, shielded his eyes against the bright sunlight. Raised voices directed his attention towards the lich gate. Ah, someone demanding entry. Probably his interviewee. Moran walked quickly towards the kerfuffle. As he drew closer, he could see the uniformed officer arguing with someone. "I'm meeting the policeman, yes, eh? I work here. Haven't they told you?" "It's all right," Moran interrupted. "My fault, Constable. I should have mentioned that I was meeting Mr. He realised no one had supplied him with the gravedigger's surname. "His name is Griffith," Moran explained. "The groundsman." "The body specialist, he means." Griffith grinned, all trace of animosity apparently forgotten. "I put him in nice and neat like." "Very well, sir," the PC said. "In you go, then." To Moran, "I'll be here if you need me, sir." "Thanks." Moran held the gate open. "I think we can manage." Moran had half imagined a lumbering Hagrid-like figure to go with the name, but nothing could have been further from the truth. Griffith was a short, stocky man in his early 30s, shaven-headed, with a barrel chest and short, muscular arms. His nose was pierced by a silver ringlet, looped through his septum and joining one nostril to the other. The overall effect serving to enhance Moran's impression of restless bovine energy. DCI Moran, is it? Griffith held out a meaty hand. Moran took it and felt the coiled power of the man in the return squeeze. That's right, he confirmed. I was hoping you could tell me a little more about your recent discovery. Bad business. Griffith shook his head as they walked along the path towards the Lacroix side. See, I wouldn't have spotted it normally. Griffith paused at a gravestone, bent and reunited some loose chippings with their parent. A white rectangular slab butted up to a small inscribed headstone which read, Joseph Fordyce, died 20th February 2012. Never forgotten. The grass had all but grown over the stonework, and there were no signs of recent maintenance. Forgotten too soon, more like. Griffith had straightened up. Can't keep on top of it all, that's the truth of it, Inspector. I can keep the paths clear, tidy the leaves, fix the quick problems, but the trouble is I'm spread too thin, see? I wanted here, there and everywhere, usually at the same time, he laughed. People won't stop dying, that's the thing. So, what time was it roughly, would you say, when you realised that something was amiss? Around 8:30 in the morning, I reckon. I was just passing this spot right here because my lock-up's over there in the corner, look, and I'd happened to glance across the fence. He pointed to the site with a stubby finger. I don't know what drew my eye because I wasn't expecting to see anything, maybe a squirrel or something it might have been, I don't know, so I went over to the fence and saw the line of turf, like. So you wouldn't normally have walked across this particular part of the cemetery? No, see, these are old, very old graves. We're in the oldest part of the cemetery. You can see the headstones, look, half swallowed by the ground. Moran looked down at his feet. Indeed, there were just a few faint protrusions from the earth, lichen-covered, canted to one side in several cases, as if the earth itself was slowly and deliberately erasing all memory of the mortal remains interred beneath. And it was the turf which gave it away. That's right. Good job, though. Someone had been very careful not to let any raw soil show. Quite a professional piece of work, I'd say, except, mind, there was some spoil just on the right-hand side. It wasn't obvious, but maybe that's what made me go over and look a bit closer. So the neat job was compromised by someone else, do you think? Someone who wasn't as adept at covering their tracks? It's possible, Inspector. That's all I can say. I leave the sleuthing up to the professionals. He grinned, showing a stunted line of yellow teeth. Do you ever come up here after dark? Moran asked the question casually. Griffith shook his bullet head slowly from side to side. There was a small tattoo on his neck, which Moran couldn't quite make out. No, not at all. Once or twice in the past, when the old boot rung me at some ungodly hour, saying she thought she'd seen something in the graveyard, snooping around like, you know. The old boot? I take it you mean the verger. Blackheart? Yeah, that's who I mean. Lockhart? Moran frowned. Why Blackheart? Long story, Inspector. She's a devil, that one. You ought to watch her right enough. She seemed perfectly civil to me, Moran said. Oh, she puts on a good show, she does that. You've not seen eye to eye. I won't go into detail, Inspector. I know when to badmouth anyone, look. But when that one wants something, she usually gets it, no matter what, that's all. One last thing, Moran said. Did you by any chance receive a phone call from a journalist recently, and maybe let slip a little information about this incident? Griffith touched the side of his nose. Welsh lass, right? Well now, Inspector, what can I say? But that we look out for each other, know what I mean? I do. But may I remind you that right now any information relating to Michelle Lacroix's death is confidential. Sounding off to the press might well compromise our investigation. I hear you, Inspector. Good. We all want the same thing here, don't we, Griffith? To get the truth. Absolutely! Griffith blew into his hands. Anything more I can help you with? You just let me know, Inspector. Glad to be of assistance. Moran watched the gravedigger make his way back to the lich gate, where he paused for a brief banter with the PC before firing up his motorcycle. The rhythmic thrum of the machine's throbbing engine bounced off the church walls and into the stillness of the cemetery, lifting the heads of the handful of mourners permitted access to commune with their dearly departed. One such tall figure, in a long grey coat, raised a hand to his eyes to shield them from the sun, seemed to shake his head at the disturbance. He glanced across to where Moran was standing and made a dismissive gesture, as if to say, "Does nobody have any respect any more?" The engine note faded as the bike accelerated towards the main road, and silence descended once more, leaving Moran with his thoughts, which, he ruefully admitted to himself, were comprised mainly of more questions to add to his already full quota. Was it worth disturbing the forensics team, getting an update from the horse's mouth? No, best not. They'd pipe up quickly enough if they found anything else. Besides, he'd wanted to touch base with Charlie. Let her know he was around. Moran's route took him past the plot where less than a minute ago the tall man had been standing. Fresh flowers had been laid on the grave, a bouquet of red carnations. Moran read the tombstone inscription on his way past. Ernest William Dugdale, died 5th of January, 1890. Too old. Way too old to be remembered by any living mourner. Moran quickened his pace, gritting his teeth against the stiffness in his leg, banged through the lich gate, looked one way towards the main road, then the other. The man had disappeared. Damn! Charlie had described the guy in the pawn shop as tall, long coat. It wasn't much, but surely not a coincidence. "Everything all right, sir?" P.C. Henderson inquired. He was carrying an armful of flowers, clearing the pavement around the churchyard entrance. "Did you see a tall guy come through, long coat, hat, one of those, what do you call them, fedora, yes, like a fedora?" Henderson shook his head. "No, sir, just the two ladies." "You didn't see him coming earlier?" "No, sir. There's just been the two ladies, yourself and the gravedigger chappie." "Right. Thanks." Moran went to his car, found his smartphone, cursing himself for his slowness to catch on. He waited for Charlie to pick up. Chapter 10. "I didn't get a good look at him," Moran said. "The sun was low and bright. I remember he shielded his eyes over the brim of his hat. I glanced back towards Lacroix's grave. I was in two minds whether to chat to forensics, and when I looked back, he'd gone. The uniform saw nothing. Probably came in and out over a wall, through the gardens, facing onto the rear of the cemetery." Charlie looked up as someone knocked. "Come in, Tess." Tess Martin was smartly dressed in a navy blouse and dark skirt. No makeup, but there was colour in her cheeks. She looked at each of her seniors in turn. "News?" Charlie pushed her chair back, stretched her legs. "The Gov might have seen your tall man in the cemetery." Tess compressed her lips, barely nodded. "That's good. That's really good." "Not so good, because he was out of there like a bullet," Moran said. "Maybe he had some premonition that I'd join the dots, figure out who he was." "It's not that we didn't believe you, Tess," Charlie said gently. "It was just unusual, I suppose, that you didn't get a description or—" "Stop him leaving the shop?" "Yeah, that's what you're all thinking." "He moved quickly," Moran said, "and he's clearly adept at disappearing, so no sweat, Tess. We may be dealing with a professional here." "But who? What's his interest?" Charlie shrugged. "Could be killer or accomplice or someone working for them. We don't have enough to go on yet, which is why I'm hoping our pawn man will recover quickly enough to tell us more." "It wasn't good last night," Tess said.
You were there at some ungodly hour, Tess. I saw that from your email. Charlie sighed. Look, I need you on full strength right now, not sleep-deprived and stressed. Mr. Milton is under 24-hour obs, so don't feel the need to... Tess gave a short, humourless laugh. Sleep-deprived? That doesn't cover it. Your counsellor hasn't helped, Moran asked softly. I'd recommend you ask your GP for a short course of sleeping potion. Work for me. I need something a lot stronger than that, Gov, Tess said. Trust me. You're doing fine, Tess, Charlie said. I wouldn't have you on the team if I thought you weren't up to it. Sure, we're on your side, Tess, Moran added. And it's no slur on your ability, nor on your fitness for duty that this guy gave you the slip. Thanks, Gov. I appreciate it. Charlie was watching Tess carefully. So, she summarised, maybe our mystery man was keeping an eye on the forensics team, keeping tabs on who's coming and going. We have to turn the tables, flush him out, get one step ahead. Right now we're at least 2 behind. Charlie got up, went to a window, turned her back, and winced as the stomach gripes came and went in waves. She took a breath, turned around to face Moran and Tess. Are we all set for tonight, Tess? Tess nodded. All set. I've put a team together to watch St. Thomas's churchyard. The armed response unit are on standby if anything goes down. Remind me where? Goring-on-Thames. Charlie bit her lip and nodded. A bit out in the sticks. Still, our friends have undoubtedly got transport. Chances are that these lowlifes won't have much of a description to go on either, Moran warned. It was dark. They were probably watching from a distance. Sure, but if I can get him, I'm going to get him. Charlie folded her arms. Anything they can tell us about that night, so much the better. We just need a bit of luck, that's all. Another wave, this time so fierce it made her gasp. Charlie? Moran had obviously spotted something was wrong, despite her best efforts to disguise the fact. The room was blurring. Charlie put out a hand to steady herself, misjudged the position of her desk, felt herself toppling, pain burning a line in her abdomen. She was dimly aware of Moran's voice, Tess kneeling beside her, asking her questions which made no sense. It was easier to keep her eyes closed, fall back into the darkness. Ruptured ovarian cyst, the white-coated doctor said brightly. Nasty. Can lead to complications, but we managed to stop the bleeding. That's the danger with cysts. I checked everything out whilst I was at it. There's still evidence of endometriosis, but nothing which concerns me for now. It should all calm down over the next week or so. She'll be fine. She just needs rest. That's a relief, Moran said. Presume you'll keep her in tonight? Oh, yes, for a day or two. Right, thanks. When can we see her? She's post-op now. Be around 45 minutes before she gets onto the ward. I'd leave it a few hours. She'll be woozy for a while. Of course. Thanks again. No problem. The young surgeon smiled and sashayed away to change or do whatever surgeons did after an operation. Moran watched her go. So young, so skilled. He was still pondering when he caught sight of a familiar face. Dr. Gordon, the stand-in pathologist, deep in conversation with another doctor, a man in his 50s with senior consultant written all over him. Moran made his way haltingly along the corridor, reluctant to interrupt, but hoping to catch her before she hurried on to her next task. Dr. Gordon saw him approaching, however, and broke off her conversation to greet him. Chief Inspector, nice to see you. You too, Moran smiled, acknowledging her companion with a nod. This is Alan King, she said by way of introduction. Alan, this is Chief Inspector Brendan Moran. Pleasure. King's handshake was dry and firm. He radiated confidence and a kind of TV personality charm which Moran found deeply unappealing. You're in pathology too, I expect? Moran inquired. Not likely, King replied. Rarely go anywhere near the path lab if I can help it. Alan's surgical, Dr. Gordon's voice broke in. One of the best. Thing is, King replied, absorbing the compliment, Morag prefers patients who can't talk back. Moran smiled politely. "I didn't thank you for stepping in so promptly the other day," he said to Dr. Gordon. "Much appreciated." "Not a problem," Dr. Gordon replied. Her hair was tied back into a single plait, makeup sparingly applied. She was a natural beauty right enough. "I do hope you get to the bottom of it, that poor girl. Awful to think she was suicidal with all that success ahead of her. If only—" "Still unproven," Moran corrected her. "The investigation's ongoing." "No, but surely no one would have wanted to harm her." Gordon wrinkled her brow, the action only serving to enhance her Nordic attractiveness. "History of drug abuse, broken family, mental instability, questionable associates, and so on," King chipped in. "All points to suicide in my book. Still, you fellows must dot every I, cross every T, right?" "Quite right," Moran agreed. "And we're very careful not to make assumptions before we've thoroughly satisfied ourselves concerning cause of death." "Well, it was suffocation," Gordon said. "I've already confirmed that." "You have indeed," Moran said. "But the small business of how she came to be in that situation is yet to be fully established."
"Some ne'er-do-well, I shouldn't wonder," King said. "Like I said, bad company."
"We'll see." Moran smiled at both. "Open case, open mind. That's my motto."
"Well, don't let me keep you, Inspector," King said briskly. "Sounds like you have cul-de-sacs to explore." He turned to Gordon. "See you later. If you can leave those X-rays with my secretary, I'd be grateful."
"No problem." Morag Gordon lit up the corridor with a Scandi smile.
"Nice to meet you, Inspector."
King jutted his chin as he moved along the corridor. He was greeted by patients and staff alike, all with an attitude bordering on reverence. "Popular chap," Moran said. "Alan's quite the philanthropist," Dr. Gordon said. "Fantastic surgeon, and generous with it too."
She caught Moran's eye and held it.
"But I didn't ask you why you're here. Anything I can help with?" "Afraid not. Our DI, Charlie Pepper, the SIO on the Lacroix case, has just been admitted." "Oh no! Nothing serious, I hope?" "Everything's under control, I'm told. But she'll be convalescing for a few weeks once she's discharged. She'll be seething with frustration when she comes round. Big case for her." "I'll bet. Frustrating. Glad she's okay, though." Dr. Gordon's expression exuded concern. "If I can help at all, let me know." "Thanks. That's very kind." "Well, must dash." Another Hello Magazine smile, and she was off along the busy corridor, clipboard in hand, gracefully negotiating the wheelchairs and slow movers with practiced ease.
Nice girl. Spoken for, though, no doubt. Moran found himself envying the lucky guy, which in turn led him to thinking about the previous evening, Dr. Gordon's fading image, making way for Samantha Grant's playful smile. "You're too old, Brendan. Too old and too busy." And busy was about to get worse. A summons to Higginson's office was inevitable. His backseat role as mentor was about to change to the seat with the wheel and accelerator, the one labelled SIO.
"Gov, you're back. How's Charlie?"
"Stable." Moran gave Tess the thumbs up. "Gynae issue. Unpleasant, but under control. She'll be out of the picture for a while. We'll have a team get-together shortly. If you can rally the troops, say 10 minutes.
"Sure. Glad she's okay. By the way, the audio guy's looking for you. The nerdy one with the glasses, you know."
"They're all nerdy, right?" Tess smiled. "Good to see, and rare these days."
"True," she said, "but this one has a little goatee."
"Oh, I know the one. Thanks, Tess. So, make it 20 for the IR.
Tell the team, would you?"
Moran made his way to the ground floor, feeling a sudden burst of optimism. He wended his way through the server room to the audio lab, pressed the buzzer. As he waited, he found his thoughts returning to Dr. Gordon. He had the nagging feeling he'd missed something. He was sure he'd meant to ask her about... no, it was gone. Someone peered through the glass. Tess's nerdy guy. "You'll like this," the technician said, as he held the lab door open. "No preliminaries." Not that Moran expected any. This was uber geek territory after all. Moran followed the t-shirted, jean-clad figure into the lab. Staff of similar age and appearance were dotted around the room, all apparently created from the same mould. Most had headphones clamped to their ears, were focused solely on their silent-running software. For an audio lab, it was as silent as the grave, which struck Moran as disquieting. "I've broken this right down," Moran's man said. The ID card dangling from his lanyard read James Branston. "Okay, just give it to me in layman's terms," Moran encouraged him. "Something I don't need a computer science degree to understand." "What? Oh, sure, okay." Branston straightened his glasses. "It's pretty straightforward, actually, as it turns out. I've broken the recording down into machine code level, so it's all binary now, you see." "Or Chinese in my case," Moran said. "Go on." Branston licked his lips. "Right, well, each registry item ends with the same code. What I mean is, effectively, a cut or a pause in binary speak. Each registry holds X number of binary digits, you see." "I'm thinking already," Moran said. "What does it mean?" "In simple terms, the recording's been spliced together, probably from different sources. But, and here's the thing, most probably, and I say this carefully because I may be wrong, most probably recorded in the same location. I can tell because I've isolated all the background noise, popped the signal through the decoder and... Wait! You're saying that someone took some original recordings of Michel Lacroix's voice and created a fake recording? Joined words together to create the confession? Yeah, that's it, pretty much. And it was all done in the same place, the same room, maybe. Yeah. A recording studio, for instance? Branston nodded. Wouldn't have to be. These days, a home studio will have the same gear, or a demo studio. Yeah, it is possible. They'd have all the necessary equipment. Thanks, Moran said. That's what I've been waiting for. He had one foot in the corridor when Branston called after him. "Inspector Moran?" Moran turned impatient. "What?" "Look for somewhere that has a bike garage or repair shop or something like it nearby." "A motorbike garage?" "Yeah." "Thanks. That's very helpful. And well done," he added. But Branston had already returned his attention to the twin monitors on his workstation, was peering at the next item in his schedule. Moran headed for the IR. Weren't Bowler and George at Nedwell's demo studio right now? And wasn't there a bike shop right next door? All of it? Bowler was trying to keep the incredulity out of his voice, and doing badly. "Yes," Moran confirmed. "Anything which can store audio. I'm no expert, but laptops, PCs, they record with computers these days, don't they? Tapes, CDs, all storage media. I want it all back here in the audio lab by this evening." "What about Nedwell?" "You can tell him not to leave town. He can stay put for now." "He won't be a happy bunny by the time we're done," Bowler said. "This is the guy's living." Bowler sounded slightly aggrieved. Or maybe sympathetic. The DC was into music. Maybe he'd found a common bond. "Well, tough," Moran said. "He could well be our prime suspect, Bowler. Just do it, please, as quickly as possible." "Sir." Moran made a beeline to his office, unlocked his PC, and found the audio file, closed his eyes, sat back and listened again with new ears.
"So, I've killed myself. I wanted to record something for posterity. Lucky you, whoever you are. Here we go. I'm not frightened. It won't be much fun, I know, when the air runs out. I know what you're thinking. Was she crazy? Why this? No. It's what I want. Life is a cycle. Birth, life, death. You can hear the cycle in my songs. Now I'm going into the earth, a fallen leaf. Today, the day you found me, a new song is unveiled. A leaf must fall. Yes, it's hard. Don't get it? In that case, I can help you. I'm sorry if it's really gross in here by now. So, to be clear, no one did this to me. I did it to myself. But I got someone to help, obvs. No questions, no talking me out of it. That was part of the deal. Someone I didn't know. Someone anonymous. You won't know them either. Don't even bother looking. Anyway, no point rabbiting on. I always talk too much. Hard to work with. That's one of the big issues, he always said. Well then, bye forever. And sorry about the hassle. The leaf will fall. Go into the earth. My name is Michel Lacroix. I was 29 years old. That's it. He listened again, paused at, don't even bother looking, replayed it. Don't even bother looking. Was he imagining it? Could he hear the cut between bother and looking? Moran stopped the audio and wondered about complexity. Such an odd way to kill someone. Why had the killers taken all this trouble? Plural, because Nedwell, if Nedwell was indeed their man, couldn't have been acting on his own. The secret burial, which hadn't been as secret as they'd have liked, would have taken considerable effort and planning. They'd have needed an inside man, too, or woman, the gravedigger or verger, perhaps, or someone yet to be identified. Tess's mysterious man in the pawn shop? Which reminded him. He picked up the phone, asked to be put through to the ICU. He waited a few seconds before a female voice answered. ICU, can I help you? Moran made his inquiries. No change. The pawn man, Milton, was still unconscious. In his experience, head injuries were always touch and go. It could go either way. For now, though, without wishing to sound callous, Milton was a dead end. So it was all about Nedwell for the time being, but Moran conceded something still felt wrong. Moran had been around the block too many times to count his chickens prematurely. There was more legwork to be done, more to be uncovered. Butterfield had been overly keen to point the finger at Nedwell, and if Nedwell proved to be innocent, that would mean the guilty parties had gained more time to put distance between themselves and the murder. And Moran wasn't happy about that prospect, not at all. So then, options open, legwork to continue, while Nedwell's interviews were in progress. And then there was tonight's graveyard trap at St. Thomas's in Goring, an unlikely road to salvation. Sometimes, though, as Moran well knew, salvation could appear in unexpected forms, even in the form of a long-dead saint. Chapter 11. Goring-on-Thames, the epitome of an English rural town. It had everything. Peace and tranquillity, the thread of continuing prosperity, courtesy of old Father Thames, picturesque red-bricked buildings glowing in rich autumn sunsets, a sense of history, connections with literature, famous residents. The list went on. But was it too far out of town to attract the grave robbers? For all Tess knew, they could be miles away, working some other area. Birmingham, Leeds, Portsmouth. Who could say? She sighed. It was a slender hope, which, if she were to be completely honest, she would never have hung her hat on, but for D.C. Collingworth's enthusiasm. Chris's enthusiasm, reinforced by the supportive and rather surprising backing of the Gov and Charlie Pepper. Well, Charlie was out of the picture for now, and Tess didn't know how she felt about that. Or rather she did, but she was keeping that thought at bay, in case it kick-started a process she'd later regret. She had only recently concluded
that D.I. Pepper's role in the events which had taken place outside the hospital that terrible day required a more thorough examination. And the dreams, the nightmares, Tess, be honest, had taken on a harder, harsher edge of late, in which D.I. Pepper's persona had shifted from sympathetic, supportive boss into some kind of malignant despot, determined to send Tess into the fire if she could find an excuse to do so. Last night had been particularly bad. She had awoken suddenly, sat bolt upright, her nightie drenched in sweat. The clock told her it was 3:25. Elements of the dream were still in her mind's eye, freewheeling in slow motion like shrapnel. She went to the kitchen, put the kettle on, and painstakingly began to reassemble the fragmented picture. 20 minutes later, an untouched mug of tea beside her, she had the gist of it. She blamed Charlie Pepper for ordering her to stop the Duchess's car, for exposing her to a bomb she'd known was out there. But Tess had been the only option. That's how it had gone. Really? How about if they'd found the culprit earlier? How about if they'd handled the whole sorry episode more efficiently? How about if someone had simply called the Duchess's driver instead of sending an already wounded officer into danger? But the dreams didn't stop there. Since the recent pawnshop episode, they'd taken on a more sinister quality. A tall man, the man, was there in the background, watching, waiting. He never spoke, but somehow Tess was able to hear his voice. The words, a carefully articulated expression of intent. "We will meet again. Be sure of it." There'd been no more sleep after that. Just another cold, grey dawn. "DC Martin?" Tess jumped, startled out of her reverie. Or had she drifted off for a moment? She wound the window down. "Yes, PC Howard?" "We're in position, well out of sight. Nothing to report as yet." Tess checked the time on the dashboard clock. "Won't be, not for a long while. Maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow night. Maybe never." "Right you are," PC Howard nodded. "I'll keep you posted." Had Tess imagined the resigned look on the man's face? Probably not. The prospect of a lengthy nocturnal stakeout was hardly living the dream, especially for a young guy with a family. Which reminded her, where was Collingworth? He'd nipped out to grab a sandwich and 2 coffees half an hour ago. Tess checked the rear view. A few pedestrians walking their dogs in the fading light. 1 or 2 couples holding hands, taking the air, heading for a romantic stroll by the river before dinner. Tess envied them. She hadn't had a boyfriend since Mike had walked out on her, citing her job as the relationship killer. Had she truly believed that? Not really. She'd felt rejected, taken it as a personal affront. She hadn't been good enough for him. That's what he'd meant, but never had the guts to say. Since then, she'd focused on the job, pretended she didn't need a bloke, joked with girlfriends that she was better off without one, enjoyed her independence, her freedom. All lies. Traffic through the village had thinned since early evening, all quiet in England's green and pleasant land. But where was Collingworth? Street lamps on now, daylight all but gone. Very little movement. No. Wait. A cat scurrying across the narrow road. From Tess's parked position, she enjoyed a clear view of the entrance to the walled-off open land immediately adjacent to St. Thomas's Church, the rectory garden donated to the parish way back when. It was dotted with trees, a bench on the far side, but the shadows were claiming the area for their own. Another 5 minutes passed. She felt herself wishing for sight of the 2 PCs, or anyone, come to that. A fine mist had drifted over the village as darkness fell. She could barely make out the wall, and 10 minutes later, The church itself had all but vanished. It was stuffy inside the car. Tess wound her window down a little. The smell of the dank autumn evening invaded her nostrils, conjuring childhood images of conkers, long family walks, smoky bonfires. Her mind drifted, her eyes closed. She opened her eyes, disoriented. Where was she? She remembered, relaxed. Then the sound of footsteps on the wet pavement. Someone coming at last. Collingworth, finally. Not Collingworth. Too tall. Tess froze, tried to make herself smaller, hunkered down in her seat. The window was still open. She wound it slowly up, a centimetre at a time. The footsteps came closer. She clamped her mouth shut to stop herself crying out. The footsteps slowed, came to a dead stop. She became aware of a noise, breathless, high-pitched. Realized it was coming from her. A primitive, whimpering noise like a terrified animal. Tap, tap, tap. Her heart leapt. Oh, God, Collingworth, where are you? Please, please. Tap, tap. She daren't look. She looked. Not Collingworth. The hat was pulled down low, his face looming in the side window. Their eyes met. Tess screamed, lunged for the lock button, hit it, heard the clunk as the doors sealed. Her hands were trembling so much she could hardly operate her mobile. She dropped it between the seats, cursed. Her fingers closed around it. There was a muffled thump on the roof. Don't look! Don't look! But when she did, there was no one. The face had gone. Wait. 40 metres ahead under the street lamp. Coming towards her. Tess banged the mobile in frustration. Answer! 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 The ringtone stopped. Bad signal. She threw the device on the floor. What now? Collingworth had the keys. She couldn't drive away, couldn't get out, in case she'd... Wait. She looked again. The mist cleared a little. Collingworth! She unlocked the doors. Collingworth got in, smiling. Sorry, took ages. Everything's shut, of course. Had to persuade a pub to let me have 2 coffees and a round of chicken sarnies. Took bloody ages. Hey, you all right? Tess didn't trust herself to speak. She was shaking like a drunk with the DTs. What happened? Come here. It's okay. It's okay. She leaned over, happy to follow instructions, allowed Collingworth, Chris, to hold her. Tell me what happened. His voice was gentle, soothing, made her feel safe. The guy in the pawn shop. He was here. What? Collingworth disengaged, looked her in the eye. Are you kidding? His hand went to the door handle. When? Just now. Wait, she said. He's gone. I don't know how it was all so quick. Collingworth frowned. Same as before? Who is this guy, Tess? Are you sure? I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. She could feel her lip quivering. Collingworth saw it, pulled her to him again. She wanted to object, but he smelled good, masculine, strong. She buried her head in his shoulder. This was all wrong, unprofessional, mad. After a while she looked up. Their eyes met, and their lips soon followed. But the voice in the back of her mind, whispering at first, grew louder and louder until it was a roar that filled her ears. Stop! Stop this now! She pulled away. Oh, I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Your wife. She drew a breath. Stay here, please, DC Collingworth. I'm going to check on the uniforms and make sure they're paying attention. Tess, look, you don't... DC Martin, please. Let's keep this the way it should be, professional. But... Tess got out of the car, leaned in. You stay put. Keep your eyes peeled. She slammed the door, walked away, breathing hard. What the hell are you thinking? The church was shrouded in the gloom. Mist clung to the ground like a scene from a Hammer B-movie. She turned the corner, found the path that led down the side of the church to the cemetery. No sign of the uniforms, which was good. The first would be by the far wall near the commemorative bench, as agreed, and the second near the rear exit which led to the street. The porch loomed out of the darkness, and her heart leapt. Had something moved? She stood stock still. A cat sauntered from the shadows and passed her with a disdainful look, tail in the air. She relaxed, but her senses were on high alert. Her night vision improving, and the irregular shapes in the churchyard beginning to form themselves into gravestones of diverse shapes and sizes. And then he was there, right in front of her, blocking the path. She froze. Don't panic. The uniforms were watching. They'd spot him, move in, grab him before he could— I told you we would meet again. Who are you? She was surprised at how calm she sounded, her voice flat in the mist. I am someone you obey, without question. Tess fumbled in her jacket, produced her ID. You're under— The man made a dismissive gesture. Your parents? They are infirm, I believe. What? Her heart, which had begun to thump in a slow survival mode rhythm, missed a beat. What do you mean? They will be my insurance. I don't understand. To ensure that you follow my instructions. Where were the uniforms? Why couldn't they see what was— You will go to the hospital. You will talk to the duty police officers, tell them to take a break. You will allow me to enter the side ward. You will do this at 04:30 hours. Tess stepped forward. There are police officers surrounding this church. You have nowhere to go. 04:30 hours, without fail. I mean what I say. And in a moment, Tess was looking at empty space. She went to the corner of the church, checked the porch, backtracking. Nothing. Mum. Dad. She leant on the porch wall, felt the damp stonework against her sweat-soaked back. Panic and dread coursed through her, a sense of utter helplessness. What do I do? Her mother had suffered a stroke 3 years previously. She was completely paralyzed on one side. Some movement in her right arm, but not much. Her father managed a heart condition. They were frail, vulnerable, reliant on neighbours popping in, friends, their daughter. They will be my insurance. Tess wiped clammy sweat from her forehead. What time was it? After midnight, surely. She lingered by the porch, in a storm of indecision. Uniforms! Find them! Tess? Collingworth. She turned. There he was, coming up the path. I told you to stay in the car. I know, but nothing. Get back to it. I'm fine. His face was a mask of conflicting emotions. For a moment, she wanted to tell him everything, but she couldn't do that, not now. Sure, all right. Collingworth squared his shoulders and retreated, his body language radiating confusion and anger. Tess swallowed hard, walked quickly through the churchyard. She found P.C. Howard. He hadn't seen anything. No one had arrived, no one had left. When Tess asked him why he hadn't spotted her by the church, he confessed that he might have been taking a pee at the time. P.C. Trent had decided to check the back streets for suspicious vehicles. Tess tore Howard off a strip and gave him a message for P.C. Trent along the same lines. She went back to the car. Collingworth had opted for monosyllabic communication, which suited her fine. It was 1:33, which gave her a couple of hours to think. Not enough, but it would have to do. Moran turned the key in the lock, pushed the door open. He was met by darkness and silence, something he still wasn't accustomed to following his Cocker Spaniel's departure to a new home. Archie's frantically wagging tail, the presentation of a chewed rubber ball at his feet, and the keen expectation in the dog's eyes were all sadly missed. But a policeman's house was no place for a pet, particularly one as lively as Archie. He still saw him from time to time around the village, straining on his lead, pulling his new owner along on his way to a riverside walk where, Moran knew from experience, the little dog would plunge into the water by the canoe ramp, sending alarmed ducks and moorhens scattering. Moran flicked on the light switch, and the doorbell rang. He consulted his watch. It was after 10. Muttering, he went to the front door, applied the chain, opened the door a crack. "Hi. Don't tell me," Moran smiled wearily. "A cup of sugar?" "Ha ha. No, an evening stroll, if you've a mind and a good pair of legs." "Ah, that'll be right. I didn't think you were the kind of girl to take no for an answer," Moran said. Good judge of character, but then you are a policeman after all," Samantha Grant chuckled. "I'll get me coat," Moran said. "No, wait, I'm still wearing it. But then, as you've been spying on me, you'll already know I've just got in." "Cross my heart, I had no idea," Samantha said. "I just thought I'd see if he's about." Against his better judgment, Moran allowed himself to be led outside and along the street towards the water meadow. "Do you mind?" Samantha tucked her arm into his. "Bit chilly tonight. There was a mist on the water earlier this morning. You missed it. Oh, how did your graveyard visit go, by the way?" "By the way, I'm not really supposed to talk about the case," Moran replied. "Oops, there I go again. Sorry. But as you asked, it was odd and a little frustrating." "Now I'm intrigued. You can't leave it there." They entered the car park and found the stile leading onto the meadows. The darkness was profound, the river a strip of deeper blackness to their left. The recently mown grass was springy. A light wind rustled the unseen leaves high above the river, and an owl hooted somewhere. A warning, maybe, or a challenge to some other nocturnal predator. "But I must, I'm afraid," Moran said eventually, "till it's all out in the open, all resolved." "Hugely satisfying, I'd have thought," Samantha said. "Solving a case, I mean. Cracking the puzzle." "Funnily enough, by the time you get there, you just want it to end," Moran admitted. "It's usually a joint effort, not just down to my own deductive powers, which are limited at the best of times." "I don't believe that for a moment." Samantha nudged him gently. "You'd better," Moran said. "It's the truth." She stopped, unlinked her arm, and looked him in the eye, or so he believed. It was too dark to be sure. "Have I found an honest man?" she said, almost to herself. "Finally." "There are a few about," he replied, a little uncomfortably. "Well then, let me show my appreciation." She leaned in close. Her lips brushed against his, and he drew her towards him, all resistance gone. She smelled wonderful. He kissed her gently, then more urgently. They stood fused together in the darkness. Time passed. He didn't want it to end. A sudden movement, a black shape racing in the darkness, caught both their attention simultaneously. They disengaged reluctantly, both startled. "Oh!" Samantha pointed. "What on earth?" The shape had altered trajectory. It was now headed straight towards them, more intensed, but then, as recognition kicked in, he relaxed and laughed. "It's all right. It's an old friend." The shape gained clarity as it drew closer. Now the tail was visible, and the ears flapping to the rhythm of the pounding feet were unmistakable. Moran got down on his haunches to welcome the dog. "Hello, Archie. What are you doing out here at this time?" "Yes, I know." He looked up, sharing his pleasure at the unexpected reunion. "This is Archie, my old buddy." "Hello, Archie." Samantha tried to pat the excited dog, but Archie was far too busy reacquainting himself with the familiar scent of his previous owner. His tail banged against their legs, whip-like, as the little dog moved between both, checking them out. "Is he bothering you?" a voice called out. "Sorry." "Jill?" Samantha peered into the gloom. "Sam? Oh, it is you." The newcomer was a woman of medium height, attractive, wearing a body warmer and wellies. Standard country garb, Moran thought, for sloshing about the water meadow.
"Hello, Chief Inspector," she said. "I had no idea you two knew each other." "Well, I had no idea you had a dog," Samantha retorted. "You never mentioned it." "Didn't I?" "Oh, well," she shrugged. "Pardon me, darling. One can't remember all the news. You know how it is."
"He looks well," Moran said. "You're spoiling him, no doubt."
"Not a bit of it," Jill Crossley Holland said. "Plenty of exercise, though, for me and him."
They chatted for a few minutes, until Jill said she was getting rather chilly, and parted company with a promise to Moran to pop over with Archie some weekend soon. Moran and Samantha continued up the towpath for 10 minutes in silence. Then, prompted by a light drizzle, turned as one and headed back towards the car park. The brief intimacy they had shared earlier had left Moran feeling awkward and unsure of himself. He took refuge in diversionary conversation. "Jill seems a pleasant sort," he said. "She wasn't around when Archie was collected. I met her briefly a few weeks beforehand, just to vet the new ownership, you know." "Awful pun," Samantha chortled. "What? Oh, sorry, completely unintentional. But I wanted to make sure he was going to a good home. I met the husband when he came to pick Archie up. Seemed pleasant enough. I forgot to ask after him." "You know each other well?" "Not really. We work together. At the hotel, you know. We chat. Village gossip and the like. I wouldn't say I know her well, no." There was something in Samantha's tone. Something guarded. He let it go. They found their way out of the water meadow, passed beneath the soft filter of the streetlights and the railway bridge, and arrived presently outside Moran's house. "Thanks for inviting me," he said. "I enjoyed it." "Me too." Samantha's tone had brightened. "See you around, no doubt?" "I'll take it that means you'll be spying on me?" "No, definitely not. I'm not the stalking, spying type, I swear. I leave that to you lot." Moran laughed. "You make me sound like James Bond," he said, searching for his keys. He paused. "Look, about earlier, I didn't mean... I wasn't... It's fine, Brendan. Relax. It was nice. I enjoyed it." "Oh, well, that's good." She laughed. "No pressure. We're two grown-ups, right? Let's see how things go." "Yes, of course, and I enjoyed it too. I mean, that's fine by me, to see how things go." "Good." She smiled, and her eyes twinkled. "That's sorted, then." He toyed with his keys. "It's been a while since I had any kind of relationship, work, you know, and something else from a long time back." He tailed off. "You were married?" "I was going to be. She was killed by a car bomb." "Oh, my God, Brendan. How awful. I'm so sorry." "Like I said, it was a long time ago." He tried to brighten, rekindle the sense of optimism he'd felt by the river, but he knew his face was giving him away. "I'm glad you told me." She reached out, took his hand. "If you ever want to talk about it, you know where I am." "Thanks. I appreciate that, really." He couldn't meet her eyes. "I enjoy your company, Brendan. I mean it. We'll take things slow as you like." "And have a drink or two along the way, I trust?" Now he looked up and smiled. She laughed. "That's more like it. Of course. We shall indeed." He selected the house key from his keyring. When he looked up, Samantha's expression had clouded. "What is it?" He waited, key in hand. "You said you'd met the husband? Jill's husband?" "Yes. Foreign sounding friendly enough." He frowned. "Why?" "I said I didn't know her that well, and I don't, but I do know one thing." "What's that?" "She's not married." "Well, it is 2019.
"I don't mean that." She shook her head. "I mean, there's no man in tow. Jill's a bit of a loner, as far as I can tell. She's certainly not married, not even cohabiting."
"Maybe he was a friend." Now Moran too was puzzled. Why would Jill claim to be married? He'd stipulated a stable home for Archie. Maybe she'd not wanted to risk his saying no. He ran the thought past Samantha.
That'll be it, I expect, Samantha shrugged. Anyway, it's her business. Probably nothing. She leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. Thanks for a nice walk, Brendan. See you soon. Later, as he was brushing his teeth, he found himself puzzling over Jill Crossley-Holland's white lie. That's all it was, a white lie, no harm done. Archie had seemed perfectly content. He drew the bedroom curtains, and one of his mother's sayings came back to him. It was almost as though she were in the room with him, wagging her finger. A lie's a lie, Brendan. Remember that. And there's always a reason for it. Chapter 12. Come on, Mr. Nedwell. You're tired, we get that. The sooner you come clean, the sooner you get to count sheep, understand me? Bowler tapped his pen on the table in a short, syncopated rhythm. Nedwell, head bowed, arms folded across his chest, sighed deeply. When he looked up, his face was flushed. I've told you 5 times already I didn't kill her. No one's accusing you of murder, Mr. Nedwell, George assured him. But according to our boffins, the audio file points to you. Even the background noises correlate to the bike shop next door, right down to the external phone alarm the bike guys have set up. So, the recording was made in your studio. 99.9% dead cert. Nedwell was shaking his head. I don't understand. Exactly what don't you understand? Bowler's pen tapping pushed the tempo a little. It's all pretty clear, I reckon. Unless you're saying someone else made the audio. On your premises, with your equipment, how's that work? George leaned forward. You made the recording, didn't you? You took all the bits and pieces from the studio outtakes with Michelle, all the talkback comments, and spliced the bits together to make a confession. George made bunny fingers. And as my esteemed colleague has already pointed out, our audio lab has confirmed a match with the recording found clasped in Michelle Lacroix's dead hand. Why would you go to all that trouble unless you're up to mischief? I don't get it, Nedwell said miserably. I just don't. Explain. Bowler double-tapped the pen, made Nedwell blink and look up. He chewed his lip. Can I get out for a smoke? No. Bowler waved the pen from side to side. OK, Nedwell took a breath. I'll tell you. It's the wrong CD. The wrong recording. George glanced at Bowler. The big DC frowned, made a gesture of incomprehension. What do you mean, wrong? It was perfect. I removed all the external noise, all traces of joints, everything, right down to hex level. There's no way any studio lab could have sussed it. It was perfect. He spread his hands. So it must be the wrong CD. I'm not with you, George said. You're admitted to creating the audio, but you're saying that the wrong finished product ended up in the grave. Yes. You better start from the get-go, Bowler said. Like, why you made the audio in the first place. Nedwell thought for a few seconds, as if weighing the risks, then started talking. 2 guys. I came in one night. I was on my own. One stayed by the door, just out of sight. One came right in, threatened me. Told me what he wanted. Must have taken you a while. Complicated job, I'd have thought, George said. Finding all those sessions, picking out the between-take conversations, the odd words, exchanges between yourself and Michelle. It must have taken a hell of a long time. Yeah, it did. Like how long? Bowler was intrigued now. The tapping had stopped. Nedwell shrugged. A couple of weeks. I kept a close check on me every day. Bang on 8, they were there. Back for the progress report. Bowler broke in. They, but who are they? Bowler thumped the table for emphasis, and Nedwell flinched. He reacted in kind, shouted back, I don't know who they were. I've no bloody idea, all right? His face turned a darker shade of puce. I only vaguely remember what the guy who spoke to me looked like. He was ordinary-looking, short-haired, dark. His face was always half-covered. The other one, I just didn't see him clearly. He was always on the fringe, you know? Not entirely. George let out a breath. Let's suppose you're telling the truth. You were threatened. These guys made you create the audio, made it sound like Michelle's death confession. You're good. They must have known that. You did a great job. So, what happened? I gave them the CD. They left. That's the last I saw of them. The wrong CD, Bowler said dryly. No! I gave them the finished product. We'll come back to that. Why didn't you think to warn Michelle or call the police? Bowler raised his eyebrows. They would have killed me. Burned down the studio. Nedwell was adamant. No way I was saying anything. George waited a few moments, allowed Nedwell to sit back, shake his head, recover his composure. You personally gave them the CD? Bowler asked. They collected it. Not what I asked. Bowler shook his head. I wasn't there when they came, Nedwell admitted. I left it for them to collect. So who was there? Long pause, then. Luca. He was finishing a mix. Thank you. In which case, we'll be having a chat with Luca. Bowler nodded. When's he due back at the studio? Nothing's booked. I'll give you his contact details. Nedwell looked relieved at the prospect of someone else taking the rap. Couple of other wee problems to clear up, Mr. Nedwell, George said, apart from the identity of these guys. What's that? OK, here we go. For the benefit of the recording, I'm showing Mr. Nedwell item 33A. Bowler retrieved a small plastic case from beneath his chair, opened it, withdrew a transparent plastic bag. There was something inside. Pink. Bloody. Bowler dropped the bag on the table. The finger was slightly curved, the nail still varnished bright pink. Nedwell looked at it in horror, his face blanched. Nice, eh? Found it in studio number 4 in a microphone case, George said. Now, what might Michelle Lacroix's severed finger be doing on your premises, Mr. Nedwell? I don't know. Oh, I think I'm going to be sick. Nedwell dry-retched, and both Bowler and George pushed themselves back out of reach. Sick bag? George inquired. I'm all right, Nedwell growled. Put it away. Are you saying you don't know how this item came to be on your premises, Mr. Nedwell? For the recording, please. I don't know. Let's move on. For the benefit of the tape, I'm showing Mr. Nedwell item 5B, a piece of jewellery also found this evening on the studio premises owned by the same. George held the earring up for Nedwell's inspection. Is this yours, Mr. Nedwell? I've never seen it before in my life. Interesting, Bowler said, because it matches another earring found in Michelle Lacroix's grave. Perfectly. These aren't your commonplace market stall items of jewellery, as you can see. They're quite unique, wouldn't you agree, DC McConnell? I would indeed, DC O'Dunsey. I've never seen them before, Nedwell hissed. Ever! So, what was it doing in your studio? Studio C, a rehearsal room, I believe. I have no idea. You'll have to do better than that, Mr. Nedwell, George said, because from where I'm sitting, it looks like we have you banged to rights. All we need is to find a DNA match anywhere at the grave or on Michelle's body, and you're looking at, what, 25 years, maybe longer? I reckon the CPS would be happy with what we have already, Bowler said. Number 1, motive. He ticked the items off. Number 2, the audio. And numbers 3 and 4, the earring and the finger, rounding things off nicely. No jury is going to ignore that kind of hard evidence, Mr. Nedwell. George raised his eyebrows. So why don't you tell us what really happened? Did you arrange to have Michelle Lacroix murdered? For money, maybe? And then rob her dead body? No, I told you! There were 2 of them. They let me know in no uncertain terms what would happen if I didn't comply with their request. They're the ones you should be after. But you can't remember what they looked like. Like I said, well, that's not going to wash with any half-decent jury, is it, Mr. Nedwell? It's the truth. So you can't give us much of a description, but you can remember what they said and what they asked you to do. Yes? Bit odd, isn't it? George looked at Bowler, who turned the corners of his mouth down and nodded. Nedwell was beginning to look desperate. Look, I know it sounds weird. I can explain it. I just remember feeling very scared. These guys meant business. There was something about them. You don't understand. No need to raise your voice, Mr. Nedwell, George said. Nedwell held his head in his hands, made himself speak in a lower, more measured tone. One was medium height, dark, always had his face half covered by a scarf, not English. The other... No, it's no good. I can't remember anything about him. Like I said, he waited outside by the door. Tall, you see, George probed. Come on, what else? Think, Mr. Nedwell. All I can remember is the eyes. Deep, sunken eyes. The rest is a blank. George sat back in his chair. All right, Mr. Nedwell. We're going to give you the opportunity to remember a little more. We'll take a break. Interview paused at... George glanced at the wall clock. 2:15 a.m. Nedwell's face fell. Oh, come on. Don't bang me up. I swear to God I didn't hurt that girl, please. We'll be back shortly, Mr. Nedwell. What do you reckon? He's bricking it. Something scared him. Bowler scratched his chin thoughtfully. We'll get hold of this Luca character, see what he has to say. You reckon Nedwell's just passing the buck? Open mind. We'll see, Bowler grunted. Coffee time. Coming? Try stopping me. George was tired. Very tired. He wanted to call Tess and find out what was going down in Goring, but Nedwell was the priority, so he pushed Tess to one side of his mind to be dealt with later. If there was a later, this shift had morphed into two somehow. They'd need to call it a day, or he'd be fit for nothing tomorrow. Bowler, however, seemed buoyant, tapping his feet to some silent rhythm, eyes alert, skin glowing. They waited while the coffee machine did its thing, creaking and hissing, slopping hot milk everywhere but the cup. The earring. Planted? George retrieved the cup, sampled the contents, grimaced. At least it was hot. The usual mantra. Could be. He's putting on a good act, if it is an act. Tall man, George said. Ring any bells? I know. I was thinking the same. Bowler grabbed his coffee, spilled it on his hand, cursed, licked the burn. And Nedwell can't remember what he looks like. George walked slowly along the corridor, holding his coffee cup by his rim. Then there's Tess's guy, also tall, and for some reason she can't describe him, and couldn't detain him. More than coincidence, I'd say. Maybe. The gov clocked someone in the churchyard earlier today, same description. Right. So we have to allow for the possibility that Nedwell's telling the truth, which means Tess is too. George left the thought unspoken. Okay, I say we leave him to stew for a few hours, Bowler said. You look done in, George. Pick it up in the morning, yeah? He looked at his watch. Okay, later this morning. A few hours might give him time to exercise his powers of recall. George thought about it, and fatigue won. Sure, okay. Let's break the good news. A grey crepuscular light was beginning to ease the night into morning as Bowler parked up in the small courtyard. He killed the engine, sat quietly for a moment. The stable flats were silent, but that was hardly surprising at this hour. What you doing, Bowler? He turned the key in the ignition, checked the rear view, began to reverse out of the parking space, braked, killed the engine again. Nothing ventured? He parked up a second time, locked the car, made straight for number 7, rang the bell. Somewhere inside, a dog's muffled bark sounded once, twice, then was quiet. The door opened after a minute or two. She looked good, even at this unearthly hour. And what time do you call this? A girl needs a beauty sleep. Can I make it up to you? Bowler said. Jill Crossley Holland held the door open. Well, how can I resist an offer like that? You better come in, Mr. Policeman.
The hospital was suspended in its still pre-dawn lull, all whispering workstations, dimmed lighting, and quietly humming electronics. Tess felt her shoes squeak on the polished corridor floor as she followed signs to the high dependency unit. Her heart was in her mouth as each junction brought her closer to her destination. She'd sent Collingworth and the uniforms home. Nothing was going to happen at St. Thomas's tonight. Nothing else. She'd toyed with the idea of coming clean, telling Collingworth what had happened. But what good would that have done? Her nemesis would simply carry out his threat, and the parents would become a target. She couldn't let that happen. A nurse passed her in the corridor, hurrying to complete some urgent task. Her unvarnished face, pale from lack of sleep, lips compressed in concern for some needy patient. Tess followed the ceiling signs as she'd done the previous night, turned left, then right, and found the door which led down the stairs to the first floor. Charlie Pepper was here somewhere, lying in some dim side ward, sedated, probably, out of the game. Tess felt a brief frisson of guilt as a thought passed through her mind. "Let's see how you like it, Charlie Pepper." No, that was wrong. Bad karma. Tess shook the thought away as she found the stairwell exit and emerged into yet another identical corridor. HDU straight ahead. She pressed the buzzer, gave her name. The door clicked. Up ahead, she could see one of the uniforms, his body language, a montage of fatigue, limbs draped across a plastic chair and a coffee held loosely in one hand. He stiffened as he saw her coming, half rose to his feet. "It's okay, relax. Just popping in for an update, Constable." "You missed all the fun," the policeman said. "He's showing signs of recovery. They came and took him away half an hour ago." "Took him away? Where?" A shrug. "Not sure. All of a sudden there's a cluster of medics around his bed, then a bunch of porters wheel him off for some kind of treatment. Something about his airway. I think there were issues retracting his ventilator." "But he regained consciousness?" "Oh, yeah, he's one lucky guy. They didn't think he'd make it this time yesterday." No, you're right, they didn't." Tess tried to reassemble her confused thoughts. What should she do? What would he do, now that she was unable to carry out her task? "Where's PC?" Tess groped for the name. "Stringer." "Gone with the patient. Should be back in a few hours, all being well. Of course, they might move him to a ward if he's stable." "Yes. Thanks. Well, no point hanging around, I suppose." Tess willed the corners of her mouth to rise. "All right for some." The constable's grin was a better effort. "See ya." Tess retraced her footsteps, brain racing. She banged into the stairwell door, took the steps two at a time. Perhaps if she drove straight to her parents' house, warned them, got them to safety, or maybe just wake the Gov, tell him exactly what had happened. No, too risky. She turned the corner to the second flight, put out a hand to push the door. He was there, right next to it. She froze, took an involuntary step back. "Change of plan." The man held out an envelope. His hat was angled forward, casting his face in shadow. "Take this, find me an address. If you disclose information to any other party, I will know, and you will suffer." Tess mutely took the envelope. She followed him into the corridor, tried to memorize any small detail about his gait, his clothing. He was carrying a small battered leather bag. That accent, hard to place. "Wait! How will I know where to find you?" He continued to walk away, but his voice carried in the hospital's silent passageways. "I will find you." She watched him until he turned the corner and was gone. The envelope was a heavy weight in her hand. She ripped it open, withdrew the contents, a photograph, CCTV footage, a man at a counter. Across the counter, pawnshop man, Mr. Milton. The lucky guy. She took out a second photograph, a close-up. The punter leaving the shop, the face was angled towards the camera. It wasn't bad for CCTV, a little grainy, but good enough to run through the face recognition software. Sure, the technology was viewed as unreliable, hit or miss where George called it, but it was worth a shot. More than worth it, as her parents' well-being was at stake. But what if she drew a blank? No, failure wasn't an option. Tess lingered in the corridor, turning over options in her mind. What about that team in Oxford? The super recognizers? They'd had extraordinary success rates with facial recognition. Even the powers that be were coming around to the idea that these gifted individuals, an elite team, were fast becoming a major asset. The statistics proved it. Team members could retain details of a suspect's face for months, even years, in the finest detail. Tess made her way to the car park. Her clock told her it was 5:15. She could run the software before George and the rest arrived for the morning shift. After that, if she drew a blank, a phone call to the SRs. She gunned the engine, joined the sparse traffic on the London road. She glanced in the rear view. Her own face stared back, big bags under her eyes, pale face, mouth downturned with anxiety. Super recognizers? God! She hardly recognized herself anymore. Charlie Pepper opened her eyes, groaned. Her mouth was dry and her head was throbbing like a malfunctioning piston engine. Her bladder was bursting. Toilet required right now. She sat up very slowly, reached for her water jug, poured half a glass with a shaky hand. Death warmed up? An old adage, but an accurate description of how she felt. The side ward was quiet, the lighting dimmed. Time? Time had stopped a while back. She better get with it. She found her watch in the cheap set of bedside drawers. 4:35. She eased herself round into a sitting position on the side of the bed, touched the floor with her bare feet. Okay, getting better. She checked to make sure she wasn't attached to anything. She was. Some contraption on wheels. She followed the tubes from her wrist and traced them to the sterile drip pouches on the wheeled stand by the bed. Okay, seen this done. I can do it too. She stood, and the room swam in and out of focus. She steadied herself against the wall, her head cleared. Let's do this, Charlie. She shuffled to the door, put her head out. No one at the nurse's station, probably having a natter in the kitchen or dealing with bedpan requests. No bedpan for her? No way. Her dignity had already been severely challenged. Enough for one day. Which way? She continued her shuffle towards the ward exit doors, in front of which an illuminated wall sign proclaimed her desired destination. Toilets. Charlie concentrated on placing one foot in front of the other. Like a toddler learning to walk. She glanced up after a moment to check her progress and caught sight of a familiar face framed for a split second in the exit door window. Tess? Charlie tried to move faster, but her body was having none of it. Oh well. Tess would have gone by now anyway. Whatever she was doing. Which was checking up on Pawnshop Man, of course. It took another 3, maybe 4 minutes to deal with her bladder's urgent requirements. When she exited the loo, she couldn't help casting a longing glance at the exit. Come on, Charlie girl. Just a quick peep. See what's happening in the outside world. She reached the exit door after a huge effort. How am I going to get back? She leaned on the door, nausea rising in her stomach. Overdone it, idiot. She pressed her face to the glass, looked out. Tess was standing by the stairwell door. A tall man was walking away. Tess called after him, but Charlie couldn't catch it. The man replied in a deep, oddly accented voice. Again, Charlie couldn't catch the words. She pulled back from the glass as he strode past her observation post without so much as a glance in her direction. Oh, God. It's him. What on earth's going on, Tess? Charlie fumbled at the door handle, trying to open the ward door, but her fingers were clumsy. It wouldn't budge. By the time she'd figured out that she had to press the plastic exit button to open the ward door, Tess had disappeared. Charlie leaned out, looked one way, then the other. The corridor was empty.
"Excuse me," a voice from behind. "Miss Pepper, what are you doing? You should be in bed, my darling. Come on, take my arm, that's right."
Feeling like a scalded child, Charlie allowed the nurse to lead her back to the side ward, her mind turning over and over in a confused whirl.
"Taking your tablets? No?
What are we going to do with you, eh?" Charlie followed the nurse's instructions. She rested her head on her pillows, trying to make sense of what she'd just witnessed. It was too much. The sedative kicked in, and she felt herself drifting off into a world of clouds, corridors, tall men, and, oddly, in a room full of nurses in bright red uniforms. Their faces were turned away, but on some unheard command they turned around as one, and she saw with a shock that they had no facial features, just empty spaces where noses, eyes, and mouths should have been. The nurses began to march past in single file, heads nodding and bobbing, as if some hidden puppeteer was pulling strings from on high. Chapter 13. Tess retrieved the photograph from the scanner and went to her workstation, pulse racing. Her collar was damp with sweat. She fired up Chrome, accessed the intranet, clicked the link for the FR software. Staff were arriving for the morning shift, but so far, no one from the team. George and Bowler had probably had a late one. Keeping her eye on the open plan, particularly the far door which led up from the underground car park, she browsed through the software's menu and uploaded the photo. Searching.
"Come on."
She framed her face with her hands, rubbed her sore eyes. She was in dire need of a coffee, but a trip to the machine was too risky. No time. Get this done, get it sorted. Any time now Collingworth would appear. He was an early bird, keen as mustard. A sudden flashback reminded her of what had happened. She could smell his aftershave, feel his breath on her neck, his crestfallen expression as she pulled away.
"You're an idiot, Tess."
The software's hourglass was still revolving slowly. The POI's face was frozen at the top of her screen. She didn't recognize him. What if he didn't have any previous? What if she couldn't trace him? What if... The program completed with an unceremonious "no matches" pop-up. Her heart sank. Tess continued to stare at the useless screen as her thoughts tumbled over one another. Okay. No choice now. Call up the Oxford SR team. But how to keep it under the radar? She bit her lip until she tasted blood. The answer was clear. No calls or emails. Personal visit. Tess downloaded the image to a USB stick, deleted it from her desktop, emptied the recycle bin and logged out. She hurried down the back stairs to the car park. She could make Oxford by 9, no problem, but how to explain her absence? Worry about that later. The car park was quiet, thank God. Still too early for the morning rush. Her footsteps echoed wetly on the concrete apron. She bleeped her car, opened the door, dropped keys and bag inside, was about to get in when a voice called her name. Tess spun on her heel.
"Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. My name's Tracy Jones, from the Sun Group. I believe you're working with DI Charlie Pepper on the Lacroix case?"
Tess felt her hackles rise.
"Any chance of an update? I understand that there's been some interest in a churchyard on Goring. Have you been spying on me?" "Just doing my job, DC Martin." "Take a hike."
Tess felt her blood temperature rising.
The bloody nerve. "A few words'll do. The whole country wants to know what happened to Michelle, DC Martin. You are aware of that?" "Of course I'm aware." "Well then."
Jones held out her iPhone.
"Investigation ongoing. That's it. Now piss off." "Who was the guy you were talking to at the hospital?"
Tess stopped dead, half in, half out of the car. What did you say? The tall guy? Outside the HDU? Jones was wearing a "how damn clever am I" expression. None of your business, Tess hissed. That was personal. Didn't look like it. Jones shrugged. Looked serious to me. Like you were worried about something. Tess planted both her feet onto the concrete, squared up to the journalist. Take my advice. Go back to your desk and work on something else. Jones raised both eyebrows. Wow! Have I touched a nerve or what? Tess was out of patience, and time was short. Just leave it, okay? She opened her bag to retrieve her keys. They weren't there. She rummaged, trying to quell a feeling of rising panic. Jones watched her with interest. Something's really got to you, I reckon. Tess rummaged on, then realised that she'd already taken the keys out, put them on the seat. Idiot. Jones toyed with the buttons of her phone. The guy spoke to someone else too after you left. Want to know who? Get lost. A woman, Jones persisted. Young, bit of a corker, as we say in these parts. Jones leaned into the car as Tess belted up. Quite the tiff, I reckon. I wonder what they were so excited about. I'll find out, you know. It's what I do. Tess started the engine, looked Jones in the eye. I catch criminals. It's what I do. I know what they're capable of. And I'm warning you, for your own good, back off. Without waiting for Jones's response, she slammed the door, tore out of the space, and with a vice-like grip on her steering wheel, joined the impatient traffic on the IDR. Morning all. Eyes front, please. Let's get these brains into gear. Moran stepped up to his customary position by the whiteboard. It felt right. He didn't need to pretend to himself that he was fine taking a back seat. This was where he belonged, what he was good at. He was all for giving talented officers an opportunity to shine, but for now, through no fault of her own, Charlie was out of the picture. He felt guilty, nevertheless, frustrated for Charlie. Bad luck, that's all, sheer bad luck. There'd be other cases, other ways to get her back on track with her seniors. He'd see to that personally, but for now, business as usual. He surveyed the room, paused at each expectant face. George looked bright and cheery, ready for action. Bowler less so. If black men could look grey, Bowler was doing a fine job of it right now. Moran made a mental note. DC Collingworth seemed a little jaded too. The stakeout, long night. No result, so he'd heard. Well, there was always tonight. Where was Tess Martin, though? He scanned left to right. DC Tomlinson and a mate of his, another new arrival on the team whose name Moran couldn't recall, sitting together. But no Tess. Well, he'd have to press on regardless. Right then, down to brass tacks. First of all, sincere apologies that I had to scrub the briefing last night. Other developments captured my attention, for reasons which will soon become clear. Now, I know some of you cancelled plans, stayed later than usual, got yourselves in hot water with the other halves, and so on. Moran paused for the murmurs of mutual sympathy to dissipate. He held up his hand to restore quiet. Sure you can make it up to your various amours when we've nailed whoever's responsible for Michelle Lacroix's murder. And you'll notice that I no longer qualify that statement. Murder is what we're dealing with here. Not assisted suicide, nor any other weird and wonderful theory. It's murder, pure and simple. Wait, hold that. Maybe it's not so simple. That's what we've yet to establish. Moran briefed the attentive police officers, focusing on the audio revelation and his intention to keep the pressure on Nedwell. He admitted to fixing the recording, but he's adamant that the wrong version ended up in the grave. So, we want to talk to a young fella named Luca, He apparently passed the recording on to the suspects. Nedwell may know more, but he's either too scared or too stubborn to come out with it. More work required. And that means asking the right questions, DC O'Dunsey and McConnell. Nods. You can catch up on your sleep later, DC O'Dunsey, Moran said pointedly. There were a few nudges, knowing looks. Bowler lapped it up. He enjoyed his reputation as a lady killer, and as long as it didn't compromise his job, Moran was prepared to tolerate, if not celebrate, the detective constable's peccadilloes. He'd veered close to the boundary line once or twice, though, most notably with an undercover MI5 officer. The chastising experience clearly hadn't put him off. Some good news, Moran allowed himself a smile, a brief optimistic flicker, is that our friend Mr. Milton has regained consciousness. I've had him moved to a more secure location, just to be safe. Yes, DC Collingworth? Any idea if and when he'll be fit for questioning, Gov? Possibly later this morning, I'm told. I'm awaiting an update. The mood in the room lightened. The subsequent gentle buzz of approving murmurs and comments, music to Moran's ears. They badly needed something tangible, encouraging. Time for another boost. You'll also be glad to hear that D.I. Pepper is on the mend. No further complications since yesterday. She can receive visitors this evening if anyone wants to pop in and say hello. The atmosphere could hardly be described as buoyant, Moran thought, but it was a good deal better than earlier. Now for assignments. DC Collingworth, let me know when DC Martin checks in, please. Let's give the Goring stakeout one more night before we write it off. I have a couple of suggestions. Gov, Collingworth nodded, made a note. Bowler and George, back to Nedwell. Get him rattled. I want connections. Connections we don't yet have. Who are these people? Why target Michelle? What was she to them? A threat of some sort? Yes, but what kind of threat? Musical? Moran shook his head. I don't think so. These guys sound like pros. If Nedwell's telling the truth, then they exist outside his imagination. They don't sound like jealous musical rivals to me. George's hand went up. Gov, the guy you clocked in the churchyard, same guy Tess, or maybe? You think he's one of Nedwell's hard men? Moran puffed out his cheeks. Could be, George. If our pawnbroker remembers anything, it may join the dots for us. He seems to have a knack for giving us the slip, George said. It's like he's a ghost or something. Moran shook his head. Nothing paranormal about this fella, George. His heart is beating just like yours and mine. He's good, I'll grant you that, but we're better, right? Too right, Gov. George nodded. He looked around for support and found it in a chorus of echoed sentiments. Moran surveyed the room again, and was pleased with what he saw. That's all for the moment. Don't forget, zip up when you enter and leave the building. The vultures are poised. Don't let them choose you for dinner. Thanks for your time. Moran slipped away, leaving the IR bubbling with 100 simultaneous conversations and positively crackling with energy. He needed a few minutes to himself to think. Moran fired up his desktop. The last time he'd checked his emails, there'd been some IT messages announcing mail server issues. It wouldn't hurt to check. Maybe Tess had sent in a sick note. Moran waited patiently as the backlog of emails filled his inbox. He scanned them top to bottom as they arrived. Nothing. It wasn't like her to go AWOL without letting anyone know. She'd been front and centre with the Lacroix case right from the start. Perhaps he'd call her, just a gentle inquiry. Last thing he wanted was for her to feel he was on her case. A name caught his attention. Bagri, Moninda, the pathologist. An update. Moran checked the email sent date. Hell, this was 48 hours old. He clicked the message open and read. My dear Inspector Moran, please excuse my tardiness in making this information available to you. It may or may not affect your deliberations and investigations. You recall that I pointed out an old operative scar on Ms. Lacroix's abdomen. Further examination has revealed that one of her kidneys has been removed.
I'm estimating 3, perhaps 4 years ago. The closure was poorly formed, leaving much scar tissue. I am surprised to find such a thing. It must have been a painful experience for the poor girl, as it is not something I would expect to find in a young person living in the United Kingdom. Please let me know if you need more information. Kind regards, M. Bagri.
Moran sprang to his feet, let out a muffled curse as his leg, protesting at the sudden movement, shot a bolt of pain through his hip. He limped to the door, changing his mind, went back to his desk, rummaged through the papers in his in-tray until he found what he was looking for. Mr. and Mrs. Lacroix's address. He quickly made his way downstairs. This could be a major red herring, but Moran's antennae were vibrating with a new energy. Some called it a gut feeling. Moran preferred the phrase logical intuition. As he exited the car park, he mentally berated email, computers, and everything generally IT-related. What was wrong with good old-fashioned paper? Paper didn't get caught up in some virtual post room. It got bloody delivered, on time, 9 times out of 10. He'd lost 2 days because of the email outage. But this was what he'd been looking for. A reason, a motive for Michelle's murder. He didn't know how or whom yet, but he would, eventually. And someone, possibly a tall grey man in a fedora, was going to find out that crossing an Irishman was a very bad idea indeed. Chapter 14. Still no Tess. George leaned over Collingworth's desk. Collingworth continued typing. George tapped the DC on the shoulder. Asked you a question. Collingworth stopped typing, looked up. I heard you. Well? No, nothing. Have you called her? No, not yet. Why not? She's a big girl. She can look after herself. George felt his face flush. She's been through a lot. The least you could do is call her. I said I'm going to, okay? Collingworth resumed typing. George leaned forward and turned off Collingworth's screen. What the heck? Heads at nearby workstations turned. Conversations halted in mid-flow. Call her now! George found Collingworth's eyes and held them. There was a brief pause as Collingworth seemed to weigh up the best course of action. He folded his arms. I get it, George. You were a team. She was your buddy. You liked her. Call her, George said. I'm not her keeper. I'll call her when I've finished what I'm doing. You ought to take this outside. What? Collingworth's voice rose to a pitch of disbelief. Come on, George, you got to be. The name's DC McConnell. Let's talk outside. Collingworth moistened his lips, nodded. You've been at the source again, is that it? What did you say? George blinked. The red rage was rising. He couldn't stop it now. He leaned over, grabbed Collingworth by the shoulder, hauled him out of his chair. George! Hey! George heard Bowler's voice as plain white background against a scarlet mist. For a few seconds, both colours fought it out. Red faded to a pale pink. The mist cleared. He let Collingworth go. Bowler's hand was on his arm. George, mate, Bowler was saying. Let's get a coffee, okay? To Collingworth, sorry, I got this. Forget it all, right? Collingworth brushed himself down, glared as Bowler led George away. Bowler stopped outside the lifts, jabbed George in the stomach. Are you crazy? I mean, what the hell? George lifted his hands defensively. All right. I was out of order. No harm done. No harm? If I hadn't have turned up, then what? If the Gov had seen you, the Gov's gone, left in a hurry. Whatever, you get my point though, yeah? George couldn't remember when he'd seen Bowler as angry as he clearly was now. Look, he explained, that cocky little so-and-so supposed to be looking out for Tess. And has he called her? No. She'll be okay, George. Be cool. Get over it, man. Get over what, exactly? Bowler clapped a hand to his forehead. Are you kidding? Everyone knows you have a thing for Tess. George opened his mouth, then promptly closed it. Everyone knew? Of course they did. But if Collingworth wasn't looking out for her, someone had to, and he was that someone. Bowler was looking at him. "So, we're going to do this interview or what?" "Only after I've called her." George produced his mobile, punched a shortcut, met Bowler's gaze eyeball to eyeball, daring him to object. Okay, when you're ready, meet you there." Bowler strode off, his body language drawing concerned looks from a passing WPC. George wasn't bothered. He was listening to Tess's voicemail service, telling him that she couldn't answer right now, but would get back to him as soon as possible. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Lacroix." If Moran had been wearing a hat, he'd have removed it. There was something in the elderly man's manner, an impressive old-school dignity, which made him feel like an unwelcome intruder from a troubled and sinful world, which he supposed he was. Moreover, he suspected, the trouble was about to get worse. "Please, come in. We're happy to help in any way we can." Moran was shown into a plainly decorated lounge, where Mrs. Lacroix was waiting, perched on a corner of a long cream sofa, hands folded in her lap, knees together, lending her the appearance of a child on best behaviour, ready to receive unwelcome but inescapable visitors. "You have something to tell us, please?" He indicated an armchair, and Moran sat down. Mr. Lacroix joined his wife on the sofa and took her hand. Their eyes briefly met, and Mrs. Lacroix managed a weak smile. They'd been through a lot together, that much was apparent to Moran. "Not so much to tell," Moran admitted, "but I was hoping you might be able to fill in some gaps regarding something which has recently been brought to my attention." "And what might that be?" Mr. Lacroix raised grey eyebrows. "I'll come straight to the point. The pathology report highlighted an old scar on Michelle's abdomen. Further examination revealed that one of her kidneys is missing." The old couple exchanged glances. "We feared something of the sort." Mr. Lacroix spoke softly. "We were never sure, but—" "Michelle came home. She was sick, a fever. She wouldn't let us call out our doctor." Mrs. Lacroix's sudden burst of information took Moran by surprise. "When was this exactly?" he asked. Mrs. Lacroix glanced at her husband, who responded with a "what does it matter anymore" shrug. "My memory is not so good these days," he said, taking off his glasses. "My wife, she'll have a better idea." He produced a handkerchief from his jacket pocket and dabbed at his spectacles. Mrs. Lacroix took up the baton. "It was maybe 5 years ago," she said, her husband's despondency fueling her confidence. "Yes, it was this time of year, I remember, because we were making plans to visit relatives for Christmas. We hadn't seen Michelle for a while, you see." Here Mrs. Lacroix paused and allowed herself a small, sad smile. "So it was both a surprise and a shock to see the state she was in. We wanted to call the doctor, but she wouldn't have it. She went to her room, shut the door. We were worried, as you can imagine. She had a fever for 3 or 4 days. Eventually, a man came to see her. A medical friend, she said. She trusted him. He gave her something for the pain. Antibiotics, too, she told us later. Well, after a week or so, she seemed to get a little better. Then one day she got up in the morning very early and told us she was leaving." "Tell me about this doctor. Do you remember what he looked like?" Mr. Lacroix cleared his throat. "It was a long time ago," he said. "Hard to recall." Moran nodded. Mrs. Lacroix looked as though she might have ventured an opinion, but there was no doubt in Moran's mind that her husband's brief observation had been submitted on her behalf. Instead, she shook her head, pursed her lips, and looked down at her clasped hands. "Anything at all might be helpful," Moran said. "Height, general build, accent, that sort of thing." "Tall, well-dressed," Mrs. Lacroix said quickly. "Although most doctors are, aren't they, Morris? Well-dressed, I mean." "Did Michelle have any other visitors at the time?" "Just a friend," Mrs. Lacroix said. Her husband squeezed her hand, but she pulled away, kept her eyes firmly fixed on Moran. "A man." "Francois." Maurice Lacroix's conciliatory tone hardened. A new defensiveness had crept in. "We never liked him." Mrs. Lacroix was in the fast lane now, churning through the water, her husband treading water somewhere behind. "A bad influence from the start, I said.
And I was right. He was the one who led Michelle astray. I used to hear them talking. Maybe I shouldn't have been listening, but when you're worried about your child, you'll do anything, won't you, Inspector? Francois, please.
Mrs. Lacroix raised her hand.
It's all right, Morris. The inspector needs help, and we're going to provide it if we are able. It's the right thing to do, not just for us, but for Michelle. It's none of our business. Oh, but it is, Morris. It's very much our business.
Moran broke in before Maurice Lacroix could make any further objections.
Do go on, Miss Lacroix. This is very helpful. It was always money. That was the thing. To pay for the drugs, the people she mixed with, they changed. And then there was this one man, quite a bit older than Michelle. I disliked him immediately. Just to be clear, Mrs. Lacroix, are you saying that Michelle had a drug problem? We found no trace of addiction. Her skin was free of needle marks. She was never an addict, not the hard stuff, but pills, marijuana, anything she could ingest. She, yes, she drew the line at heroin.
Mr. Lacroix was a tense, silent presence at his wife's side. He wore the look of a man who knew that it was pointless trying to stem the flow now that it had begun. And this man, a boyfriend perhaps? He was one of the visitors at the time?
Yes.
Do you recall his name? Francois Lacroix made a dismissive gesture.
I'm not sure if Michelle ever introduced us. I haven't seen him since that time.
I see. Again, can you describe him?
Medium height, thin, and thin hair also. The beard is red, ginger, you call it, yes? Skinny.
British?
I think so. Perhaps, Maurice?
Mr. Lacroix rolled his shoulders.
I don't remember this fellow very well.
Is that Michelle? Moran pointed to a photograph on the mantelpiece. It depicted a girl of around 10 or 11 in a garden. Her expression was sullen, despite the best efforts of an older child, who was, judging from her wide smile and the way she was looking at Michelle, clearly making an effort to get Michelle to loosen up for the camera.
Yes,
Francois Lacroix nodded.
You see, even then the mood.
Kids and cameras, eh? Never predictable. Moran stood up. Well, thank you both for your time. I'll be in touch as soon as I have any news.
Please, when can we lay our Michelle to rest? It is hard just waiting.
Francois Lacroix's voice was steady, but her right hand, raised in involuntary supplication, was trembling. She dropped it to her lap, pressed the finger of her other hand to the rebellious limb as she waited for Moran's response. Of course, Moran said. I wish I could give you a definite answer. He paused. But much depends on the quality and accuracy of the information we receive. We're making progress, but we can't do it all on our own. He looked pointedly at Maurice Lacroix. The better informed we are, the quicker everything will run.
Thank you, Inspector.
Francois Lacroix stood up and extended her hand. This time there was no trace of a wobble.
We are grateful for everything you're doing.
Maurice Lacroix was already in the hallway, ready to usher Moran out of the house, but Moran paused in the doorway, turned back to face the open lounge. Mrs. Lacroix, you mentioned overhearing conversations between this red-headed man and Michelle. Do you recall the subject matter?
Money,
Mrs. Lacroix said.
Michelle was to receive a large sum of money. They spoke about where the cash was to be collected. I thought drugs again, but then I wondered, no, maybe something else. Something worse.
Moran nodded, like selling an organ on the black market. Francois Lacroix looked at the carpet. For a few moments the bungalow fell silent. Outside, a dog's monotone staccato was drowned out by the escalating lunchtime traffic.
Why?
She asked eventually.
After everything we had done for her, why would she do such a terrible thing?
We'll find out, Moran said. I promise you that. Chapter 14. Still no Tess? George leaned over Collingworth's desk. Collingworth continued typing. George tapped the DC on the shoulder. Asked your question. Collingworth stopped typing, looked up. I heard you. Well? No, nothing. Have you called her? No, not yet. Why not? She's a big girl. She can look after herself. George felt his face flush. She's been through a lot. The least you could do is call her. I said I'm going to, okay? Collingworth resumed typing. George leaned forward and turned off Collingworth's screen. What the heck? Heads at nearby workstations turned. Conversations halted in mid-flow. Call her now! George found Collingworth's eyes and held them. There was a brief pause as Collingworth seemed to weigh up the best course of action. He folded his arms. I get it, George. You were a team. She was your buddy. You liked her. Call her, George said. I'm not her keeper. I'll call her when I'm finished what I'm doing. You ought to take this outside. What? Collingworth's voice rose to a pitch of disbelief. Come on, George, you gotta be. The name's DC McConnell. Let's talk outside. Collingworth moistened his lips, nodded. You've been at the source again, is that it? What did you say? George blinked. The red rage was rising. He couldn't stop it now. He leaned over, grabbed Collingworth by the shoulder, hauled him out of his chair. George! Hey! George heard Bowler's voice as plain white background against a scarlet mist. For a few seconds, both colours fought it out. Red faded to a pale pink. The mist cleared. He let Collingworth go. Bowler's hand was on his arm. George, mate, Bowler was saying. Let's get a coffee, okay? To Collingworth, sorry, I got this. Forget it all, right? Collingworth brushed himself down, glared as Bowler led George away. Bowler stopped outside the lifts, jabbed George in the stomach. Are you crazy? I mean, what the hell? George lifted his hands defensively. All right. I was out of order. No harm done. No harm? If I hadn't turned up, then what? If the Gov had seen you, the Gov's gone. Left in a hurry. Whatever, you get my point though, yeah? George couldn't remember when he'd seen Bowler as angry as he clearly was now. Look, he explained, that cocky little so-and-so supposed to be looking out for Tess. And has he called her? No. She'll be okay, George. Be cool. Get over it, man. Get over what, exactly? Bowler clapped a hand to his forehead. Are you kidding? Everyone knows you have a thing for Tess. George opened his mouth, then promptly closed it. Everyone knew? Of course they did. But if Collingworth wasn't looking out for her, someone had to, and he was that someone. Bowler was looking at him. So we're going to do this interview or what? Only after I've called her. George produced his mobile, punched a shortcut, met Bowler's gaze eyeball to eyeball, daring him to object. Okay, when you're ready, meet you there. Bowler strode off, his body language drawing concerned looks from a passing WPC. George wasn't bothered. He was listening to Tess's voicemail service, telling him that she couldn't answer right now, but would get back to him as soon as possible. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Lacroix. If Moran had been wearing a hat, he'd have removed it. There was something in the elderly man's manner, an impressive old-school dignity, which made him feel like an unwelcome intruder from a troubled and sinful world, which he supposed he was. Moreover, he suspected, the trouble was about to get worse. Please, come in. We're happy to help in any way we can. Moran was shown into a plainly decorated lounge, where Mrs. Lacroix was waiting, perched on a corner of a long cream sofa, hands folded in her lap, knees together, lending her the appearance of a child on best behaviour, ready to receive unwelcome but inescapable visitors. You have something to tell us, please? He indicated an armchair, and Moran sat down. Mr. Lacroix joined his wife on the sofa and took her hand. Their eyes briefly met, and Mrs. Lacroix managed a weak smile. They'd been through a lot together, that much was apparent to Moran. Not so much to tell, Moran admitted, but I was hoping you might be able to fill in some gaps regarding something which has recently been brought to my attention. And what might that be? Mr. Lacroix raised grey eyebrows. I'll come straight to the point. The pathology report highlighted an old scar on Michelle's abdomen. Further examination revealed that one of her kidneys is missing. The old couple exchanged glances. We feared something of the sort. Mr. Lacroix spoke softly. We were never sure, but Michelle came home.
She was sick, a fever. She wouldn't let us call out our doctor. Mrs. Lacroix's sudden burst of information took Moran by surprise. When was this exactly? He asked. Mrs. Lacroix glanced at her husband, who responded with a "what does it matter anymore" shrug.
My memory is not so good these days,
he said, taking off his glasses.
My wife, she'll have a better idea.
He produced a handkerchief from his jacket pocket and dabbed at his spectacles. Mrs. Lacroix took up the baton.
It was maybe 5 years ago, she said,
her husband's despondency fueling her confidence.
Yes, it was this time of year, I remember, because we were making plans to visit relatives for Christmas. We hadn't seen Michel for a while, you see.
Here, Mrs. Lacroix paused and allowed herself a small, sad smile.
So it was both a surprise and a shock to see the state she was in. We wanted to call the doctor, but she wouldn't have it. She went to her room, shut the door. We were worried, as you can imagine. She had a fever for 3 or 4 days. Eventually, a man came to see her. A medical friend, she said. She trusted him. He gave her something for the pain. Antibiotics, too, she told us later. Well, after a week or so, she seemed to get a little better. Then one day she got up in the morning very early and told us she was leaving.
Tell me about this doctor. Do you remember what he looked like?
Mr. Lacroix cleared his throat. It was a long time ago, he said. Hard to recall.
Moran nodded. Mrs. Lacroix looked as though she might have ventured an opinion, but there was no doubt in Moran's mind that her husband's brief observation had been submitted on her behalf. Instead, she shook her head, pursed her lips, and looked down at her clasped hands.
Anything at all might be helpful, Moran said. Height, general build, accent, that sort of thing. Tall, well-dressed, Mrs. Lacroix said quickly. Although most doctors are, aren't they, Morris? Well-dressed, I mean.
Did Michel have any other visitors at the time?
Just a friend,
Mrs. Lacroix said. Her husband squeezed her hand, but she pulled away, kept her eyes firmly fixed on Moran.
A man.
Francois.
Maurice Lacroix's conciliatory tone hardened. A new defensiveness had crept in.
We never liked him.
Mrs. Lacroix was in the fast lane now, churning through the water, her husband treading water somewhere behind.
A bad influence from the start, I said. And I was right. He was the one who led Michel astray. I used to hear them talking. Maybe I shouldn't have been listening, but when you're worried about your child, you'll do anything, won't you, Inspector?
Francois, please. Mrs. Lacroix raised her hand.
It's all right, Morris. The inspector needs help, and we're going to provide it if we are able. It's the right thing to do, not just for us, but for Michel.
It's none of our business.
Oh, but it is, Morris. It's very much our business.
Moran broke in before Maurice Lacroix could make any further objections. Do go on, Miss Lacroix. This is very helpful.
It was always money. That was the thing. To pay for the drugs. The people she mixed with, they changed. And then there was this one man, quite a bit older than Michel. I disliked him immediately.
Just to be clear, Mrs. Lacroix, are you saying that Michel had a drug problem? We found no trace of addiction. Her skin was free of needle marks.
She was never an addict, not the hard stuff. But pills, marijuana, anything she could ingest. She, yes, she drew the line at heroin.
Mr. Lacroix was a tense, silent presence at his wife's side. He wore the look of a man who knew that it was pointless trying to stem the flow now that it had begun. And this man, a boyfriend perhaps? He was one of the visitors at the time?
Yes.
Do you recall his name? Francois Lacroix made a dismissive gesture.
I'm not sure if Michel ever introduced us. I haven't seen him since that time.
I see. Again, can you describe him?
Medium height, thin, and thin hair also. The beard is red, ginger, you call it, yes? Skinny.
British?
I think so. Perhaps, Maurice?
Mr. Lacroix rolled his shoulders.
I don't remember this fellow very well.
Is that Michel? Moran pointed to a photograph on the mantelpiece. It depicted a girl of around 10 or 11 in a garden. Her expression was sullen, despite the best efforts of an older child, who was, judging from her wide smile and the way she was looking at Michel, clearly making an effort to get Michel to loosen up for the camera.
Yes,
Francois Lacroix nodded.
You see, even then the mood... Kids and cameras, eh? Never predictable.
Moran stood up. Well, thank you both for your time. I'll be in touch as soon as I have any news.
Please, when can we lay our Michelle to rest? It is hard just waiting.
Francois Lacroix's voice was steady, but her right hand, raised in involuntary supplication, was trembling. She dropped it to her lap, pressed the finger of her other hand to the rebellious limb as she waited for Moran's response. Of course, Moran said. I wish I could give you a definite answer. He paused. But much depends on the quality and accuracy of the information we receive. We're making progress, but we can't do it all on our own. He looked pointedly at Maurice Lacroix. The better informed we are, the quicker everything will run.
Thank you, Inspector.
Francois Lacroix stood up and extended a hand. This time there was no trace of a wobble.
We are grateful for everything you're doing.
Maurice Lacroix was already in the hallway, ready to usher Moran out of the house, but Moran paused in the doorway, turned back to face the open lounge. Mrs. Lacroix, you mentioned overhearing conversations between this red-headed man and Michelle. Do you recall the subject matter?
Money,
Mrs. Lacroix said.
Michelle was to receive a large sum of money. They spoke about where the cash was to be collected. I thought drugs again, but then I wondered, no, maybe something else. Something worse.
Moran nodded, like selling an organ on the black market. Francois Lacroix looked at the carpet. For a few moments the bungalow fell silent. Outside, a dog's monotone staccato was drowned out by the escalating lunchtime traffic.
Why?
She asked eventually.
After everything we had done for her, why would she do such a terrible thing?
We'll find out, Moran said. I promise you that. Chapter 16. George looked up as a brief knock interrupted the interview, and Bowler stopped in mid-question. DC Moran has entered the room. Interview paused at... He glanced at the wall clock. 12:10. He hit the stop button on the audio recorder. Moran beckoned. A word, both? Nedwell stood up. Not you, Bowler said. You're not going anywhere. Nedwell waved his finger. You can't keep me here. You guys are way out of order. I asked for a solicitor. Back soon. George gave him an assured wave. Closed the door. Nedwell's yells of protest followed them into the corridor. You first, Moran said. Anything concrete? He's still holding out on something, Gov, George said. Says all he can remember is being scared, very scared, and that these guys were serious. They kept an eye on him, regularly, until he'd put the recording together from bits of outtakes, conversational stuff between the control room and the studio during Michelle's demo recordings. Clever stuff. But then he's a good engineer. Still maintaining it was the wrong recording? Moran inquired. Yep, he reckons what went into the grave was one of the early versions, untreated, just the raw splices. He doesn't know how that happened unless his buddy Luca was playing silly buggers for whatever reason. Tomlinson's in on that, Moran said. So far, no joy. Luca's gone to ground, probably in London, according to his housemate. Tomlinson's arranging the house search, although I doubt Luca would have any evidence lying around if he's up to no good. Why would he switch the recordings, though? What possible good would that do? Bowler knitted his brow. It left us a signpost which led us straight to Nedwell, Moran said. If the pristine recording had gone into the grave as intended, we'd have no clue where to look, or even if we did, we'd have nothing against Nedwell. So it's a fit-up against Nedwell, George said. Maybe. But Nedwell's not off the hook yet. In fact, he might be hanging from somewhere much worse. Bowler and George exchanged glances. Music's taken a back seat from this point. Moran explained. Bagri emailed an update, but thanks to the mail server issue, I only got it this morning. Michelle's scar, the one on her abdomen, she's missing a kidney. Her parents confirmed that something happened a few years back, something odd. She was unwell. Some medic turned up, sorted her out. Off the books, mind. Bloody hell, George said.
Organ trafficking? Perhaps, Moran said, and Mrs. Lacroix gave a reasonably accurate description of your friend Nedwell visiting Michelle in connection with whatever was going on. So, he can say goodbye to any prospect of getting out of here for the time being. DC O'Dunsey, something wrong? Not sure, Gov. Bowler moistened his lips. Spit it out. A scar, you say? On the abdomen? Yes. Kind of a ragged scar? According to Bagri, a poorly or hastily executed incision. Why? George's face had adopted a wary, seen-this-before expression. For God's sake, Bowler. It was only a one-off, Bowler said. I mean, I didn't think she had anything to do with anything. She was just visiting Butterfield's place, right? There was a brief, uncomfortable silence. Would someone care to enlighten me? Moran cocked his head to one side. George looked as if he knew something, but appeared to have found something more interesting under one of his fingernails. Jill Crossley Holland, Bowler said eventually. A mate of Butterfield's, well, a neighbour, an acquaintance, whatever. She gave me the come on. Crossley Holland, Moran frowned. Wait, I know her. Or should I say a friend of mine knows her? Anyway, what's your point, DC O'Dunsey, before I frog-march you to my office for the formal reprimand you so clearly deserve? Bowler exhaled. I'm sorry, Gov. Really, it was stupid. Once is stupid. Twice is something else. Again, what's your point? The scar you're talking about on Michelle's abdomen. Crossley Holland has one as well. Moran held a hand to his forehead. Angels and ministers of grace defend us. He thought for a moment. Well, that could be one big fat coincidence. Or not, as may be. Leave it with me for now. In the meantime, back in there, the pair of you. Grill Nedwell about Butterfield and Michelle. They've spent time with him, a lot of time, recording music, chewing the fat. See if you can make any connections with Crossley Holland. And here's something to ponder. Did Miss Crossley Holland visit Butterfield purely out of sympathetic neighbourly concern, or did she have something else in mind? 5 minutes, max. The nurse shot Moran a stern frown. Right you are, Moran agreed. I'll do my best. You do better than that, she said. You'll stick to it, or else you'll answer to me. That poor man's been in the wars right enough. The last thing he needs is an interrogation. Moran held both hands up in surrender. Just a quick in and out, that's all. She gave him a brief nod, but Moran detected the twinkle in her eye. Salt of the earth, his ma would have called her. And it's the likes of her that keeps the NHS afloat, that's for sure. His nostrils twitched as he entered the side ward. The combination of smells, the warm electric scent of the purring machines, the tang of antiseptic mixed with the headier fragrance of stronger medication, always made him feel slightly nauseous. The figure on the bed was lying very still, immobilized not just by trauma, but also by the tubes and various connections snaking from his limbs to the gently pulsing instruments at his bedside. Mr. Milton? Foolish to expect an immediate response, Moran went on. My name is Moran. I'm from Thames Valley Police. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I need to ask you a few brief questions. Is that all right? The nurse will shoot me if I go over my allocated 5 minutes, so... I bet you didn't find it. Moran was taken aback by both the swiftness of Milton's response and the clarity of his speech. This guy was made of strong stuff, indeed he was. Find what, exactly? Moran found that he was speaking in a near whisper, his hospital voice. He cleared his throat, but Milton was already clarifying his opener. The other CCTV cam. The hidden one. A spark of hope shot through Moran like a current from one of Milton's machines. What hidden cam, Mr. Milton? I had it installed. To be certain, you see. Had a spate of shoplifting last year. Couple of threats, nothing new. Seen it all before. So, kept the main cam, the obvious candidate for thievery, all working so it's pucker. But I had a smaller one fitted too, just in case. Bet he didn't find it. Where exactly is it located? Moran prompted. Not that Milton required any prompting. A Hockney print to the right of the counter, minicam through the wheel of the car to the left of the diving board.
A picture,
Moran said.
on the wall, and we missed it.
That's the one. Footage goes straight to a hard disk set into the wall cavity just behind it. That's very helpful. And very far-sighted of you, Mr. Milton. I'll get the team onto it pronto. The nurse had appeared, hovering behind him like a bird of prey. Moran could feel her presence. He raised his hand, almost on nurse. Mr. Milton, can you recall anything about the man who attacked you? Milton coughed, cleared his throat, raised his head a little from the pillow. Not a Brit, that much I can say. Polish, maybe, from his accent, or somewhere else in Eastern Europe, I'd guess. He finished with a spate of coughing, which propelled the nurse to centre stage.
That's enough, officer. I'll thank you to be on your way. Off you go now. Let me attend to Mr. Milton.
Moran retreated, feeling like a chastised schoolboy. Outside in the bustling corridor, he called forensics. Yes, they'd brushed around the print. No, they hadn't spotted the cam. He signed off, called Collingworth, told him to get over to the shop and retrieve the HD, lickety-split. He looked at his watch. Next port of call? Charlie Pepper's ward. Charlie was sitting on the edge of her bed, pale-faced and wearing a defeated look. She brightened as Moran came in.
Gov, I wasn't expecting you. In fact, I was about to call you.
You're supposed to be concentrating on making a recovery, Moran smiled, not keeping tabs on us.
Can't switch off. Or rather, can't switch off without the drugs.
Charlie made a grimace. You in pain? Shall I call someone?
No, I'm fine. They knocked me out with something last night. I'm only just coming around. Last thing I'm on is more medication.
Charlie rotated her finger around her temple in a doolally gesture. Moran laughed. Compos mentis, that's the way.
Gov, is Tess okay? Last time I looked, yes. Why?
Charlie pursed her lips, fiddled with the name tag on her wrist. Her regulation nightie and bare legs made her look vulnerable, like a child.
I saw her last night. Here, in the corridor. She's been popping in to check on Mr. Milton,
who I've just seen, incidentally. He's doing well.
That's good. That's great,
Charlie said.
But, I don't know. I was pretty out of it. Maybe it was nothing.
Come on,
let's hear it.
Moran sat himself down in the visitor's chair. You know as well as I do that it's the wee small things that can make a difference.
Okay. There was a guy. She was talking to him outside the ward, by the stairwell.
Don't tell me. Tall, fedora hat. Charlie looked down at the floor.
I know. Maybe I was imagining it, the anaesthetic. But it seemed real. They were having quite a heated exchange, or it seemed like it.
Okay. Noted, Moran nodded. Tess is laid in this morning. He held his hand up at Charlie's reaction. It's probably nothing, so don't be worrying over it. I'll get Collingworth over to her place to make sure all's well.
But what if...
I'll let you know as soon as I hear she's okay, okay? Charlie's shoulders slumped in resignation. All right, you win. Tell you what you could do, if you feel up to it. Charlie's chin came up. What? There's a surgeon, name of King, Alan King. I'd be interested to hear any gossip. Get a feel for his reputation, only if you feel up to it, mind. Charlie's eyes regained some of their lustre. Leave it with me, Gov. Good. That's enough shop talk now, D.I. Pepper. My advice to you right now is to lie back and get yourself mended. I'll keep you posted, never fear. Charlie swung her legs up onto the bed, rested her head on the pillow. Is that an order? Most definitely, Moran smiled. Catch you later. He left the smile at the ward exit door, took out his mobile, and called Collingworth on his way to the car park. DC Collingworth, Moran. Located the pawn shop cam. He listened impatiently to Collingworth's detailed response. And the hard disk? Good. DC Martin showed up? No. Get yourself over to her flat. Yes, now, and I mean now. Irritated, Collingworth left forensics to finish up and unlocked his car. Was it his responsibility that Tess hadn't turned up? She was probably just making a point about last night. Women never knew what they really wanted. Still, she was worth being patient over. She liked him, that much was obvious, so it was only a matter of biding his time, making the odd suggestion. Collingworth hummed a tune and accompanied himself with light taps on the steering wheel as the car sped along the Wokingham Road. Lower Early, once the biggest new housing estate in the world, now a bunch of 80s houses in rapid decline. His dad used to say, "They don't make 'em like they used to, son. Buy old, never new. The corners they cut these days, you won't believe it." But Tess hadn't had the benefit of his dad's advice, so she was holed up in some MDF maisonette with paper-thin walls and dodgy central heating. She was always banging on about it. Maybe that was a potential way in for him, easy to suggest he just pop over and take a look, no trouble. Collingworth smiled. His record of successful pulls spoke for itself. He was a good-looking guy, and he knew that. It was just a matter of practice, time, and technique, as well, of course, as making the appropriate excuses at home. But he was pretty good at that, too. Jane had never sussed him, so no harm done. He steered the car into a residence parking space. They'd be at work, so unlikely to need it for the few minutes it'd take to rattle Tess's cage. Besides, he had his warrant card to wave at any irate locals, pernickety enough to complain. No sign of Tess's car, though. Bloody wasted visit. She'd probably be at the station now, wondering where the hell he was. He checked the house number. Yes, this was it, number 33. He rapped the knocker 3 times. No answer. Collingworth cupped his hands and peered in through a slim crack of window, not covered by the partially drawn curtains. Wow. What a mess. Taken aback, he squinted through the gap a second time. The lounge was a tip. Empty food cartons and plates, empty bottles strewn everywhere, on the tabletop, the floor, the settee, clothes lying in neglected piles, clean or dirty, it was impossible to tell. What he could see of the kitchen looked even worse. Not a square inch of surface visible. Crockery, pans, and just stuff, piled on top of other piles. An overflowing waste bin, and maybe the most telling of all, a vase of dead flowers upended on the carpet, the dry petals crunched into thin, weft-like brown confetti. Collingworth stood back, shocked and perplexed. The house was in a worse state than the most slovenly student's room he'd ever seen at university, but what should he do? Tell the Gov? Challenge Tess directly? If this was a reflection of her mental state, it was a miracle that she was able to function in any professional capacity at all. He checked the address again. Maybe it was the wrong house. He hoped it was the wrong house. No mistake. And no Tess. Should he call the station? Bloody George would be pacing the IR like an expectant father. Maybe leave it till he got back. He'd done what the Gov had asked. And besides, like he told PC Pain in the Bum McConnell, he wasn't Tess's minder. He went back to the car, tore open his M&S sandwich, turned on the radio. Chill for 20 minutes. She might even turn up during his lunch break. Collingworth chewed his cheese and ham sandwich thoughtfully. Maybe he'd cool the seduction for a bit. Yeah. Best keep it, well, cool. If she was going down, no way she was taking him with her.
Chapter 17. Jill Crossley Holland, George opened. Name mean anything to you? Nedwell regarded them with bleary eyes. Didn't sleep a bloody wink last night. You ever spend a night in one of your cells? No, course you haven't. Just answer the question, Mr. Nedwell. Bowler folded his arms, every inch the patient interviewer. The noise, it never bloody stops, Nedwell told them, anger radiating from him like a police siren sound wave on max. Slamming doors, drunks, and crazy people yelling, and it's freezing in there like a bloody icebox, and... The question, Mr. Nedwell, George cut him off. Nedwell's shoulders slumped. I know her. She hung around a bit when she was going out with Neil. Bowler leaned forward. She went out with Neil Butterfield before Michelle did? Yeah, so what? When? For how long? Nedwell shrugged. A few months, I suppose. She used to come to the studio when Neil was recording with his own band. Wasn't that into the music, I never thought. How did they meet? I don't bloody know. Why don't you get her in here and ask her? Because we're talking to you at the moment, Mr. Nedwell, that's why. Bowler smiled, his tone nice and reasonable. Nedwell scratched his chin. The bass guitarist, I think it was through him they met. Yeah, that's right. And a right pain he was, too. And how did Michelle get to swap squeezes with Crossley Holland? George asked. Why am I, a dating agency? Neither policeman responded. Nedwell looked at each in turn, sighed wearily. OK. So, as I read it, Crossley Holland told the band that her sis was keen on singing, that she had a good voice, but never really had the chance to show it. Wait, did you say sis? George looked at Bowler, back to Nedwell. Yeah. Bowler's eyes widened. Crossley Holland is Michelle's sister. Maybe not blood sister, adoptive sister, half-sister, whatever. You didn't know? Nedwell smirked, enjoying his unexpected turn in the driving seat. Bloody hell. George sat back, blew out his cheeks. Bowler leaned forward, joined his hands on the tabletop. But you and Michelle were close, Mr. Nedwell, weren't you? Not really, like I said. Yeah, like you said, Bowler cut him off. But you've met Mum and Dad, haven't you, Mr. Nedwell? Leastways, you knew Michelle well enough to visit her at home, her parents' home. Who told you that? We're asking the questions, Mr. Nedwell, George clarified. And you answer them. Right, DCI Duncy? That's the generally accepted idea, Bowler agreed. Nedwell was shaking his head. No, that's not true. I never went to her place ever. Why would I? We're waiting for you to tell us, Mr. Nedwell. Let me jog your memory. Michelle wasn't well at the time. Maybe you paid her a visit to see how she was. Bought flowers? Bowler added. No, I didn't. I was never there. I hardly knew her back then. Why is this? Back then? So you remember it was quite a while ago. Any idea why she was under the weather, Mr. Nedwell? Or perhaps you met her medic while you were chewing grapes at her bedside. Medic? What medic? Who was he, Mr. Nedwell? Remember anything about him? Look, this is a non-starter. I never went anywhere near her house, her parents' house, wherever. We'll give you a few moments to ponder, Mr. Nedwell. George's finger hovered over the pause button. Interview paused at... Nedwell's face reddened. Oh, come on! I've been here all bloody night. You can't drag it out any longer. I've already asked for a solicitor. All in good time, Mr. Nedwell. George stopped the recorder, and Bowler shut out the expletives with a firm shove of the heavy door. Moran was outside, poised to interrupt. His expression put George on immediate alert. Gov? He wanted to cover his ears, but didn't want to hear what was coming, but Moran was more interested in Nedwell than imparting bad news. Any joy? Moran looked at them in turn. He just came out with someone we didn't know, Bowler told him. Namely? That woman, Crossley Holland, George said. She's Michelle's sister. Or adoptive sister or something like that, Bowler added. Moran let out a low whistle. Is she indeed? Well. George couldn't help himself. Gov, Tess, is she... Moran held up his hand. Calm, George. DC Collingworth has just confirmed she's not at home. But that doesn't mean anything necessarily. Necessarily? George's heart skipped at the word. It meant that something else might mean something. And furthermore, the Gov looked like he wasn't giving the full story. Something was up. I'm going to find her. George made as if to leave, but Moran pulled him back. Can't let you, George. Not at the moment. We have some pieces to fit together. A nice juicy piece of CCTV to begin with. What about
Bowler motioned to the closed interview room door. "Leave Nedwell for a while," Moran said. "We still have a few hours before we have to let him out. Or we can charge him with conspiracy to murder. I've not decided yet." "Can you zoom in on the counter area?" Moran squinted at the image. "Can do, sir. One moment." The IT officer clicked a menu item, made a selection from an array of radio buttons. The screen zoomed in focus. "That's better. Now we know who we're after." "The ghost," Bowler muttered behind him. "Like I said, DC O'Dunsey, he's no ghost." Moran felt a buzz of adrenaline kick in. "Run this guy through the usual ID checks. Something tells me he'll be well off our radar, though. George? Gov? Give Interpol a buzz, would you? Send them this fella's physog, pronto. They may have someone on file." They all gazed at the screen. The pawn shop interior, the counter, Mr. Milton chatting to his latest customer, a tall guy in a long coat, fedora hat, the customer who seconds later would reveal the true nature of his visit. The clearest shot of the man's face was a semi-profile, but it was a good enough shot for ID purposes. "Can you email it to me, please, Tina?" George was asking the IT operative. "Sure, George, 2 ticks." Moran committed the face to memory. It wasn't easy. There was nothing about this guy's face to help you remember, except the eyes, deep set in hooded sockets, coal-black tunnels of darkness. Moran had seen eyes like that before, and he knew what they signified. 2 words sprang immediately to mind: professional killer. Chapter 18. Tess drummed her fingers, did her best to filter out the car hire company's on-hold music. The operative had been reluctant to disclose their client's name and was checking with her manager. Tess had provided her ID, stressed the urgency of the inquiry, but in these days of obsessive GDPR compliance, it was always going to be touch and go. The music looped back to the start, began its tinny repertoire all over again. The car hire offices were in Maidenhead, and Tess was reluctant to waste any more time. "Come on." "Hello, can I help?" Why did they always do this? She'd already explained what she wanted. Now she had to repeat the whole thing for some snotty-nosed manager's benefit. Tess bit her tongue, went over the details again, using her most officious tone. "Well, strictly speaking, we would ask you to—" I know. It's just that we need this urgently. I'm not talking run-of-the-mill, Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker, the information is needed for a murder inquiry." "Murder? Oh dear, well, in that case—" Tess jotted down the details. An hotel, of course, some 2-star dive in the Caversham Road. She knew it, had driven past it earlier. "Thanks, you've been very helpful." "A pleasure. I hope you get your man." Mr. Parker sounded pleased. Tess signed off, reached for the ignition, hesitated. Wait. Think. Eldon Square was still and silent, only the buzz of traffic from the London road spoiling the Memorial Gardens' illusion of isolation. The railed gardens themselves formed a peaceful oasis between the 2 main arteries in and out of Reading, overlooked, as they were, by the solid Bathstone-fronted houses around the square. This was the scene of the Irish siege, the background to her injury in the hospital bomb blast. Tess didn't want to hang around here, of all places. Bad memories, but she needed a plan. No good just waltzing into the hotel and demanding a room number. What then? If he was there, what could she do? Arrest him? Yeah, right, on her own. He was really going to let that happen, wasn't he? Tess massaged her neck. She was exhausted, worn out. Maybe it was time to call it in, explain what had happened. Then Moran could lead the team, make the arrest. But if it failed? Tess was in no doubt he would carry out his threat. And that wasn't going to happen. No way. The adrenaline she'd needed to confront Povey was ebbing away. She turned the sun visor down, looked in the mirror. God, what a state. Lipstick. She reached into her handbag, made herself look slightly more respectable. Mussed her hair. Okay, Tess, come on. What now? She reread Povey's scrawling writing on the crumpled scrap of paper, folded it, pursed her lips. I don't know. I can't think straight anymore. She leaned her head back and closed her eyes. Maybe 10 minutes shut-eye would clear her brain, re-energize her. Tess felt her mind beginning to drift, her thoughts moving subtly from the rational to the surreal, on the familiar slipway to unconsciousness. She awoke with a start. Daylight had faded. Headlights were moving slowly along the London road. What was the time? She reached for the keys, started the engine. The display lit up. 6:34. She'd slept for over 5 hours and felt groggy, but, well, yes, much better for it. Now, maybe a coffee from the local garage and some serious thinking. Tess rubbed her eyes, took a quick swig from the bottle of Evian she always kept in the door pocket, released the handbrake. The side window exploded, showering her with glass. An arm followed, caught her wrist in an iron grip, twisted her hand away from the wheel, removed the keys from the ignition. The engine died. The hands moved to her neck. Tess tried to pull away, but the grip was relentless. She fought for breath as the gloved hand tightened, but her windpipe was closed for business. She pulled at the hands, tried to get her fingers under them, too strong. She might as well try to shift a steel door. Her arms dropped to her side. A black cloud was descending, a dark fog she knew she'd never escape. The hissing in her ears faded, the pain receded, all became still. Tess was adrift, on a dark, flat sea, in an endless expanse of water, with no horizon. Again she woke. This time there was no moment of orientation. Her discomfort overrode any attempt by her subconscious to bring her up to date. Her hands were numb and her head was pounding with a fierce pulse. She swallowed, painfully. Her neck felt tender and bruised. Instinctively she tried to bring her hand to her throat, assess the damage. She couldn't move her hand. She couldn't move anything. Fear clutched at her, a cold, penetrating dread that set her teeth chattering and her heart racing. Where am I? There was something over her eyes and over her mouth. She could feel the blindfold chafing her skin, so securely had it been applied. A sickly smell invaded her nostrils, a familiar smell she couldn't quite place. She shifted her bottom, tried to wriggle against whatever was holding her. She pressed her back against something solid, unyielding. Wood or metal? She couldn't tell. Was she sitting? Lying down? Sitting. Yes, it felt like she was sitting on a hard wooden chair. Keep calm. You've been trained for this stuff. But she hadn't, not really. Not for the stark reality of her situation. She was in the hands of a killer. No doubt there. The only positive was that he hadn't killed her yet. But why not? Tess took a deep, steadying breath. That means he probably needs you for something. Tess felt panic rising like a small tornado, quelled it, tried to calm herself. It might be information, something he doesn't know yet. That was her hope. That was the raft she had clung to. Use your senses. Use what you got. Tess strained her ears. All was silent, not a sound broke the stillness. No traffic noise, no ticking clock, nothing. She felt panic, swirling, ready to burst out. Come on! You can hear, you can breathe, you can think! The noise, when it came, was a shock. Some door or lock had been sprung. A hiss of air and a change in atmosphere. Someone else was in the room. Tess stiffened. movement. Objects being placed on a surface. A coat removed, perhaps? A settling sound, like someone had sat down to read or watch TV. Hysteria made a determined assault on her self-control. Only by sheer force of will was she able to stop herself whimpering in terror. The newcomer cleared his throat.
DC Martin, I must confess to a little disappointment.
His voice slipped around the room's silence, each vowel and consonant carefully articulated.
Listen and figure him out.
She made a noise in her throat to let him know she was listening. It was painful, the sound she made more like a croak than the wordless query she had tried to express.
Yes, I think you know what I am referring to. We had an agreement, did we not? Not English, Polish, Serbian? But you decided to withhold the information, to keep me in the dark. And by now, DCI Moran and his team would be on my trail, yes, as the old spaghetti westerns would have it? Mid-30s? Well-educated? But you cannot reply. How remiss of me. One moment.
A movement of air, and he was beside her, ripped the tape from her face. She gasped at the sudden pain, opened her mouth experimentally. It felt as though her lips belonged to somebody else. She ran her tongue across them, tasted blood.
So, now we may enjoy a two-way conversation.
She heard him settle again.
Please, your comments.
Tess coughed, took a breath.
You've abducted a police officer. Bad idea.
Her voice sounded weak and apologetic, not strident and confident as she'd intended. A pause, then,
I am awaiting a response to my question.
I never liked Clint Eastwood. A soft chuckle.
You may be wondering why you are still alive, and here is the reason. You have spirit. That and the way you look.
The way I look?
What does that mean?
No way would she dwell on the nature of this attraction. She went for bland.
Your English is commendable. Thank you.
It wasn't a compliment, it was a statement. The smell was becoming more noticeable. Something in her expression must have given her away.
Forgive me, the air is a little foul.
So now what? You've disposed of Mr. Povey, I take it. Who next?
My assignment is not a subject for discussion, DC Martin.
At least tell me what this is all about. Who are you? Why did Michel Lacroix have to die? Another pause, longer this time. When the response came, it was directed not at her, but almost as a reflective murmur of introspection.
And why should I not? His voice said. Where is the gain in covetousness?
Louder.
This much I will tell you.
Keep going, Tess. He's opening up.
Michel Lacroix broke a bond of secrecy, Miss Martin. She felt a burden to reveal certain truths to the wrong people.
Money? Music? Royalties? What?
Business, Miss Martin. An interruption of important international business.
I see.
There are those who are needy, and those who are able to fulfill such a need for a small reward. The needy will pay whatever they must for the privilege.
Of what?
Of extending their lives, Miss Martin.
It's Miss Martin now, not DC Martin. Can you take this off my eyes, please? It's uncomfortable. Worth a shot. If they were getting matey, he might comply.
Not at the moment, I'm afraid. Not until we are ready.
A chill rippled through her body. There was intent. Plural intent.
Keep him talking.
They'll be searching. You must know that. I've been missing for hours now. They'll have checked my house. They'll be looking.
Indeed. But they will never find you, DC Martin.
Something about the way he said never killed any hope Tess had been nursing. She was going to die here, for certain. Eventually, when this madman had finished whatever he was planning to do. They will! Her voice broke, and she bit fiercely down on her lip. They'll find me. They must. Ilar Erjon. Moran spoke the name aloud, allowed it to hang in the air, and then said it again, as if the words were an incantation or summons. The Grey Man, as the team were calling him. He reread the email. For once, Interpol had been speedy in their response. Yes, they knew him, or rather, they knew of him. Erjon had been on their blacklist for more than 3 years, but his current whereabouts was unclear. What they did know was that he was of Serbo-Croatian descent, that Ilar Erjon was probably not his real name, and that he was a professional hitman with a background in drugs, extortion, fraud. In short, whatever business required his services. Interestingly, Interpol had also included a sub-paragraph relating to Erjon's unproven but rumoured skills in coercion and hypnotic suggestion techniques. Moran studied the photograph they'd sent. It wasn't much better than the still image the techies had lifted from the CCTV footage. Better than nothing, though. He went through a mental checklist of sightings. First, if Nedwell was to be believed, Erjon had visited Red Ned's rehearsal rooms, the pawn shop, and the cemetery, was possibly present at Michel Lacroix's internment, but had certainly been there when he, Moran, had visited the churchyard, and then, according to Charlie, had turned up at the hospital. The last sighting involved Tess Martin, who had now disappeared. Maybe she'd returned to the hospital to check on Milton, or maybe she was working to another agenda. He reached across his pile of paperwork to pick up the phone, but before he got to it, it rang. Moran. DCI, Moran? Yes. I don't know if you can help. We're trying to trace one of our employees. We being? Sorry, James Fisher, Sun newspaper. This isn't really an official inquiry as such. I'm calling as a friend, to be honest. Moran frowned. What's your problem? I'm not a missing person bureau. You can file a missing report with... I know, Fisher interrupted. But my friend is working on the Michel Lacroix investigation, which I believe you're leading. That's correct. An uneasy sensation crept into Moran's stomach and made itself at home. Her name is Tracy Jones. You've spoken, or so I understand. Briefly, yes. The thing is, she's not answering her mobile, calls or messages, and her flatmates were expecting her home early this evening. Special occasion, boyfriend's birthday. We just wondered if you'd spoken to her recently, or... No, not for a day or two, I'm afraid. But look, she's probably busy hassling one of my officers for an update. That's what you'd expect her to be doing, right? Yes, absolutely, but she's on a regular check-in time slot, you see. That means she has to file daily reports with the news desk by lunchtime. She's always punctual, one of our best. If there's a story to be found and filed, she's our woman. Moran made a deliberately non-committal noise. It's probably nothing. She could be in transit, or maybe her mobile battery's dead. Moran knew how weak it sounded, but it was the best he could do. Maybe. Fisher sounded unconvinced. Can you let me know if she gets in touch? I suppose it's too much to ask you to investigate. Moran sighed. Look, Mr. Fisher, I'm in the middle of a high-profile murder inquiry. We're aware of that, Chief Inspector. That's why we sent our best journalist to cover the story. I'll see what I can do. I'll be very grateful. Her boyfriend's very worried, so am I, frankly. Goodbye, Mr. Fisher. Moran replaced the receiver. It's late, I know, but we have a missing team member. Moran scanned the assembled semicircle. Of them all, George looked the worst. Pale, angry, possibly not rational. Should he send him home? No. Better keep an eye on him. Keep the man busy, otherwise he might decide to take matters into his own hands. It had happened before. Moran stood by the incident boards. Let's go over what we've got, what we know, and what we suspect. There's a link here somewhere with Tess Martin's disappearance. I don't need to emphasize the urgency. The first few hours are critical, as you know. So, let's keep this brief and to the point. He turned and stabbed his finger at Ilya Erjon's image. This is the clean-up guy. Tess saw him in the pawn shop. I clocked him at the cemetery. Last night, Tess met him at the hospital. She did what? George was outraged, fist bunching at his sides. Moran cocked his head. I know. Unexpected to say the least, but Charlie saw it. Sometime during the wee small hours. He's got something on her. Maybe he's even leaning on her. Ideas? Blank faces. DC Collingworth. Collingworth sniffed. She's been a bit touchy of late. Likes doing things on her own. Moran raised an eyebrow. Can you elaborate? The young detective shrugged. Freezes me out mostly. Example? Went to the Goring graveyard solo to have a poke around. Hasn't been particularly communicative. Not much of a team player, I'd say. Moran ignored George's growl of protest and the basilisk look he shot at Collingworth. Did she seem bothered by anything? Worried? Stressy? Time of the month, I'd say. Moran flinched inwardly at the gasps from the female officers present, but this was no time for heavy reprimand. Collingworth was a rough diamond, sure, but there was potential there if you knew where to look. The cockiness would fade in time. Moran filed it for later, waved the murmurs of protest away. He needed cohesion right now, not division. All right, simmer down. DC Collingworth, we all have low points during the working month. You'd be wise to remember that. Now, did you notice anything specific about DC Martin's behaviour which might help us? Not specifically, apart from what I've already said, but her house, well, it's a disaster area. It looks like a student flat after a freshers' week. Moran nodded, unsurprised. Mental state not good. Let's work backwards then. What have we got against Nedwell? Bowler leaned forward. The recording. He did it, that's for sure. Maybe the coercion is an invention, not to mention the mystery of the wrong recording, just bullshit to muddy the waters, Bowler suggested. And the finger, George said. How did it come to be in his studio if he didn't put it there? And the earring, Bowler added, which matches one found at the grave. And what does that all add up to? Moran thrust his chin out. Guilty as hell, Collingworth said. You reckon? Moran went to the board. Don't you think that the carefully arranged evidence against Nedwell is just that? Too neat, too conclusive. Someone wants him to take the bullet? Stitch him up for Michelle's murder? Bowler scratched his stubble. I'm leaning that way, DC O'Dunsey. So what about our other persons of interest? He stabbed a finger at each photograph. Who's the stitcher? Mr. Butterfield? The grieving party? The missing musician, Luca? How about Butterfield's friends, Miss Crossley Holland, whom we now know to be Michelle's adoptive sister? Or maybe our Welsh gravedigger, or the verger? He faced the room. What or whom is Mr. Erjon covering for? Are Michelle and Miss Crossley Holland's scars related? Are they significant? What is Erjon so anxious to keep under wraps? You really think it might be illegal organ trading, Gav? One of the female detectives piped up. We have to consider the possibility, Moran conceded. But if not that, what? Drugs? Money laundering? We're wasting time, George said under his breath. Find out, John, we find Tess, and then we know. Moran considered George's comment. The wiry Scot was keeping himself under control only by a huge effort of will. His cheeks were red, and his breathing slow. He was like a boiler reaching its maximum sustainable pressure. What if Tess figured out something we don't yet know? The female detective again. And what if Erjon grabbed her before she could tell us about it? Moran trolled his memory for a name, found it in the nick of time. Good. Thanks, DC Swinehole. The question is, what? Moran paused. When was Tess last in the office? Can someone check? Her login times and so on. Who was front of house this morning? Dennis Robson, George replied. He's on nights this week. Ah, Moran winced. Dennis Robson was not known for his speed of response, a meticulous old-school copper who would not be rushed. He was best bypassed when the rubber hit the road. Right, I'll have a word. DC Swinehole, can you ask IT to check DC Martin's login times, and emails too if you can? What about Nedwell? Bowler had stood up, jacket over his shoulder. Moran thought about it. Let him walk, for the moment. But keep an eye. He might give something away. But, Moran waved away Bowler's protests, we know where to find him. Right now there are other fish to fry. So, who's first up for battering? Bowler shrugged his jacket on, straightened his tie. First, Moran took a deep breath, I'm going to pay Crossley Holland a visit. You and George are going to pick up with young Butterfield. I want to know more about his relationship with Crossley Holland, especially if there was any animosity between them, or between her and Michelle. DC Collingworth? Collingworth sauntered over. Moran looked him in the eye. You're with DC Swinehole, and I want the Gore and Graveyard shift running again tonight. You don't have to be there in person, just coordinate the uniforms, get them to report back hourly. Collingworth made a face. Problem? Wasted time in my humble. I mean, it just sounds a bit desperate to me. We're trying to solve a murder, DC Collingworth, which means that I follow any leads I see fit, however unpromising you might consider them. Besides, it's your idea, right? And you'll address me as Gov. Got that? Collingworth coloured, squared his shoulders. Gav. George was at Moran's side, competing for attention, his body language radiating impatience. What about Tess, Gov? We can't just... DC Collingworth is going to follow the trail, George. He's Tess's partner. But, Gov! No buts, George. We do our job properly. We find Tess. The answer is there, but so far we haven't been asking the right questions. Moran turned to the room again. Last thing. Here, John is a professional. If, over the next few hours, anyone gains even the slightest inkling of where he might be holed up, do not, I repeat, do not take any risks. Contact me immediately. Is that understood? A chorus of govs. Good. We'll reconvene here at... Moran consulted his watch. Midnight. Everyone fine with that? Nods. On his way out, a thought which had been niggling at him resurfaced like a cork bobbing up from the depths of his subconsciousness. Dr. Gordon had been the on-duty pathologist the day Michelle's body was discovered. She'd told him she'd been sent by Sandy Taylor, the senior pathologist, who'd been busy on some other assignment. Unusual these days to have a path doc on site so quickly. Might be worth having a catch-up with Sandy. And a second niggling thought was the son's phone call. It was too early to be sure that Tracy Jones was definitely missing, but Fisher had sounded worried. And it probably took a lot to worry a Sun journalist. Chapter 20. How long had he been gone? An hour? More? Tess steeled herself for another tug on the rope. Her wrists were raw and tender, but she could feel a slight slackening. 1, 2. This time, the pain was intense. She felt a warm trickle run from her wrists to her palms and along her fingers. She relaxed the pressure, tears of frustration pricking her eyes. All the turmoil of the past 18 months funneled into her head like a cyclone. Everything she'd been through, the misery, the agony, the annihilation of her confidence. What was the point? Just to end up here? What had she ever done to deserve this? And Mum and Dad, what of them? He'd carry out his threat, and there was nothing she could do about it. Tess hung her head and wept, her sobs echoing dryly in the airless space. She awoke with a start. How could I have slept? The silence was all-encompassing. Not a sound, not even a distant rumble of machinery, nor the passing of speeding motorcycle penetrated her prison. She reasoned that she must be underground, perhaps in a cellar or basement. But it didn't feel damp or cold. On the contrary, the temperature was mild, warm and dry. Purpose-built. A shudder ran through her, top to bottom. A killing room. A place where loose ends are tidied up. That's what I am. A loose end. She strained and pulled at her bonds with renewed energy, careless of the pain,
screaming as loudly as she was able. Someone might hear her. Anyone. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die," she heaved at each repetition of "don't." Her hands remained tied, blood dripping on the floor. She fell back, exhausted. "Don't you?" A new voice in her head spoke up. "Why not?" She tried to shut it out, think about something else, but the voice just kept repeating the question over and over. "Don't you? Don't you?" She gave in, answered it. "No, I don't." "But why not?" the voice reasoned. "An end to pain, an end to the struggle, the disappointment." Tess bit her lip. "Because," she hissed, "there'll be no one to keep an eye on Mum and Dad." "And what about—" "Your job?" the voice interrupted. "What about it? Look where it's got you." Tess wanted to jam her fingers in her ears, to shut out the awful logic. "Anyway, your parents won't be an issue." "Shut up!" Tess silently screamed the words. "And you know why, of course." The voice paused, almost savouring the moment, the coup de grace. Tess screwed her eyes tightly shut. Not that it made any difference. The voice was indifferent to her physical senses, because the words were proclaimed triumphantly. "Because they'll all be dead too, won't they?" Moran turned into the car park adjacent to the Elephant in Pangorn. As he manoeuvred into a space, he was startled by a loud burst from a motorcycle engine. He caught a glimpse of a black leather, full-face helmet, a flash of chrome, and then the rider was turning onto the main road, the roar of twin exhausts reverberating in the bike's wake, like a Phil Collins drum fill. The car park was jam-packed, and Moran easily picked his way carefully between the shoehorned vehicles, eventually locating the short alley which led to the Elephant's side entrance. He patted his pocket. "Yes, all present and correct, just in case." The bar was packed, and he was obliged to shoulder his way through the noisy Saturday evening crowd towards hotel reception. If she wasn't here, then at least he could get an address. Why hadn't he made a note when Crossley Holland's friend, he corrected himself, had come to collect Archie? But there'd been no reason to. It had been a simple transaction, a new home for his frustrated spaniel. Moran emerged into the hall, momentarily nonplussed to find a familiar face watching his approach. Samantha Grant's smile was wide and genuine. "Well, hello, Detective Chief Inspector." "Hello, Samantha. Official business, I'm afraid." "Yikes. So close to home, too. How can I help?" "Jill Crossley Holland, I'd like a word." "Ah, she's not here." "Well, she was. Bit of an issue, actually." Samantha smiled sheepishly. "Tell me more." She made a face. "A friend turned up. They had a bit of a row. It was pretty bad, actually. I had to distract the manager. Jill's not in his good books, as it is." "How bad?" "Well, he was a pretty heavy-looking guy. Short, tattoo biker type, all shaved head and piercings." Moran thought of the motorbike, the angry roar of its engine. "Who was he? Do you know him?" "Not at all. Never seen him before. Jill obviously knew him pretty well, though." "Did you catch what the problem was?" There was a slight pause as a waiter appeared, walked past them into the restaurant. The door opened, and the warm blast of conversation and smell of food made Moran's stomach yaw. Samantha grimaced. "Well, I didn't want to earwig, but—" "You couldn't help yourself." "You know how it is." Samantha flushed. "I mean, she's a friend, so—" "More a work colleague, you said." "Yes, I guess so. No, a bit of both, I suppose. Anyway, I only heard a little." "And what was the subject matter?" "It sounded like money to me, isn't it always? Listen, can I get you a drink or something to eat? I bet you haven't eaten all day." Moran could have eaten a scabby horse, but shook his head. "No, thanks, all the same. I need to talk to Jill Crossley Holland." Samantha blew out her cheeks. "Well, you could try the Cross Keys over the road. She's been known to take refuge in there." "Thanks." "Pleasure."
She looked furtively around. "Can I steal a kiss?" "What?" "Well, Moran was taken aback, but pleased all the same. No one was looking. Why not? She leaned over the reception desk. He hesitated. Something felt wrong. He couldn't. "Okay, I get the message." The light went from her eyes. "Look, I'm on duty. I'm sorry. I'll catch up later." Moran felt Samantha's eyes boring into his back as he made his way across the hallway, sidestepping bar staff and waiters as he went. The Cross Keys was as rammed as the Elephant. Ducking his head to avoid a low beam, Moran went down 2 steps into the lounge bar. Sure enough, Jill Crossley-Holland was sitting on a stool at the end of the bar, tapping on her smartphone. "Miss Crossley-Holland." She looked up. "Inspector Moran, how are you? Social call?" "I'm afraid not. Can we pop outside for a chat? Bit noisy in here." "Wow, mysterious, sure." They stood by the main road. Cars whooshed by, and a soft drizzle began. Crossley-Holland stuffed her hands in her trouser pockets. "Well?" "You didn't mention you were related to Michelle." "Well, to be fair, nobody asked me. It's not something I trumpet from the rooftops, and related is probably not entirely accurate." Moran nodded. "Michelle was adopted." "Yes." "You didn't get on?" A shrug. "We never didn't get on. We were a few years apart, not much in common." "Except a boyfriend." "Ah, who told you?" "Doesn't matter. But you did go out with Neil Butterfield, didn't you?" "Yes, but not for long. Music was all he cared about. And dope, I suppose." "How did you feel when he and Michelle became an item?" Crossley-Holland lit a cigarette, blue smoke. "Indifferent. Good luck to her, I thought, if you must know. He's a bit wet anyway, and he likes blow too much, but so what? Why are you asking? Aren't you even slightly curious as to the identity of your sister's killer? Of course, if it was murder. Michelle was quite capable of putting on a show, you know, attention-seeking, even on her way out. True to character, if you ask me. We're beyond that line of inquiry. Suicide, even assisted suicide, has been ruled out." "I see. Well, you're the detectives after all." Moran stepped back a pace, away from the billows of smoke. "Sorry, bad habit." Crossley-Holland threw the remains of the cigarette to the pavement and ground it with a heel. "You just had an altercation, I believe, with a stocky guy, bald motorbike. That's my business." Moran put his face close to hers. "Everything to do with you is my business, until I find out who killed Michelle. Clear?" "Perfectly." "So I'm listening." "He's just a guy I once knew." "And what was the argument about?" "Money." Crossley-Holland laughed. "As usual." "I'd like a name." "He's a nobody, really." "Miss Crossley-Holland, I can trace the bike very easily. He'll be on ANPR. Might take a few hours, but I'll find him, so you might as well come clean." "God, you make me sound like I've something to hide." "Have you?" "No, he's just a guy in a band, who now makes a living out of the dead." Silence. "Griffith? St. Swithin's? The gravedigger?" Crossley-Holland ran a hand through her hair, toyed with the pack of cigarettes, gave a reluctant nod. Moran pressed on. "And the money? Why's a guy you once knew asking for money? Quite a bit of money, judging by the heated exchange I've just been told about." Beads of sweat had appeared on Crossley-Holland's forehead. She was looking past him, assessing her options. Moran knew the signs. Her muscles tensed. Moran was ready. He caught her by the arm, grabbed her wrists, applied the cuffs. "Oh, come on!" She tried to pull away. "Nothing to hide. Nothing to worry about." Moran pulled him towards her, led her to the car, ignoring the shouts of protest, the language. A couple crossing the road gave them an odd look and a wide berth. "Get in." He pressed her head down. "Where are you taking me? I haven't done anything wrong." "In which case you've nothing to worry about. We're going to have a little chat, and you're going to tell me all about Griffith. And I'll take your smartphone while we're about it." "No way! You've no right! Get off!" Moran pushed her cuffed hands away, dipped a hand into her coat pocket and grabbed the phone. Don't you kill me! You kill me! Moran slipped the smartphone into his own pocket, gunned the engine. Who? Griffith? I don't think so. Who are you talking about, Jill? Eeler Edgeon, maybe? But Crossley Holland had zipped up, turned away, pressed her face to the side window. As they passed the elephant's ornate frontage, Moran caught sight of Samantha silhouetted in the doorway. She raised a hand, then dropped it to her side when she saw Crossley Holland. Moran's arrest had lapsed into sullen silence. He drove on, mentally rearranging a sequence of events which, at last, was beginning to make a dark kind of sense. Chapter 21.
Gav, a quick word.
DC Swinhoe was waiting in reception, buzzing with anticipation. Moran called a uniformed sergeant over. Keep an eye on Miss Crossley Holland, would you, Sergeant? Sir. Moran shut his ears to another burst of expletives and left Crossley Holland to inform Dennis Robson's ponderous pen strokes. She'd clearly decided on a policy of non-cooperation, but Robinson was taking it in his stride. Date of birth? Robinson inquired, genially. In your own time, young lady. We've plenty of it. I'm here for the duration, so when you're ready, Swinhoe was all eyes and excitement.
Just been chatting to Dennis, Gav. He said Tess was in early just before he went off shift, like really early. Go on. We've got her login details, plus I checked her browser history. And? She ran a photo through recognition, Gav. She went to the Oxford website.
What photo?
Here, look.
Swinhoe produced a glossy photo from a manila folder.
She thought she'd deleted it, but the app kept a backup. I think it's the pawn shop. So this must be the guy who sold the ring, Michelle's ring.
Moran peered closely.
But where on earth did she get this? Unless Edgeon tracked her, Gav. Unless he gave her the photo and asked her to run it through recognition, but why on earth she'd...
Moran's mind was racing.
Oxford? Why Oxford?
Gov. Moran turned.
DC Collingworth, aren't you supposed to be in Goring?
We've made an arrest, Gov. I mean, a guy turned up. He was hanging around like he was waiting for something or someone, so we nabbed him.
Okay, good. See what you can get out of him.
He's spilling already, Gov. Collingworth looked pleased. Told us he was on a job, leastways he was supposed to be, but his partner never showed.
Oh, yes. Hey, keep it down, please.
This is to Crossley Holland, whose protests had been slowly escalating in volume.
You can't keep me here. You have no right.
But we do, I'm afraid, Robinson was saying. Best just go along with it, eh? By far the best way. To Collingworth, Moran said, You and Swinhoe take the Goring guy. I'm with Crossley Holland. What's the time? Moran glanced at the large analogue clock face above the desk sergeant's workstation. We've an hour or so before the midnight briefing. I want facts and a clear way forward. Any intelligence relating to DC Martin, I'm interruptible. Got that? Yes, Gov. I have a missing police officer, Moran told Crossley Holland, and I want you to tell me where I might find her. Crossley Holland shrugged. How should I know? Moran leaned forward. Because something tells me you're up to your neck in this, that's how. Where's Edgeon? Never heard of him. But I think you have. A headshake. Why did you visit Butterfield? Your ex? Bit awkward usually, those kind of visits. Several seconds ticked away. The only sound, the gentle hum of the recording machine. Crossley Holland moistened her lips. I just wanted to show my sympathy, you know? Make sure he was all right. Nothing wrong with that, is there? Or maybe you wanted to warn him off. Make sure he kept his mouth shut. Warn him off what exactly? Oh, come on, Miss Crossley Holland. Moran sat back, folded his arms. You have a lateral scar on your midriff, same as Michelle's. Inexpertly performed, according to my medical colleagues. Is that how you got involved? In what? In smuggling human tissue. You've been reading too many Inspector Morse novels, DCI Moran. I don't read novels. You have a grand little network going on here, a very lucrative one too, I'm guessing. Crossley Holland gave a dismissive snort. So, I've asked my staff to take a look at your mobile contacts, maybe do a little tracing. Help me join the dots, you know? Moran's eyes narrowed. But you can speed the process along by telling me precisely what and whom and how and where and when. No evidence. I'm not obliged to say another word. Moran stood up, went to the window, rubbed the glass to clear a patch of condensation, looked out onto the busy roundabout. Lights changed, cars revved, horns honked. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed, drawing ever closer. He faced the room, went to the recorder, hit the pause button, and stood behind Crossley Holland, leaned on the back of her chair. His voice was barely a whisper in her ear. If your non-compliance results in the injury or death of one of my officers, I'll make sure you go down so far you won't be able to see the surface again. Ever. Is that clear? The door opened and George appeared. Sorry, Gov, a word. Moran closed the interview room door behind him. Make it quick, George. I got hold of Butterfield. He's in London, working on a new album, some basement studio in Soho. Anyway, he told me a bit more about Crossley Holland. You know, the two of them. Nedwell fancied Michelle, but it was never on. Crossley Holland got matey with Butterfield's band members. One in particular, the bass player. OK, so? He was drummed out of the band, excuse the pun, at Nedwell's suggestion, for being crap, basically, but also for being a belligerent little bastard. Nedwell stitched the guy up? Yep. And we're talking big grudges here, Gov. Butterfield's band has done all right. Name? Griffith, the Graveminder. Saints and sinners! Moran clapped a hand to his forehead. So we have a motive? George was bobbing his head. Against Nedwell, sure, but we're still missing something. How about Griffith got taken on as a useful guy by Crossley Holland and co? He must have needed the money. Go on, Moran frowned. How about he helped put Michelle in the ground? So he would have been party to the plan, the whole suicide cover-up thing. Moran nodded. OK. So he was aware of Nedwell's recordings too. Must have been. So he may well have figured out that, were the grave to be discovered, there was a strong possibility of the recording being traced back to Nedwell, especially if he could arrange for the prototype recording to be swapped for the finished product. Good, good. And to help us along, he added a few embellishments of his own. The finger at Nedwell's place. Yep, and the earring. You'll have a buddy, I shouldn't wonder. An insider. Someone who still uses Red Ned's studio. Look at, I reckon. Has to be. Nedwell trusts him with a key. He comes and goes whenever. Any news on his whereabouts? No, George said, but positively, as if there were more to come. Go on. So London is still the likeliest place for the guy to be holed up. But here's the thing, Gov. DC Tomlinson spoke to Luca's mates again. One of his buddies, who wasn't home last time, reckoned he spotted Luca counting a stash of money. Like we're talking 50s, not small change. The reward for evidence planting and CD switching. And guess who'd just been over to see him? Don't tell me. A guy on a motorbike. Spot on, Gov. Right, Moran said. I want Griffith here, on a plate, now. Last seen leaving Pangbourne at around 9 on his hotshot bike. Already looking, Gov. He's not at home. I'm not surprised. He's been after his share, but my guess is Crossley Holland's given him the bum's rush. Let's suppose you're right, George, that Griffith has a grudge against Nedwell. He exposed the grave, yes? Raised the alarm. But in doing so, he also exposed their carefully planned operation. Maybe he didn't think that through. Not very bright, then, our Griffith. George's face was flushed. That being so, it shouldn't be too taxing for you to find him, unless Sir John finds him first. Good point. We're on it, boss. George made as if to leave. Wait. If he beats you to it, don't take any chances. Caution is the watchword. Got that? And make sure you warn Bola. Got it? Moran watched him stride away. George, boss, nice work, the pair of you. Moran mentally rolled up his sleeves. took a deep breath, pushed the interview room door open. "Sorry to keep you." Crossley Holland failed to make eye contact, continued picking at a hangnail. "You know what I think?" Moran asked, propping himself against the chipped windowsill. "What?" "I think you need a new recruitment policy." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Bit of a rough diamond, young Griffith, isn't he? I mean, he's a good laugh down the pub, but he's not exactly the brightest star in the sky." "I have no idea what you're talking about." "So maybe it wasn't such a great idea to employ him as a joint assassin." "Assassin?" Crossley Holland gave a short laugh. "A gopher, that's all Griffith is." "But the worm turned, unfortunately for you. Somewhere in his devious little mind, he sensed an opportunity to get his own back on young Mr. Nedwell." Crossley Holland picked harder at the nail, her mouth a thin line of resentment. "He's an idiot." Moran let half a minute slide by, then he went on. "What was Michelle's crime, Jill? Did she threaten to expose your sordid little operation, was that it? Or was it that you just couldn't bear her to have any success? Because you're the hotshot international wheeler dealer, aren't you, Jill? You're the family success story." "You have no idea." "She was just your little, not even proper sister." Crossley Holland made a face, shook her head. "I bet you were annoyed when she benched your boyfriend. Was that what sealed her fate, eh?" Moran thumped himself into the chair and looked her directly in the eye. "Was that when you decided to get rid of her?" "No evidence." Crossley Holland glanced at her watch. "Which means I'm out of here in 23 hours or so." 95, actually. If I suspect you're involved in a murder, which, by the way, I do." Moran hardened his tone. "And as I said before, it had better not be 2 murders, or my earlier guarantee holds good. Do you understand me?" Crossley Holland was back at the nail, worrying it. Moran continued. "I'd say the best part of 4 days is plenty for my team to find evidence. They're good, very good. And people like you, clever as you might be, well, you make mistakes, Jill, don't you?" A knock. Moran went to the door. "What is it, DC Swinhoe?" "You said you were interruptible, Gov. Our friend Jimmy from Goring told us he was waiting on his mate, guy by the name of Aaron Povey, small-time crook. He never showed up, and apparently he never not shows. Got an address. Eldon Terrace." "What, again?" Swinhoe winced. "I know. But there's more, Gov. A vehicle break-in report just came in, Eldon Square." The DC licked dry lips. "Gov, it's Tess's car. Uniform are on their way." "All right, good. Now we're getting somewhere. Keep it, Jimmy, and keep me informed." "Gov." Crossley Holland's body language had changed subtly. Moran sensed her confidence ebbing. He knew the signs. He sat down and faced her again, prepared to launch an assault on what he considered her major weakness, pride. "Well, you really messed up big this time, didn't you, Jill?" Moran ticked off the failures on his fingers. 1, Michelle's burial was witnessed. 2, your fixer's sidekick had his own agenda, exposed the whole shebang straight away. And 3, the fixer himself has just overstepped his mark by abducting a police officer. Bad idea. We don't take kindly to such behaviour. Your professional organisation sounds like a bunch of amateurs to me." He waited a bit, let her digest his summary. "What's your role in all this, Jill? Financier? Facilitator?" She was looking past him, over his shoulder, zoning out. "All right, I'll let you mull things over. In the meantime, I'm going to have a chat with someone a little more vocal, someone who's a touch more inclined to let things out of the bag. And you won't be in his good books right now, Jill, I'm pretty sure. I bet he'll have a lot to say about you, will young Griffith. I wonder how much he knows." "I'll be wanting a solicitor." "Yes, you will indeed." Moran left her. He leaned on the corridor wall and exhaled a long, weary sigh. His watch told him it was 15 minutes to midnight. He walked quickly through the open plan, picking up snippets as he went. No news yet from George or Bowler. Confirmation that Griffith wasn't at home. ANPR tracked the biker along the Oxford Road, but had drawn a blank near Richfield Avenue, some issue with the cameras. Moran sat at his desk. Where would a frightened man go? Where would he take refuge? Moran drummed his fingers. The solution came to him in an instant. Griffith would go to ground in the most logical place. Somewhere familiar. Somewhere synonymous with safety and shelter. One word. Sanctuary. Chapter 22. Fastest briefing ever, Moran told the tired and drawn faces assembled in the IR. Here's where we are. DC Martin has, in all likelihood, been abducted. Compromised, probably in some way. DC's Collingworth and Swinhoe have been interviewing a suspect found lurking in the Goring Cemetery. Name of Jimmy Muldoon. Small-timer. His buddy was a no-show. We have an address. To Collingworth and Swinhoe. Time to go, you two. The two officers departed. I also have one Jill Crossley-Holland in custody. Adoptive sister to Michelle. She knows it all, but isn't forthcoming yet. I say yet because DC's McConnell and O'Dunsey are about to bring in Griffith the Grave, as he's known. He's an ex-member of Butterfield's band and big anti-Nedwell grudge carrier. He raised the alarm, discovered Michelle's burial. Moran made quotation marks in the air with his fingers at the word discovered. We'll get to Crossley-Holland through Griffith, but someone else may be interested in making sure that doesn't happen, so we're taking precautions. A hand went up. Someone at the back. Yes? Do we have any idea where to find Griffith? Moran nodded. Griffith's gone to ground, as DC's McConnell and O'Dunsey have already ascertained, but I'm pretty sure I know where. I've ordered a response unit to accompany said officers on this particular show. Moran looked up at the wall clock. They'll be in situ. St. Swithin's Church at 12:45. We now know that DC Martin came in very early this morning, probably directly from the Royal Berkshire Hospital. She attempted to ID a suspect, based on a photograph which had come in her possession by means unknown, but conceivably via Mr. Airjohn, who we are reliably informed spoke with DC Martin in the early hours of this morning. Moran paused briefly. Traffic have just notified us that DC Martin's car's been spotted in Eldon Square. Forensics are on their way, as will I be when I get a chance, and before you ask, there's no sign of Tess. Another hand went up. The ANPR trace on Tess's vehicle showed that she left Reading via Caversham Bridge around 7 this morning, Gov. Turned onto Oxford Road. Cameras picked her up again near Wallingford, then on the Oxford Ring Road. Looks like she was heading for Oxford HQ. Moran nodded. Probably to make an inquiry after drawing a blank on the record software. There's a team there run by an old colleague of mine with a very special set of talents. Super recognisers? A comment from the floor. Exactly so. Moran nodded approvingly. You've done your homework, DC Styles. The female DC flushed. Moran went on quickly. Can't get hold of anyone on the team to confirm DC Martin's intentions. They have their own priorities right now, but we have to assume she came out with a name and probably an address. Hopefully, DCI Kellaway will return my call in the morning, but by then I sincerely hope we'd be better informed, hopefully by DC Martin herself. In the meantime, I'm 99% sure that Tess was given the Eldon Terrace address. Mr. Aaron Povey will hopefully tell us more in due course. In the meantime, carry on with your current tasks. If anyone wants me, I'll be winding up the interview with Jill Crossley-Holland, then heading for Eldon Square. That's all. Moran returned to his office, feeling a good deal less confident than he'd hoped he had sounded during the briefing. His answer phone showed 7 missed calls. At least half of these would be from DCS Higginson asking for an update. Moran briefly closed his eyes. He wasn't the praying type, but if there was a time for such a thing, it would be now. The likes of Ilya Airjohn didn't play games. They saw themselves as untouchable, gods of terror. A verse from the Bible drifted unbidden into Moran's mind. Something about gods and men. He couldn't recall the stanza precisely. Maybe it was time for him to get better acquainted with the Almighty, because right now he needed all the help he could get. A hiss of air as before. Tess froze, something scraping, a click. The sound of breathing, even and steady. "My apologies," the familiar voice said. "I wanted to spend more time in your company, but it seems my employers have other ideas. I must leave you for a little longer."
I can manage.
A pause and a soft laugh. "I do believe you can."
You're running out of time,
Tess croaked.
You think you'll never be caught, but you will be.
A chair leg creaked. A settling sound. Tess imagined him sitting with one leg crossed over the other, comfortable, confident. There was silence for a moment before he replied, "Time. The most precious commodity. But we do not know how much we have, a year, 10, a day, or maybe just an hour. And what is time after all? It cannot be bottled, cannot be earned, cannot be seen, nor can it be felt. It is here, it is then, it is before, it will be after."
I'll give you about an hour before you're banged up and yelling for a solicitor.
A long pause this time, then. "You are not taking me seriously, DC Martin."
Should I?
Tess's heart thumped. No way would she give him the satisfaction of knowing how scared she was. The chair groaned as the weight upon it was removed. Tess heard his footsteps click to the right. Something fell to the floor. Then he was beside her, his voice a whisper in her ear. "Very well. I will not leave you blind." Tess felt his fingers on her blindfold, loosening the knot. The blindfold fell away, and she blinked in the harsh light of a single fluorescent strip. The room was long and low-ceilinged. At its far end, a single door padded, bolted top and bottom. Besides her, a table with a water jug, one glass. To her right, sitting quietly, eyes fully open and head slightly to one side, as though concentrating on some unheard conversation, was the Sun journalist, Tracy Jones.
What have you done to her?
She is comfortable. Empty.
Empty? What do you mean?
Now she saw the syringe, the empty vial discarded beneath Jones's table. She is at peace.
You've tracked her.
Tess looked into the blank eyes, saw nothing but emptiness. He shrugged. Calmed, perhaps, or maybe unburdened is better. Forgive me, but my English is a little rusty. You see, DC Martin, I take my assignment seriously. I do not like to be disturbed in my work. I do not like to be spied upon. I do not like people asking questions. I do not like to be followed. Ah, but let me just look at you. His eyes drank her in top to bottom, almost as though he was seeing a loved one for the first time in many years. She whispered through parched lips, "Don't hurt me." He shook his head and whispered, "Never." Smiled. Tess shut her eyes. She heard the double clack of withdrawn bolts, a thump as the heavy door slid open, a waft of fresher air, then the faint sound of her captor, softly whistling. Chapter 23. St. Swithin's Road was quiet. Too quiet. George was trying to put Tess to the back of his mind, concentrate on the job in hand. It wasn't easy. She'll be fine. All will be well. He surveyed his surroundings. The church itself was in darkness, no external spotlights to illuminate the steeple, no guiding lights for a desperate man seeking sanctuary. Because by now, George McConnell reckoned, that's what Griffith would have become. He'd known he'd overstepped his mark, would be fully aware of the price he had to pay. George hefted the bunch of keys Sandra Lockhart had given him. The verger was standing at a prescribed distance by the lich gate, arms folded, wearing an expression of barely contained excitement. Bowler O'Dunsey joined him at the entrance. What do you reckon? She gave him access a couple of hours ago, so he's still in there. Got to be. I mean, where else would he go? Want to send in Barraclough's mob? Not yet. Let's do this nice and gently. Might be armed. Scared too, Bowler said. Bad combination. But not here, John. As soon as we make that clear, he'll be all right. You think? I hope. And what if John shows while we're inside? That's why Barraclough's shooters stay outside. Fair play. Bowler shrugged. Let's do it. George spoke into his radio. Gaining entry. Stand by. Roger that. A crackled response from Barraclough's team. The door swung open. George stepped into the cloister, Bowler close behind. Which way? Right, Bowler whispered. The main body of the church is to the right. Great turn of phrase, George whispered back. Inspires confidence. Let him know who we are, Bowler hissed, in case he decides to have a pop at us. Good thinking. George played the torch beam along the cloister. Griffith! Armed police, show yourself! You've nothing to be afraid of. Silence. George felt the space open up around him, shone his torch up and around the nave into the chancel. How about switching on the lights? Bowler suggested. Bad idea. George walked on a few paces. Come on, Griffith, show yourself. A faint movement higher up, maybe? A flutter? The bell tower? Bowler's eyes were directed upwards. No, it's bats or pigeons. You think? People do climb in extremis. George shook his head. Very common, always up, never understood that. Nearer to God? Maybe. Maybe it's just bats or... Bowler's voice was cut off as something barged into him, something fast and heavy. George swore, dropped the torch, waded in. Enough, Griffith, back off! But Griffith was a strong man, a strong, frightened man. George hauled on his collar, but the blows kept raining down on Bowler, whose arms were raised in a defensive cross above him. I said enough! George heaved again, and Griffith jabbed with his elbow, lost his centre of balance, rolled onto his back, legs kicking. Bowler righted himself, and between them they pulled the Welshman to his feet, Bowler applying an arm lock for good measure. Leave me alone, Griffith panted. I'm all right, yeah, safe, see? But you're not, are you? George said. You think John has religious inclinations? You're a lot more stupid than I thought, and frankly, that's very stupid. You can't arrest me. No proof. Griffith bared his teeth. We'll get plenty of that later. Don't fret, George said. And you'll be a lot safer with us. Bowler pushed him forward. Move. I'm not going out there. No way. Griffith pushed back. We have an armed response unit outside. It's okay. Get going. George took one arm, Bowler the other. Frog marched the gravedigger along the cloister to the entrance. Griffith made his displeasure known, swearing, yelling. Enough! Bowler wrenched his arm. Coming out! George spoke into his radio. Stand down! Roger that. Barraclough's matter-of-fact reply came back instantly. George ducked Griffith's head under the doorframe. They stepped onto the path. George felt suddenly exposed, vulnerable. If anyone was... Something was wrong. He raised a hand. Wait! What? What is it? Bowler was still breathing heavily after Griffith's assault. Not sure, just... The sound of the shot came to George's ears as a sudden disturbance in the air, a soft puff. He felt Griffith's body jerk as the body propelled him backwards, smashing the gravedigger against the cloister exterior. The Welshman sank slowly to the ground, leaving a red trail on the toughened glass. Bowler was still hanging on to him, trying to pull him up. For a moment George was too stunned to react. Barraclough's voice crackled through the radio speaker. Get down! Down! George grabbed Bowler's coat, pulled him to the gravel. Leave him! He's done! They both sprawled onto the path. George felt small stones rip his knees as they crawled for cover. 30 seconds passed. No further shots. Another 30. Barraclough's team fanned out, made a thorough search of the area. It didn't take them long. 3, maybe 4 minutes. They were trained for precisely this eventuality.
but there was nothing to find. The ghost had vanished into the night. Moran replaced the receiver, sat back. A moment of disorientation washed over him, a gentle wave of disbelief. Bad had just clicked over to worse on his progress indicator. George's shocked voice was still ringing in his ears. Killed instantly. It could have been worse. He held his head in his hands, massaged his forehead, but not much. Someone at the door, it half opened. Push hard, it's broken, Moran said. DC Collingworth came in, Swinhoe just behind him. Come in, both. And give me some good news, please. No sign of Povey, Gov. He's not there. Place is a tip, but we did find this in his front room. He held something up. Moran tried to focus on it. A pad, a post-it pad. Yes, Tess's writing on it, Gov, Swinhoe piped up. She was there. What about her car? Moran massaged his forehead. Anything? Nothing useful yet, Gov. Swinhoe chewed on her top lip. Side window's broken. No sign of her. Right. Get a search out for Povey. All his known haunts, buddies, drinking dens, whatever. Done that, Gov, Collingworth said. Of course you have. Moran stood, grimaced at the stiffness in his knee, in which case I'll pop in to see young Jimmy myself. Twist his arm a little harder. What room's he in? Number 4, Gov, Swinhoe said. He's happy enough to... Want me to sit in, Gov? Collingworth interrupted. I think I can manage, DC Collingworth. Going to ask forensics. If that car has anything to say, I want to hear it soon as. Got that? Sure. Collingworth went for the door, but Moran was there before him, blocking it. Yes, Gov, I think you meant. Moran inclined his head expectantly. Swinhoe hovered in the background, chewed her lip. Yes, Gov. Collingworth spaced the words just a little too far apart for Moran's liking. You better be thorough, DC Collingworth, he told the young detective. It's not just DC McConnell you'll be answering to. Collingworth nodded stiffly. Moran moved aside. Behind him he heard Swinhoe mutter, Twat. Moran almost smiled, and then he remembered George's call. He retrieved his stick, not because he felt the need of it, just that he wanted to wield something, have something in his hand to heft. It made him feel better somehow. Right, DC Swinhoe, he said. Shall we? Jimmy, is it? Moran sat down, propped his stick against the table. Jimmy Muldoon licked his lips, looked at the stick, then back at Moran. His eyes found DC Swinhoe and held her gaze. His thoughts were written all over his forehead. Maybe she'll be sympathetic. Not like the old guy with a stick. So it's grave robbery, is it, Jimmy? Moran began. That's what's paying the bills these days. We're errands out there, Jimmy Muldoon sniffed. We don't do it much, just sometimes, like. Where there's a nice juicy burial, eh? When someone with a bit of dash shuffles off. Jimmy shrugged. Oh, I suppose. And where might we find the boss? Where might Aaron be tonight? Another shrug. I don't know. He was supposed to meet us at St. Thomas's, but never showed up. So I gather, Moran said. Good prospect, was it? Eh? New burial? Oh, yeah, some philanthropist. Moran smiled benevolently. Yeah. Loads of money. Jewelry and so forth. Probably, yeah. So, what's with Aaron's no-show? I don't know. He were real keen, like. I want to talk about the other grave. St. Swithin's. Oh, that. I want you to tell me everything you saw. Everything. Jimmy swallowed. Oh, I don't want to get into worse trouble. It's fine, Jimmy. DC Swinhoe's voice was calm and at ease. We just need to know who was there, what you saw, what you thought was going on, okay? Yeah, all right then. Jimmy pushed a hank of greasy hair away from his forehead. They listened. When Jimmy had finished, Moran asked, And the car? It were a posh one, silver. Merc? Nah, something else. Like a Merc, but
Lexus? Swinhoe prompted. Yeah, could be. Details? Jimmy took a breath. Well, Aaron got me to get the car reg, didn't he? Moran's heart leapt. You have the registration. Gave it to Aaron, didn't I? You don't remember it? Moran's hope sank without trace. It had an 18 in it, that's all. An 18? Nothing in the house, Gov. We checked. Swinhoe shook her head. But maybe AMPR? The DC's eyes were bright. Yes. Go. DC Swinhoe's leaving the room, Moran told the recorder. Oh, I didn't mean no harm, Jimmy was saying. I mean, it wasn't like she needed it anymore. You're talking about the ring? Yeah. I'm not worried about that right now, Jimmy. I want to know exactly what you saw. Tell me again. I told you already. Anyhow, I ain't no grass. Moran leaned in. Jimmy, you'll be a lot closer to the grass unless you tell me everything. Jimmy paused for a few seconds, then, all right. Like I said, 2 guys is all. Big guy, smaller guy. Tell me about the big guy. Didn't see much. He were tall. Pretty strong between them, carrying the box with a body light. So you're saying that Michelle Lacroix was already in the coffin as they carried it to the grave? Yeah. So not killed on the spot, then? Buried alive. The drugs probably administered beforehand. Moran wondered where and how they'd set the wheels in motion. Anything you remember about the tall guy, Jimmy? Anything at all? Jimmy's eyes darted this way and that, as he feared he might be overheard. Force of habit, Moran said to himself. For people like Jimmy, furtive wasn't just a necessity, it was a way of life. I'm waiting, Moran said. He moved like a ballet dancer's all, Jimmy said, eventually. He were quiet, didn't make a noise when he moved, not like the other one. He were crashing about like a bloody elephant. And they drove away together? Yeah. Direction? Turned right onto Tylehurst Road. Towards town? Yeah. And what did you do? I got the hell out of there. Jimmy shivered involuntarily. It were all wrong what happened. There was something about it, gave me the creeps, you know. Aaron was the same. We just wanted out, know what I mean? Swinhoe's head reappeared round the door, her expression flat. Gov? Moran hit pause, went out. AMPR no show so far, Gov. The disappointment on her face was plain to see. Stick with it. Any Lexus anywhere in the area that night needs a follow-up. Keep me posted. Yes, Gov. Swinhoe hurried off. Moran paced the corridor. What now? Nothing yet from Collingworth and forensics. The longer this went on, the less likely a favourable outcome. He looked at his watch, made a decision. If you want something done, Brendan, my lad, you know what to do. Chapter 24. Sit down. Take it steady, George advised. You've had a shock. Sandra Lockhart perched on the edge of her armchair. Her house was 2 doors along from St. Swithin's, and as the ARU had secured the area, albeit a bit bloody late, George had deemed it appropriate to escort the verger home. Bowler was out there somewhere, searching for clues, tracks, anything to indicate where the shot had been taken. But Air John was probably miles away by now, and with 2 uniforms, front and rear, and one of Barraclough's heavies patrolling nearby, George felt safe enough. And so have you, Lockhart said. Good grief. I mean, what if he fired again? He could have killed both. All right, Miss Lockhart. Best not dwell on it. I need a drink. She went up and went through to the kitchen of her modest semi. Can I get you one, DC McConnell? That's very kind, but go on. Don't give me any of that on-duty business, purely medicinal. George wavered. What harm? God knows he'd had a shock right enough. He nearly had his head blown off. A wee thimbleful wouldn't go amiss. Well, here you are. Lockhart reappeared, carrying 2 tumblers of amber liquid. George took the proffered glass, set it down on an occasional table. Thank you. Here's to, I don't know, life? Lockhart downed the whiskey in one. She shook her head. Oh, that's better. That poor man. I mean, I never really warmed to him, but still. I need to ask you a few questions, Miss Lockhart. George left the tumbler where it was. "About what happened tonight?"
Yes, naturally you must."
George cleared his throat.
"So, did Griffith call round? Did he come here or find you in the church or—" "Yes, he came straight in. I was finishing off some paperwork in the office. Saints preserve us, it's endless, you've no idea. The buzzer went and there he was, scared stiff. I've never seen him like it, ever."
Lockhart was gazing into the distance, reliving the moment. She refocused on George.
"But you haven't touched your drink."
Presently George said,
"So what happened? Did you ask him what was wrong?" "Good grief, no, I didn't have to. He was quite insistent about what he wanted. 2 things. First, to stay in the church overnight. And second, well, that was the thing. He wanted to tell all." "All? How do you mean?" "He wanted to make his confession."
The car was taped off, still in the space Tess had chosen earlier. Glass fragments from the smashed window glittered as headlight beams from passing traffic crisscrossed the square. Moran showed his ID to the uniform and ducked under the tape. 2 forensics were still at it, one beneath the car, one in the back seat, dusting, scraping.
"Nothing?"
The officer in the rear seat lifted his head. "Sorry, sir. Nothing terribly useful, I'm afraid. DC Martin's prints are everywhere, of course. Something heavy was used to smash the glass. Whatever it was, there's no sign. DC Martin's handbag was on the passenger seat. I've bagged it. Nothing helpful inside, though." "Okay, thanks. Do you mind if I—" "Sure, go ahead." Moran played his pocket torch beam across the front seat, the floor. Tess was a resourceful officer. She'd proved that time and time again, but something as full-on as this didn't leave you much time to react, let alone leave clues. He opened the glove box, shone the beam around. Logbook, fuel receipts. Come on, Tess, what happened here? Moran scraped a few glass fragments from the driver's seat, sat down. So she'd got hold of a photo, made the ID, found Povey, back to the car, and then what? John. Or maybe a moment to think, to consolidate. What did she get out of Povey? What did she want to get out of Povey? Moran watched the lights flicker past on the London road. Taxis, a lorry. Rush hour still a couple of hours away. He tried to put himself in Tess's shoes. She'd been given Povey's photo. Had to be from John, a still from the original stolen CCTV footage. She'd been tasked. Find this man for me, or else. Or else. What? A threat, then? And a heavy one at that. More scraping and rustling from the rear. The back door opened and the forensics guy got out, struck up a conversation with the officer underneath. Moran filtered them out. Tess was unmarried, no kids, no boyfriend, an ex-boyfriend maybe, no shortage of admirers, George, but family, parents? Elderly parents, he recalled. One of them, the mother, maybe, was unwell, some heart condition. But how would John have known that? No information is safe these days. GP records, social media, anything could be hacked. Except maybe the police network. That was harder. Hence, John's need for an insider. Someone to find the guys who'd witnessed his crime. Aaron Povey and young Jimmy Muldoon. But then what? Tess finds her man. Next job, pass on the info as requested. Unless she decided to call it in. Unless she grilled Povey for details, built up a picture of John, maybe traced him via the car reg, tried to turn the tables. But John, being the pro that he was, anticipated Tess's move. Got to her first. Question was, how long a gap between Tess leaving Povey's house and John's arrival at the scene? A few minutes? Half an hour? Enough time to make a backup, just in case. That's the kind of officer Tess was. Shaken, yes, damaged, certainly, but resourceful always. Moran flicked his torch on again, checked above the sun visor, under the seat. Come on, Tess. The forensics officer stuck his head in the side window gap. ETA for tow trucks, 5 minutes, sir. We're pretty much done here. Okay, thanks. Just give me a minute, would you? Sure. The look said it all. What are you going to find that we haven't? Side pocket, nothing. Handbrake recess, nothing. Moran clicked the torch off. Well, you tried. The rumble of a powerful engine, headlights approaching from Eldon Road, the tow truck. Moran reached for the door handle. Wait. Tess's car wasn't fitted with a radio, no CD player either, just one of those dummy plastic plates where the radio should be. Moran fished out a penknife, selected the flattest blade, slipped it under the plastic and prized gently. It came away easily. He clicked on the torch, played the beam over the plastic strip. His heart sang. A car registration number written in lipstick. The tow truck was lining up, clanking and revving. Moran got out. The forensics eye raised his eyebrows. Found something? Moran held up the plastic strip. Girls and makeup, son. There's 1,000 uses. Chapter 25. Confession? As in confession? Yes, Lockhart said. He wanted to tell me everything. He wanted absolution. George shivered. Griffith must have had some kind of premonition. There was going to be hell to pay for this later. What would Moran say? What would he do? The tumbler drew his eye again. The light from a nearby standard lamp had caught the surface of the liquid, deepening its tone. Just a finger of scotch, that's all. Scarcely enough to dirty the glass. With an effort, he tore his gaze away, refocused on the verger. I'm listening. You must know that I can't reveal anything he told me. Lockhart spread her hands apologetically. George blinked. Had he heard her correctly? What? Why on earth not? The seal of confession, Lockhart explained. We're not in a position to divulge information revealed within the context of a confessional. George bristled. A man's just been shot in cold blood. One of our officers, a good friend of mine as it happens, is missing. I need to know what he told you. Patterns of blue light flashed across the ceiling. A siren wailed, stopped abruptly. Reinforcements. The search for Air John was scaling up. My hands are tied, DC McConnell. Lockhart folded her arms. I'll need to talk to the bishop. She looked at her watch. But you wouldn't want me making up his eminence at this ungodly hour, would you? I don't care if you have to wait the bloody Pope, George said. I need to know, is that clear? Oh, well, really, there's no need. I'll book you for obstructing the course of justice. You, the bishop, the entire Anglican board of directors if I have to, George told her. Lockhart sighed, clasped her crucifix pendant. We don't have a board of directors, but under the circumstances I suppose I can give you a flavour of what Griffith said. Well, thank you, that's very obliging. He didn't give me all the details, just the salient points. I must say I'm still in shock from his revelations, let alone what happened afterwards. Please, Miss Lockhart, time is moving on. George drummed his fingers on the chair arm. More blue lights, movement outside. St. Swithin's Road was alive with police activity. By now they'd have roadblocks prohibiting M4 access into Reading, access anywhere pretty much. Lockhart's attention was diverted momentarily by the commotion, but George's impatient tapping reeled her back in. Yes, I understand, she said. Well, he'd got himself mixed up in something sordid, the foolish man. He was offered a great deal of money to hide that poor girl's body. And to think he was the one who came to me, told me what he'd found. Now, why would he? Best leave the ways and wherefores to us, Miss Lockhart. Yes. Of course. I think I need another drink. Excuse me a moment. George drew on unguessed reserves of patience as Lockhart disappeared into the kitchen to recharge her glass. He was suddenly aware that his hands were trembling. He made fists of them, willed them to be still. He had to get something concrete out of Lockhart to present the Gov, something that would lead them to Airjohn and to Tess. Lockhart came back into the room, took a deep draught of her scotch. "Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes, so Griffith was told to prepare the ground, so to speak. He was told to rendezvous at a certain time and place. Details?" Lockhart set a tumbler down, hesitated, looking down at her hands, toyed with her ring. "Details," George repeated firmly. "Oh, what's the use? It'll all come out anyway now, won't it?" "It will." Another sigh. "He was told to go to a residential home where he'd be given instructions." "A residential home? An old people's home, you mean?" "Yes, one of those nice ones for the well-to-do." "Where?" "Pangbourne." George's ears pricked up. Pangbourne? Gov's neck of the woods. "Address?" Lockhart frowned. "He did tell me the number. Wait, it'll come to me." George tapped, waited. Somewhere outside a dog barked. Tracker, probably. "Number 3, Lockhart said. "That's right. Number 3, Orion Court. He said he thought that the number 3 significant because of the constellation." "You've lost me." "The constellation of Orion," Lockhart said. "Orion's belt. It's also known as the Three Sisters. Griffith was... Here Lockhart's voice faltered a little. "Was keen on astronomy as well as music. You knew he was a musician. Awful noise, I thought." "Yes, we knew." George scribbled the address. Made no sense. An old people's home. Did he mention a name? "No, I don't think so." "So, what did he do there?" "I can't elaborate, I'm afraid, DC McConnell." "The main points'll do," George said, "if you wouldn't mind." "The flavour of it, I said." A note of testiness had crept into Lockhart's manner. "Seal of the confession, remember?" George gritted his teeth. "Go on." "The long and short of it was that he'd stupidly got involved with Michelle's murder. Orion Court was his contact point. I believe he mentioned meeting someone he felt to be rather threatening, the person who was to accompany him on his mission to put the poor girl in the ground. His commanding officer of sorts." "Name?" "He didn't mention a name. He simply said that when he met this individual his blood ran cold. And I can assure you, DC McConnell, Griffith wasn't the sort of man to scare easily." George nodded, prompted her to continue. "Well, he knew they were after him because of his giving the game away. I mean, he told me about the burial at the first opportunity. I must say I couldn't understand why he did that. If he hadn't, well, no one would have known, no one would have noticed. As I said before, the graveyard is fully subscribed. Griffith's the only groundsman, and apart from mourners, well, they're there for a particular plot, aren't they? But for some reason, he blew the whistle. He said something about getting his own back on somebody. Anyway, whatever he intended, the whole thing backfired on him rather badly. Goodness." She paused for a sip of scotch. "I can hardly believe I'm saying all of this. It's as though Inspector Morse has come to life in Tilehurst, don't you think?" "Not really." George was out of patience. He put his notebook away. "Thanks for your time. I may well contact you soon, so don't leave the country. Don't even leave town." "Ha! Fine chance. Oh!" Lockhart's hand went to her mouth. "I'd quite forgotten. I have to be in Reading for an 8 o'clock meeting." George glanced at the carriage clock on the mantelpiece. It read just after 7. He rubbed his eyes with a weary gesture. "Not driving, I hope?" He looked pointedly at her empty glass. No, I shouldn't, of course. I wonder, would you do me a huge favour?" "Namely?" "Could I possibly have a lift? The meeting will take up most of the day, and by then I'll be fine to drive." "We can't spare any vehicles at the moment, as I'm sure you understand." "Oh, of course, but I meant my car." George thought it through. Couldn't find a reason to refuse. "All right," he told her wearily. "I'll take you." "You're a gent," Lockhart smiled. "I'm awfully grateful." As Lockhart bustled about looking for keys, retrieving a laptop, putting a coat on, George shot a parting glance at his untouched drink. The cut-glass pattern winked at him, almost a taunt. "You've won today's battle, George, but the war's not over yet." Not by a long shot. Traffic was, as George had anticipated, bumper to bumper. Each car was being checked, each occupant questioned. George showed his ID at the roadblock by Prospect Park and curtly informed the officers that his passenger was helping police with their inquiries. He waited, fuming as the uniforms ran their checks. By the time they'd left St. Swithin's, Barraclough and Co. were winding down. Not a trace of Erdjohn. The op had been a complete washout, and Barraclough's failure to apprehend the gunman was not only a poor reflection on the ARU team, but also a disastrous result for George and Bowler. They'd led the gravedigger to his death, surely as if they'd lined him up in front of a firing squad. The memory of Griffith's resistance, his reluctance to leave the church, lingered in George's mind. The uniform stuck his head in George's window, glanced again at his warrant card, sniffed. "All right, DC McConnell, away you go." He waved them through. Lockhart managed a wan smile as George negotiated the roundabout and floored the accelerator by St. James's Catholic Church. "I'll be late, but I think under the circumstances the committee will understand. I do appreciate this, DC McConnell." George grunted some non-committal response. His mind was racing ahead. He wanted to catch up with the Gov, get over to Pangbourne, check out that address. He eased Lockhart's car into Greyfriars Church car park, a 2-minute walk to the station. 2 minutes to prepare for Moran's questions. George felt a queasiness in the pit of his stomach. This wasn't going to be pleasant. Lockhart was chatting away, asking him something. "What was that?" "Nothing, I'm wittering as usual." Lockhart gave a short laugh. "Thanks so much again. I must get going. They'll be waiting in the church hall." "Have a nice day." George handed her the keys. "Don't move this vehicle until at least 5 p.m, okay?" Lockhart raised her hands in mock defence. "Scout's honour." George headed off, hands in pockets. What happened wasn't his fault. Maybe they should have kept Griffith inside, double-checked the whole area. If only... Oh, what the hell. What was done was done. He had to face it. Everything was going down the pan. Tess was still missing, and he was about to get his head chewed off and spat out. Great start to the day, George. Lockhart waited at the church entrance until George was out of sight. Satisfied, she backtracked to the car, unlocked it, got in, sat quietly for a moment, turned the key in the ignition, composed herself, reached for the button to unlock the boot, hesitated, withdrew her finger, mumbled a quiet prayer, pressed the button. Click. The temptation to look in the mirror was huge, but she resisted. The Volvo's suspension lurched, steadied. She held her breath. A shadow fell across the window. She wound it down, kept her eyes focused on the windscreen, the dashboard. "Good," a voice said. "You may go about your business. Now forget everything you have seen and heard." Lockhart felt her heart thudding irregularly behind her ribs. Her mouth was dry. "You may keep your money." Her heart almost stopped. He knew, but how? She tried to moisten her lips, but her tongue was stuck to the roof of her mouth. "Provided, naturally, that your silence is guaranteed." She nodded, a quick, jerky movement. She didn't want to look up, to see those eyes boring into hers. "Or perhaps you have already said too much." No, I didn't tell him anything, nothing at all. Only that Griffith had turned up, frightened, wanted to stay in the church, that's all." There was a pause. A silence which seemed to go on and on, then, "Perhaps, like the Welshman, you cannot keep your peace." "No, I said nothing." Lockhart shook her head from side to side. "I'm telling the truth." She sounded desperate, even to herself. "I do hope so, Miss Lockhart. Good day to you." She sat frozen in the same position for a good 10 minutes until she felt able to leave the security of the car. Her legs were wobbly, untrustworthy.
Griffith had paid for her silence, but now she'd given McConnell the nursing home address. Oh, God. Why had she done that? She leaned against the door, took a deep breath. You know why, Sandra. To make an end of it, that's why. And the police will catch him, won't they? Before... No, don't think of that. Of what might happen if he finds out. The police would catch him now, of course they would. Maybe things will get back to normal. You still have the money. Griffith's gone, so who will know? Cars passed on the roundabout. Shoppers walked by on their way into town, bound for Sainsbury's, W.H. Smith, maybe a coffee at Costa, a chat with friends. A normal day. But not for Lockhart. Normal had ended the night that she'd looked into the graveyard from her bathroom window and witnessed a young girl being buried alive. Chapter 26. Moran looked up. Ah, George. Bowler. I'll make this quick, he said. What exactly was it about be careful you didn't understand? Gova, George began. Moran waved him down. Forget it for now. We have a registration. It's not a Lexus. It's a Volvo. XC90. Moran tapped the side of his head. My friend Jimmy's not so great on luxury SUV IDs. Anyway, it's a hire, and we have an address coming up any time now. And, also, it's not the first inquiry they've had about said vehicle. Yesterday evening, around 6, the hire company received a call from a police officer. Tess, George said, in all likelihood. What is it, George? Something else on your mind? Lockhart gave me an address, a Pangbourne address. Okay, context? George told him. Moran knew it. Orion Court was next to his local service station. Swinhoe tapped the door. Moran beckoned her in. Got it, Gov. Hotel, Caversham Road. Off you go then, yourself and Collingworth. With care, Moran added. George opened his mouth, but Moran raised a warning finger. No, you two, stay put. I can't afford to risk sending you out until we've had a full wash-up, and in any case, I'll need someone here to coordinate. Bowler, silent up to this point, cleared his throat. Wasn't our fault, Gov. It was someone's fault, Moran said evenly. But like I said, the post-mortem will have to wait for now. And I'm not talking about Griffiths. He looked sternly at each officer. George, it's Crossley Holland for you. Give her a grilling. See if you can break her. Bowler, you with Swinhoe and Collingworth. Keep a close eye. In the meantime, if anyone needs me, I'll be in Pangbourne. Out, both. George and Bowler slunk away, went in opposite directions. No eye contact. Moran got up, retrieved his stick. The phone rang. Moran. Morning, Brendan. Sandy Taylor. Got your message about the Lacroix girl. How can I help? Moran sank into his chair. Probably nothing, Sandy. I was just wondering. Dr. Gordon attended to verify death, doing the necessary and so on. Presumably on your say-so? A pause, then. Not specifically, since you ask. Didn't mention it to me, at any rate. Probably keeping herself busy, not a bad thing in my book. She's had a rough time of late. Young Morag. Mother's a problem for her. Father died a couple of years back. Nice fellow, Swedish chap. Met him once or twice. They were very close. He was waiting for a transplant. No donors, sadly. She frets about her mother. Visits her regularly. She recently moved, I believe. Quite a kerfuffle, but the old bird's game. Your neck of the woods, actually. Pangbourne. Lovely new place. Wouldn't mind a room myself there one day, Sandy chuckled. Moran knew the answer to his next question, but asked anyway. She did tell me, Sandy replied. Hold on, let the old grey matter tick over. Moran heard light tapping on the receiver at the other end. Something to do with star signs? Zodiac, was it? No. Orion, that's the place, Orion Court. Thanks, Sandy. Listen, I have to go. Speak soon. Pleasure. Moran crashed the phone into its cradle. The door caught on the carpet. He cursed, kicked it hard, slammed it behind him. Multiple pairs of tired eyes looked up as he limped across the room. quickly looked back to their screens. Moran steered the car onto the IDR, took the Caversham exit. As he drove, he thought about Morag Gordon, specifically the way she'd spoken about the consultant she'd introduced him to. What was his name? King. Alan King. They hadn't said much, just small talk, an exchange of pleasantries. Although less pleasant was King's rather disparaging remark about the Lacroix investigation. Cheeky so-and-so. Moran had let it go at the time. But the way he'd looked at Gordon, they hadn't said much, but their eyes had spoken volumes. Moran swung the car in a tight U-turn. Horns blared, fists waved. He put his foot down, carved his way through the rush-hour traffic towards the Royal Berkshire Hospital. Pangbourne could wait. He parked outside the main entrance. Damn the parking restrictions. On impulse, he stopped to buy a bunch of flowers. Roses, a few carnations. Moran hurried to Charlie's ward, hit the buzzer. The doors hissed open. She was sitting in a chair next to her bed. "Gov? Thanks, they're lovely." "Don't get any ideas," Moran told her with a wink. "But I see you've lost your independent sideboard status." "I don't mind. Feels a bit more sociable. Staying long?" "Flying visit." My second of the day. Fiona Reid popped in earlier." Moran frowned. The name was familiar, but... "The FLO? She's lovely." Of course. Funny thing, though." Charlie swept her hair back absently in a familiar gesture. "What's that?" "She was trying to get in touch with the Lacroix parents, the step-parents. They were desperate to see Michelle. I remember. But they blanked her, totally." Charlie made a go-figure gesture. "Fee tried twice. She said the mother was quite rude when she eventually got hold of them." Moran shook his head. "Grief can do strange things to people." "Yeah, I suppose. Any luck with the grapevine?" "Any luck? My ears are aching with the volume of goss." "Tell me all. Can I sit on the bed?" "Not supposed to, but no one's looking right now." Moran perched himself awkwardly on the hard mattress. "I'm all ears." "Right, well, firstly, he's ex-army, served abroad, bit of a hero apparently." "Oh, really? Where did he serve?" "Balkans somewhere. Not sure yet, haven't had time to dig that deep. But I will, never fear. Anyway," Charlie leaned forward like a conspirator passing on state secrets. "They all hate him," she said. "He's a serial sex pest with a serious ego problem." "Why am I not surprised?" Moran reached for Charlie's fruit bowl, selected a tangerine. "May I?" "Go ahead. I can't stand oranges." "You're supposed to be eating healthily." "Yes, doctor." Charlie picked a grape, popped one in her mouth. "The thing is," she continued, "he's damn good at his job. All the patients want him to operate. They all want to see him in the outpatients clinic. His registrar doesn't get a look in. He's thinking about an alternative career, poor guy. Private practice." "Oh, yeah. Have you seen his car?" "Don't tell me. Bentley? Porsche? Close. Aston Martin, yellow, special order." "Okay. What about girlfriends?" "Well, his latest is, surprise, surprise, our Nordic pathologist. But he casts a wider net." "Is Dr. Gordon aware?" Charlie shrugged. "Probably. Blinded by love, lust, money, whatever. Doesn't seem to be a problem for her." "Okay, so any other habits, lifestyle observations?" "He has 1 weekday off a week. Regular as clockwork, never misses." "Happy registrar." "Yes, he's 1 day of grace." "So what's the great man up to on his day off?" Charlie shrugged again. "A day of passion with Miss Gordon?" "Maybe not. He's never in a very good mood when he comes in the next day, so I'm told." "Charlie, you're a gem." "What's going down, Gov? Are you getting close?" Moran was on his feet. "Closer. Listen, I have to go, but let me have any more Jen on King when you get a chance. Only if you feel up to it, mind." "Of course. What else am I going to do stuck in here?" She grinned. "But Tess, she's okay, right?" Charlie paused in mid-grape selection. "Just get well, Charlie," Moran said. "You're sorely missed." A frown. "You haven't answered my..." "Gov." But Moran was already halfway along the ward. He didn't turn around, just raised his stick in salute. Moran cruised into the fuel station, filled his tank, looked across at Orion Court. Odd place to build a retirement home, next to a shell garage, but still, convenient for some, he supposed. He paid for his fuel, paying particular attention, this time to the staff. Nothing out of the ordinary, mostly Asian, young, normal. Maybe not so normal. Orion Court's 10 parking spaces were vacant, apart from one commandeered by a laundry van. Moran parked directly outside the front door, rang the bell. A voice in the intercom. "Yes?" "I'm here to see number 3, Moran said. "Mrs. Gordon, come right in." A buzz. Moran pushed, and the door opened. He was immediately hit by the usual institutional environment atmosphere. Boiled cabbage, lavender, and something else. The unmistakable smell of old age. It couldn't be suppressed, even at this price tag. A woman appeared from a nearby cubbyhole office, looked him up and down. "Hello, you're after Mrs. Gordon? She's just back. Always pops out in the morning for a paper. Amazing for her age." The woman gave him a wide smile. "I'm Angela Brown, the manager. You're a relative?" "No." Moran showed his warrant card. "Oh, you're not going to arrest Miss Gordon, surely?" She looked aghast at the prospect, but only half seriously. So ludicrous was the suggestion. "I hope not." Moran gave her a tight smile. "Which way is—" "Up the stairs on the right." She insists on using the stairs, never a lift. "First door on the right, just knock. Her hearing is top-notch, better than mine, probably." Mrs. Brown smiled a professional smile. "Anything you need, I'll be here." "Thanks." Moran went past the residents' communal lounge, found the stairs as directed, went up. Everything looked brand new. The paintwork gleamed, the fixtures and fittings shone. He found number 3, knocked, waited. The door opened at his second knock. He recognized her immediately from the forecourt shop. "Yes?" "Mrs. Gordon, my name's Detective Chief Inspector Brendan Moran. Do you have a minute?" "Oh my! But how exciting! Do come in, please." She stood aside, held the door open. Moran was shown into a smartly furnished lounge and directed to the 2-seater settee. Mrs. Gordon settled herself into an armchair, alongside which a cup and saucer, a paperback, and a folded pair of glasses had been placed on the uppermost of a nest of small rectangular leather-topped tables. "I'll come straight to the point, if I may," Moran said. "I'm given to understanding that a man named Griffith is known to you." "Griffith? Yes. He's a friend of Morag's, my daughter." Mrs. Gordon's voice was rich and cultured. She was as smartly dressed as he remembered from the garage. As before, her makeup had been carefully applied, scarf and earrings chosen with taste, and her eyes, he now noticed, were bright and attentive. This was a lady whom in her day would have been a force to be reckoned with. "I see," Moran nodded. "And is he a regular visitor?" "He pops in, just now and then," she told him. "He looks rather scary, doesn't he? But he's a lamb, really, deep down. What's he been up to? Not mischief, I trust?" "Well, perhaps I'll come to that presently," Moran said. "Is that your late husband?" He pointed to a framed photograph which had been placed in a central position on the mantelpiece. "Yes, that's John," she smiled, a brief but profoundly sad expression. "An English name? I was told he was Swedish." "He adapted. When we first met, he was Johan Grunland. Settling here, it was easier to anglicise his name." "And when did he die?" 2 years ago next week." "I'm sorry. It must have been hard." 45 years we were together," Mrs. Gordon said, "and in all that time never a cross word. I know it's a dreadful cliché, but it's true." "A rare thing indeed," Moran nodded again. "Many are not so lucky." "He'd still be alive, you know, but for that awful waiting list. He was as fit as a fiddle apart from that one thing. Oh, forgive me, how rude. I haven't offered you anything to drink. Can I make you a cup of coffee? Tea, perhaps?"
Moran raised his hand. No, thank you, I'm fine. Waiting list, you say?
His kidneys, they were the problem. He died of acute renal failure, you see. The most dreadful thing was just waiting, watching it happen. I felt utterly powerless. You've no idea, Chief Inspector.
I can imagine.
Can you? Can you really?
She sat forward in her chair so that Moran could see the hurt, the anger and frustration in her eyes.
Do you know how many people are on the waiting list? 5,500. And over 500 of those poor souls have been waiting for over 5 years.
She sat back, radiating anger.
Most of them won't ever receive a transplant. Most of them will die eventually, just like my John. Well, that can't be right, Chief Inspector, can it?
It's hard. I understand that, Moran said gently. Mrs. Gordon, you'd do anything to help one of those needy people receive the medical attention they need, wouldn't you? Mrs. Gordon's face relaxed a little as the tension drained away.
Of course, she said. Of course I would. Any compassionate human being would.
I agree, but there's a right and a wrong way, like everything in life.
You're Irish, aren't you, Chief Inspector?
I am indeed, County Cork.
She sighed. A beautiful country, I know it well. A native of Cork can charm the birds from the trees, isn't that what they say?
Moran smiled. I believe so.
And you're a very charming man, Chief Inspector. But I know why you've come.
It's the fuel station, isn't it? Moran said. Is that where the list comes in? Every week? Maybe, or every day? Mrs. Gordon picked up a teacup and took a delicate sip, replaced it in the saucer with a soft clink.
Usually twice a week. But I always pop over in the morning to get my paper in any case. Maybe a few groceries, it gets me out.
And the contact's name, if you know it?
A charming young man. His name is Rajiv. Rajiv Thankra.
Thank you. And you passed the list to Morag? A nod. And how many names are on the list usually?
It varies. 20, 30, maybe more.
Presumably all manner of organs are offered.
Yes. Again, it varies from week to week. I'd like to see a lot of kidneys.
A wave of intense weariness crept through Moran's body. There were crimes, and there were crimes. Part of him just wanted to walk away, thank Mrs. Gordon for her time, wish her well in her widowed years. As if she were reading his thoughts, Mrs. Gordon spoke up.
It's your duty, Chief Inspector. I won't blame you. Not in any way.
Moran didn't know what to say. He thought of the vast parade of villains he had encountered during his long career. They flicked through his memory like a pack of cards being shuffled. And here was this intelligent, articulate, elderly woman, absolving him of blame for uncovering a small part in an international organ smuggling operation. To say that the circumstances fell outside the usual boundary lines would be an understatement. He began falteringly. You do understand that it's impossible for me. I mean, you must be aware that I can't allow this to continue. And then he heard himself add, I'm sorry to say.
I do believe you are, she said. Will I go to prison? Will Morag?
That's not for me to decide, I'm afraid, Moran said, gathering himself. But we need to talk about Griffith. Why did he come to see you?
There was a man he used to meet from time to time. They used to rendezvous here. I didn't like him at all, I must say. I wish I'd never given him access to John's glory hole.
Moran's spine began to tingle. Glory hole? Mrs. Gordon's face lit up at the recollection.
Boats. John loved his boats. He owned a little land between Pangbourne and Goring. We were going to build a property there, but the planning permission didn't work out. He built a boathouse instead, and a basement to tinker with his engines and all things nautical. It's quite a place. He had to engineer it so that it didn't disturb the neighbours, who are frightful snobs, by the way. He had a lovely boat. I called it the Spirit of Adventure. We used to spend fair weather weekends coasting up and down the Thames, rather like three men in a boat. Have you read the book? So amusing.
Where can I find the boathouse? Moran's heart was hammering. It's very important.
Very easily, she said. From Goring, you just walk along the towpath towards Pangbourne. It's around 3/4 of a mile. A lovely walk in season. How will I recognise it? It has John's family crest on the roof, an eagle and a sword. He was very proud of that. He carved it himself. He was so good with his hands, Chief Inspector.
I must go now, Miss Gordon. Moran had his phone out. Thank you for your help. I must ask you to curtail your visits to the forecourt. Do you think you can do that for me?
I shan't go anywhere, Chief Inspector, don't worry. My travelling days are done.
Outside, Moran stabbed frantically on his iPhone's number pad. He waited impatiently while George was fetched from the interview room, pacing up and down until the familiar Scottish brogue crackled through the speaker. McConnell! George, any news from Collingworth and Swinhoe? They've drawn blanks to the Caversham Road Hotel, Gov. Room's empty. Manager described the guy, but hasn't seen him for a day or so. No sign of the car. Forensics are mobilising. Don't bother for the moment, Moran said. Get on to Barraclough's team pronto. Target is a boathouse near Goring. Tell him to meet me outside St Thomas's in the village centre. Is it Tess? I believe it might be, Moran said. He could feel George's tension even at this distance. But stay out of it, George. And yes, that's an order. Don't worry. I've plenty to keep you occupied in the meantime. Chapter 27. Tess's head jerked up at the sound. Had she imagined it? Her dreams had been lucid, surreal, terrifying. But the reality she awoke to was infinitely worse. Tracy Jones was still lolling open-mouthed in her chair. The atmosphere was close and fetid, and nearby, perhaps just beyond the door, someone was whistling. She strained at the cords, but her wrists were bloody and raw, the pain intolerable. She could only watch and wait as the door swung silently open on well-oiled hinges, and then once again he was standing before her, the deep-socketed eyes taking everything in, checking, assessing. Apparently satisfied, he closed the door behind him, removed his hat and coat, set them down carefully on a workbench, and rubbed his hands together in a gesture of preparation. Fear wrapped itself around her. This was the end. Her time had come. An image of her parents, bewildered and grief-stricken, as they learned of their daughter's fate, swam briefly across her mind. She shut it out.
Talk to him. Don't give up. Why are you doing this?
He looked up, paused. Why?
Yes, why?
Her mouth was dry like sandpaper.
May I have a drink?
He half-filled a glass from the water jug beside her. The liquid was straw-coloured, dirty-looking. He held it to her lips. She took a gulp, gagged, drank some more. You're strong, he said, as she was. He put the glass down.
I've been through more crap than most, that's for sure.
She looked at him, defiant. If she had to die, she'd do it on her own terms. He laughed, stood back, folded his arms. You ask why? I will tell you something. When I was a boy, everything I had was taken from me. I will mention one word. Sarajevo. My family were in hiding. My sisters, brother, mother, and father, cousins. We were separated. The mortars fell from the sky like rain. I was lucky. I was small, nimble. The soldiers, they did not miss me until I had slipped away. I lived on rats, seeds, whatever I could find. Now his face was close to hers, the dark eyes wide and revealing. I vowed this. When I am a man, I will never allow this to happen again. I will not be controlled. I will not be marginalized, persecuted. I will survive. I will be who I will be. I will live for those who died.
I've read about the conflict, Tess said quietly. But haven't you seen enough death? Don't you want to be a life-giver, not a life-taker?
My current employers facilitate the preservation of life. For me, it is enough. I provide a service to allow the continuance of their business. That is all. He straightened, took a step back.
What kind of business?
Tess asked quickly. While he was talking, he wasn't doing whatever he intended to do at the workbench. You see here? He pointed to Tracy Jones. Too many questions.
You killed Michel Lacroix. I don't understand why.
It was necessary.
You treat death so lightly.
He got down on his haunches. DC Martin, I will tell you this. I know death well. For a long time, he was my only friend. He was with me day and night. He followed me wherever I went. This you will not understand. You cannot unless you have been there, unless you have followed in my path.
Go on, please.
I have talked enough. He presented his back, went to the workbench. Tess's heart thumped.
Oh, what's your name?
He spun, thrust his finger so that she flinched. Be quiet!
I'm just collateral damage, is that it? And this poor girl, what about her family? How will they live with the knowledge of what you've done to her?
A swift, deft movement of his hand, faster than Tess could follow. Then he was at her side, the cold barrel of an automatic pistol pressed to her forehead. Tess bit her lip, tasted blood. She could smell his breath, warm, minty, a faint hint of garlic. You speak of death? Yet you know nothing.
I'm a fast learner.
God, what was she saying? Where was this coming from? The pressure eased. He slid the barrel along her skin from her forehead to her temple. Withdrew it. So, he stepped back, looked at her, as if weighing options, then said, This room, it is not possible to hear any noise from the outside. It is soundproof, completely. The lock is a combination of key and code. You cannot go out unless you have a key and know the code. If you use the key without the code, the lock will seal. The door is very strong. It cannot be broken. The air you notice cannot be refreshed. We are in a sealed box. Maybe the oxygen lasts for 12 hours, not much more. Unless the door is opened and the air is replaced. He dragged the table in front of her, put the gun down with a soft clunk. You can kill me if you like, but you will never get out. No one will hear, no one will know. In 15 hours you too will be dead. So, what shall we do? He folded his arms, watched for her reaction. The automatic lay on the table, close enough to pick up. Had her hands been untied? Shall we see? He moved behind her and she felt him cutting, pulling. One hand came free and then the other. She gasped as the blood flooded into her muscles and tendons, pins and needles pricking her skin, like the teeth of countless tiny rodents. She eased her arms forward, flexed her fingers. He folded his arms again, watching her massage her wounded wrists. Tess continued the rubbing action, her brain working frantically. What shall I do? The gun lay just inches away, but towards her. What would he do if she made a grab for it?
You'll be quicker. You've been tied to a chair for hours. He'll just shoot you out of hand.
Well? His chin came up a fraction.
Are you serious?
The tingling had stopped, the warmth returning to her fingers. As I have explained, death I do not fear.
But why would you let me do this?
You'll have spirit. I give you a choice.
Some choice. Die now or a bit later.
The moulded, impassive expression shifted a little, like a locked drawer sliding briefly open to reveal hidden secrets. But your dilemma is, surely, can I kill a man in cold blood, a police officer as you are? Such an act would contravene your country's laws, would it not? And I suspect your own moral law.
You're beyond morals, I can see that.
Tess pointed at Jones's prone body.
Or at least you've redefined your own.
Are not all morals relative? Who is to say that mine have any more validity than yours? They are mere conveniences for communal living.
Sorry, but killing another human being is clearly wrong. How can it not be?
According to whose law?
The law of common compassion and humanity.
Ah, humanity. What has become of humanity? Where was the humanity when my sister was killed? There was none. Only hatred and bloodlust. The human condition, it is like a raging bull contained for much of the time, yet ready to break out at a moment's notice.
You're saying all human beings are like this? That the human race is basically evil, but it's corralled by societal convention?
Precisely. You are a Christian country, and you do not understand this.
Christian? She shrugged. Maybe once, not now. Most of my friends and colleagues are atheists.
She massaged her fingers, made sure her eyes were locked onto his, engaging him.
Keep talking and stay alive.
He nodded.
You see, you have abandoned one of the major moral restraints, that of religion, and this gives further license to moral decline. Do you not see it in its many forms? Teenage street gangs roam free, ruthless drug cartels control the inner cities, Eastern European organizations flout your immigration policies with their blatant people trafficking and prostitution.
He was warming to his theme.
You are obsessed with your human rights in the West, is that not so? You are blind to moral decline and support only the right of the individual.
He made quotation marks in the air.
Criminals avoid jail, murderers roam free. And what do the people think? What do they do? They turn to their special social media feeds to see which celebrity has undergone the latest transgender procedure.
He tapped his forehead.
The West is sick. Very sick in the head.
But you've risen above it all, Tess said. Accountability to no one except your latest paymaster.
No man is my master. They're merely a means to an end.
Well, thanks for the philosophy.
My pleasure. But now you have a philosophical choice to make.
He indicated the waiting automatic. Tess shook her head.
You're not going to let me shoot you. This is some sick game. Well, I'm not playing. Do what you want.
You do not know what I want.
But I do. You want to be a faceless avenger, to do your work and disappear. Well, go on. Do it and get it over.
Since Tess had been imprisoned, no sound had come to her except her own cries of despair, her laboured breathing during bouts of fitful half-sleep, and the short exchanges between herself and her captor. Perhaps it was her imagination, but now it seemed to her exhausted mind that some background murmur had begun, almost imperceptible at first, but slowly increasing in volume. The sound of something familiar, but to her befuddled senses oddly intangible.
You are my little dilemma, he said, retrieving the automatic. My assignment dictates that you will die, and yet...
He flicked a catch, dropped the magazine into his palm, checked its contents, clicked it back into place.
It is your eyes. They speak to me, as did hers. So what shall I do?
He placed the gun carefully back on the table, looked up, cocked his head. Tess met his gaze, locked on to those deep-set eyes. The noise she had perceived was getting louder. She didn't know what it meant, but in an instant she knew exactly what it was. Water. A lot of water. Chapter 28.
I'll handle this if it's all right with you.
Bill Barraclough was a no-nonsense Midlander. 6 feet 2 inches of all-action, local club rugby number 8, muscle and energy. Moran liked him. He was good at his job, which made the night's failure stand out even more starkly against Goring's grey autumnal prospect, which the village wore with resignation like a familiar but uncared-for cloak. It was raining hard, mirroring Moran's mood. His body was tense with nervous energy, his mouth acrid from the lack of sleep, his exhausted mind rallying for an all-out effort to snatch DC Tess Martin like a burning brand from the flames. "She's my officer, Bill. I need to be here." "Understood, but I'll give the orders, okay?" "Yes. And your lot answer to me, okay?" "Yes, fine." They were standing outside St. Thomas's Church. To the left there was a service track which led downwards in a gentle slope to the towpath. Barraclough's team were standing at the ready, armoured up, prepared for action. Barraclough gave the order, and the team moved swiftly away from the road and turned left along the riverbank. Moran followed, collar turned up against the rain. Now a driving, stinging downpour starring the river like tracer salvos from some unseen hostile aircraft. He paused under an overhanging cluster of branches, drew out his mobile, dialed HQ, and waited impatiently for a response. "Give me DC Collingworth, would you?" he told the operator. "One moment, please." Moran pressed on, sheltering the device under his coat lapels as best he could in a clumsy attempt to keep it dry. Barraclough's unit was shadowy shapes up ahead, moving more cautiously now as they approached the area that Moran's brief research had shown to be the boathouse's location. He bent his ear to the phone. "Hello, Collingworth. I'd like you and Swinhoe to do a little job for me. Got a pencil?" "Good. This is the address." When he was satisfied that Collingworth understood, Moran pocketed the phone and picked up his pace, swishing at obstructive clumps of nettles with his stick as he slipped and stumbled his way along the waterlogged towpath. "This had better be right, Brendan." Someone was behind him. He could hear the slapping of fast-moving feet, the rustle of impatiently bulldozed flora. He half-turned, raised his stick ready to make a defence, but let it drop as he recognised one of the team, an athletic 20-something he'd selected to accompany him with the specific purpose of doing a quick recce around Goring's side streets. "Gav, hold up!" "All right, Delaney, what is it?" The DC stopped short, arms on hips, taking in lungfuls of air. His hair was plastered across his forehead. "Found it, Gav," he said between gasps. "It's parked up behind the station." Moran's heart thudded with renewed optimism. "You've reported that? Good. Forensics can come and have a sniff around while we're keeping him busy. Come on then, son, we'll see through this together. Gav!" The boathouse materialised through the murk, the ARU team surrounding the frontage like a family of dark beetles. Moran made a thorough inspection. Semi-derelict on the outside, a casual walker would pass it by without a second glance. Perfect, in other words, for Air John's purposes. Mrs. Gordon had spoken of a basement, but where was the entrance? Barraclough's team had fanned out, surrounding the building in a U-shaped formation. Barraclough himself stepped forward, testing the ground. The woodwork was ill-maintained, river and rain slapping against its sides in equal measure. No boat, but Moran hadn't expected there to be. The spirit of adventure had been sold a long time ago. He watched Barraclough move around the boathouse's inner perimeter, studying the floor and the area beneath the boarding. There was a shallow staircase leading up to an elevated door, the rear entrance. Ground level was higher at the back of the building. Barraclough paused on the third step, bent, peered under the platform, came down the steps, stepped gingerly across the narrow area between the water and the base of the staircase, and began to examine the area immediately beneath it. He probed the wall with gloved fingers, stopped, tested again, and then made a signal to his number 2, who joined him by the staircase.
From where he was standing, Moran could discern a faint rectangular outline on the wall, weather-worn and hard to spot. On either side of the outline, 2 narrow slits had been cut into the brickwork. Moran frowned, but as he tried to figure out their purpose, the rising water, having reached the level of the sloping boardwalk, provided an immediate and practical answer. Instead of flooding the boardwalk, it began instead to gurgle and swirl into the cut gaps. Drainage, which meant basement. The gun was still there, solid, available, within reach.
Make the choice.
You don't think I'm capable, do you?
He spread his hands.
Your morality will restrain you, but if that fails, my insurance is your hope. Hope that you will escape, that you will live, despite what I have told you.
His eyes were caves of darkness.
Kill me, and your fate is sealed. Perhaps we shall meet in the next life, although I doubt such a life exists.
Someone may miss you. Come looking.
No, I do not reveal my whereabouts. This part of the job they leave to me.
Tess's tongue felt like a sheet of sandpaper. Was this some kind of perverse test? Did he really expect her to go for the gun?
He's playing with me, that's all. Like a cat with a helpless mouse.
Not so helpless. Not now, not any more. No more a victim. The decisions made her hands sweat. She tried to swallow, but there was no saliva. Coughed instead, cleared her throat. The sound of water was growing louder by the minute, a fact which seemed not to faze him, but she wanted him to hear this, so she raised her voice above the racket.
You're making an assumption.
I am?
Yes!
She had to shout.
What kind of assumption?
She lunged for the automatic before he could finish his sentence, felt its coldness in her sweaty hand, almost dropped it, pointed it directly at his chest. Her hand was shaking badly, but he was an unmissable target, surely at this range.
You're assuming I want to go on living.
She spat the harsh, bitter words. At that precise moment, the lights went out. She squeezed the trigger. The gun kicked in her hand, and for a split second his shape was picked out by the muzzle flash, moving low, ducking, getting away. Chapter 29. Barraclough had dispersed his team to the front, rear, and sides of the boathouse, apart from 5 officers who had joined him by the sealed opening. Delaney wiped rain from his forehead.
Do you think they're down there, Gov? It looks like it hasn't been in use for donkeys.
Exactly.
Well, if he is down there, we've got him like a rat in a trap.
Maybe, Moran nodded. He leaned on his stick, tried to feel positive. Maybe not. Question was, what would Herr John do to Tess in extremis?
If she's still alive.
Barraclough had the aperture open, poking his head through the gap. Dim electric lighting yellowed the damp walls of a stone stairwell.
Hello? Someone at home?
Delaney whispered. They watched as first Barraclough, then in single file, his 5 officers ducked their helmeted heads and disappeared into the gap in the wall. Behind them, on the rain-lashed river, a motor cruiser slid by, its wake rolling wide ripples to the bank, spilling over the boardwalk, sloshing into the storm drains. Moran held his breath. Tess tore at the flex binding her legs to the chair. She could feel her nails splintering, but all she could think of was freeing herself. If she was going to die, at least she'd die standing, not trussed like some battery hen. She panted with exertion, pulling, tugging, heaving, until eventually the wire fell away. She tried to stand, wobbled on unsteady legs. It was pitch black. She couldn't see a hand in front of her face. The noise of the water was a constant serration. Where was it coming from? Was she under some well or reservoir? What did it mean? Could it breach the room? John, where is he? For 30 seconds or so she'd forgotten him. Maybe I did hit him. The gun. She made a search, scrabbling on the floor, found it, pocketed it. She felt her way forward, arms outstretched, shuffling steps on rebellious legs. Why had the lights gone out? Some electrical failure? Or maybe the water had something to do with it. Her hands came into contact with something soft. She reached down, ran her hand over the obstacle, screamed. Tracy Jones's face was warm, unresponsive to her touch. Tess stepped back, every muscle in her body shaking, teeth chattering. Now a noise, not water. A catch or lock clicking into place or being undone? How? Where are you? Her voice returned to her, loud and hollow against the constant shh of running water. Her back was against the wall. She clung to it like a fly to a window. Safe, safe, safe. Moments passed. How many? How long? Then, DC Martin? Oh, God. Impossible. Again. Hello, DC Martin, are you there? Please respond. Tess rested her head against the wall, opened her mouth. I shot him. It was funny. She started to laugh. A loud thump. The lights came on. Dark figures entered, shouting. It made no sense to her. Nothing made any sense, not even her laughter. She slid down the wall, and her chin rested against her chest. Are you sure? Moran's eyes were kindly. Take your time. I'm sure, yes. They were sitting in the lounge of the bar of the Miller of Mansfield, a small hotel opposite St. Thomas's Church. A fire was burning in the grate, and on the table before her was a large glass of brandy and an even larger mug of coffee. We recovered a spent bullet, Moran was saying. Forensics will tell us more about blood matches in due course. He paused. But I'm afraid John gave us the slip. What? Tess halted the brandy glass in mid-air. How? Moran sighed. There was a tunnel, an emergency exit, I suppose you could call it. It ran for 200 metres along the line of the towpath. There was a mooring point, a boat. He escaped? In a boat? Tess put the brandy glass to her lips. A boat? Christ! We'll get him. She swallowed the burning liquid. Remembered. The reporter, Joan, Moran hushed her with a look, a shake of his head. She's being attended to. But she was... Oh. The glass tipped, fell. Moran made a grab for it. Too late. It shattered on the floorboards. And my parents... Tess had stood up. He's going to kill them. Moran was on his feet too, making calming motions with his hands. She needed him to understand. He'll kill them. Do you understand? Tess, we'll sort it. Sit down, please. Now! You have to do it now! Yes, all right. Please, sit down, Tess. Drink your coffee. Moran indicated her chair. I'm arranging that right now. A moment. She sat down as she was bidden, drank some coffee. She could hear Moran talking to DC Delaney. Nice guy. Girlfriend was a solicitor or something. Moran was back. It's done. Thank you. I'm not going to ask anything else for now, Tess. And I'm not going to allow anyone else to either. We need to get you checked over. No hospital. She shook her head vehemently. Moran sat back in his chair. God, he looks knackered. A barman was crouched beside them, scraping the brandy glass remnants into a dustpan. He gave her a sympathetic smile. I don't need sympathy. No, I understand that, Moran said, and she realized she'd spoken aloud. But, he went on, in that maddeningly reasonable Irish voice of his, you do need the medics to check you over. Then I'm signing you off for a break. No, Tess! She leaned over the table. Look, Gav, I want in on this. I just nearly got killed, but I'm alive, and I want this bastard nailed. I want to know what the hell's been going on while I've been... Oh, shit. She sank her head into her hands as the tears came out of nowhere, uncontrollable. Breathe, breathe. No good. She filled the bar with her weeping. Terrible retching sounds erupting from deep within, so deep, right inside her soul she couldn't stop. Moran's arms were around her. Tess, are you listening to me? I'm asking you to listen, okay? He found her chin, tilted it up. It's all right. You're okay. Everything's going to be fine. I'm going to take care of you. I promise. She nodded, wanting to believe it. Buried her head in his shoulder. Chapter 30. You have her? Well, how is she? She's all right, George, as well as can be expected. Moran's voice was easy, no hesitation, no procrastination. He sounded relieved, exhausted. She's okay. Bowler was making questioning signals. George waved his hand. Give me a minute, would you? She's in hospital? No. George could hear the background patter of conversation. Phones ringing, printers buzzing. The Gov was calling from the IR? George tried to keep incredulity out of his voice, failed. She's at work! Moran was quick to respond. George, it was my decision. It's not ideal, but she wanted to be here, to find out what's going on. She has a right after what's happened. Is she injured? The paramedics checked her over. She has abrasions on her wrist and ankles where she was tied. It could have been a whole lot worse, George, believe me. Ed John? A hesitation. George groaned. He got away. How? Moran told him. Bowler was shifting in his seat, impatient for news. Tess shot him, Moran was saying, but he was wearing a vest. We found the bullet embedded in the basement wall, hit the vest and bounced at an angle. She shot him? How the... I'm going after him, George said. He meant it. No, George, you're not. I need you right where you are. Crisis over for the moment. Concentrate on the job in hand. I'll keep an eye on Tess, rest assured. Tell her I'm asking after her. I will, of course. What's happening at your end? No sign of the great man. What exactly are we expecting here? This is Thursday, his day off. A regular day off. Same day each week. Nothing sinister about that. Maybe not. We'll see. George's attention was caught by an approaching van. Big Mercedes, white, the kind you see around all the time. He looked away, returned his attention to Moran. All right, Gov. I'll get back to you if anything's going down. Thanks, George. By the way, can you see into King's Garden? No, it's high-walled. We may need an excuse to call in, have a look around. You're thinking garden outhouse, doubling as an operating theatre? Want me to pop in, talk to the wife? A few seconds went by as Moran considered this. I don't think that's advisable, George. I don't want to rattle him, just observe for the time being. Sure, I'll be in touch if anything changes. George signed off. The sense of relief was like the parting of clouds. She was safe, and yet... So? Bowler's eyes were wide with unanswered questions. George went through the update. But the reporter Jones, out of it, the Gov says. He gave her something, some drug or other. What drug? It's affected her memory, like she's forgotten who she is. I don't know anymore. Wait, what's he up to? The white van had parked opposite Alan King's house, one of those new estate cul-de-sac jobs. 5 bedrooms, double garage, 0 character. The van logo read Aquamazing Services, bathroom refits, general plumbing. A web address, but no contact number. Funny how companies assumed that everyone on the planet was online or could use a computer at least. Bowler was rambling away in the background. So this guy's a surgeon? George's parents didn't have a clue about the internet, social media, Wi-Fi. His septuagenarian mother still referred to computers as commuters, despite frequent correction by both Mr. McConnell Sr. and George himself. George, you listening, man? What? Chill, man. I'll need to bite my head off. So this doctor is a big cheese at the RBH, right? Apparently. General surgeon, walks on water.
There's a but, a big but, if the Gov's intel turns out to be on point.
Is it ever not? George said.
Ah, here we go.
The front door of the property had opened. A smartly dressed man in a blue pinstripe, carefully trimmed hair, slightly too long to be fashionable, carrying a leather briefcase, headed for the Audi Sport in the drive. He clicked the lock, opened the car door, placed his briefcase inside, stopped, looked across the road, frowned.
Dr. Livingston, I presume, Bowler muttered.
Yes.
Wait, what's he up to? Sorting out his plumbing agenda by the look of it, Bowler said.
King walked smartly across the road and tapped on the driver's side window.
Bowler shook his head. Parking issue. Self-righteous resident.
The surgeon finished his brief exchange with the driver, returned to his car. The van engine started, moved off. George followed its progress. The Audi reversed smartly, and turning on a dime, as his favourite author Lee Child would no doubt have put it, accelerated up the road. The van went one way at the T-junction, the Audi the other.
Tail him?
I think so. George already had the engine running. He gave the Audi a 15-second head start, but then they were off at a speed which made Bowler hang on to his passenger strap.
Easy! My grandchildren would like to know me a little.
If this bastard has anything to do with what occurred, I want him on a plate, George replied through gritted teeth. They joined the main road. King was 3 cars ahead.
Hospital? On his day off? Maybe he needs to see a patient. He does private too.
We'll find out. A gap opened up ahead. George stabbed his right foot down and the car took off like a bullet.
Mate, Brands Hatch, this is not, Bowler said. What's your problem?
George overtook a lorry, swung back into the left-hand lane.
My problem is, if he checks his mirror, sees Damon Hill coming for him, he might get a tad suspicious. You carry on like this, we lose the surprise factor, I lose my breakfast. Both bad outcomes.
All right. Reluctantly, George eased off the gas. He shut his ears to Bowler's commentary and concentrated on keeping the surgeon in sight. They were headed east along the King's Road. Sure enough, the Audi eventually made a right turn towards the hospital. George followed it into the overcrowded hospital car park. King headed for a marked bay, swung the car in, killed the engine. George cruised past him, turned left. No spaces. He braked hard.
Take over for a wee while, would you? He asked Bowler. Like I have a choice?
George had already opened the car door, slammed it shut.
Now let's see what the hurry's about, Mr. King.
He caught sight of King disappearing into the hospital block. George followed at a discreet distance. Every few metres the surgeon was warmly acknowledged by a nurse or junior doctor.
Royalty in their midst.
George walked briefly to keep up. King was a tall man, and he set a fast pace. He disappeared through a set of double doors marked pathology. George hesitated on the threshold, peered through the double-squared windows. King was in the corridor, talking animatedly to a white-coated woman whose back was turned towards the doors. King was waving his arms around. Didn't look too happy. George didn't need to see the woman's face. He recognized the blonde hair, the perfect figure so clearly well-proportioned, even under the white coat. Dr. Gordon. Even from the corridor, George could hear their raised voices. The conversation went on for a bit until it was abruptly terminated by Gordon simply walking away. King went after her, wagging his finger, but she continued on into the depths of the pathology department until she was lost from sight. King slowed, stopped, gave up, made an about turn, came storming down the path lab corridor and through the doors like a raging bull. George had already stepped aside, found something intriguing to look at on his mobile. He tailed King back to the car park, found Bowler with the engine still running, cruising the car park like a prowling wolf. He got in.
Well?
Not a happy bunny.
Lover's tiff?
Bit more than that, I'd say. George strapped himself in. But we can't arrest a guy just 'cause he's annoyed about something.
True. So what now?
We keep on him. He might go somewhere interesting. Chapter 31. Okay, we're all knackered, I get that, Moran said to the assembled officers. We'll call it a day after this, but can I just begin by welcoming back DC Martin? Moran was going to carry on, but the burst of heartfelt applause drowned him out. All right, settle down. He felt the beginnings of a smile crease his face, for what felt like the first time in a very long time. But they wouldn't settle. The racket went on until he had to shout to make himself heard. Eventually the noise subsided. Tess had remained at her workstation throughout the team's expression of relief and solidarity, hands clasped, sleeves pulled well down. Moran knew she shouldn't be here. So he also knew did she. But he was acutely aware of her history, what she'd been through in the line of duty, and his instincts told him that she was better off here than in some sterile side ward being condescended to by a 25-year-old postgrad psychologist, at least for the time being. So here she would stay, where he could keep a watchful eye. He remembered his own abduction just a few months back, the way he'd felt, helpless, targeted, fearful. Better to be among friends, to keep the mind occupied, that was the way. Moran stood in front of the whiteboard, cleared his throat. We know a lot more than we did, thanks to your hard work. DC O'Dunsey and McConnell are currently watching one Mr. Alan King, our latest person of interest. Moran indicated a new photograph on the board. We've good reason to suspect his involvement in the transplant racket, maybe even as a primary surgical resource. Also Morag Gordon, doctor, he pinned a fresh photograph alongside King's, the pathologist who turned up at the grave on day one. The two are, in all likelihood, romantically linked. He picked up a marker pen and drew a connecting line. Although I doubt that'll continue after we nailed them both, which we will. He banged the marker pen on each for emphasis. Moran went on. I'm going to spend another hour with Jill Crossley-Holland, see if she's feeling a little more cooperative. I'm convinced she's a key player. Probably not at the top of the pyramid, but significant. Whatever, I'm 95% certain she's responsible for what happened to Michelle Lacroix. He surveyed the upturned, tired faces. In the meantime, back to your lives for the rest of the evening. I'll see you all tomorrow. Fresh as daisies, all right? The chorus of assent made him smile again. Go! He made shooing motions with both hands. The room emptied. Tess was left on her own. Moran hesitated, watching her from his vantage point. What was she thinking? How was she feeling? She was coping remarkably well, or so it seemed. Moran chewed his lip. Tess had gone off-piste, way out on a limb, possibly compromising the investigation to boot. There'd be a reckoning. Had to be. But not yet. She'd been lucky, if you believed in luck, to survive the experience. No harm done? Who could tell? Who would have done the same to protect a family member? You have a sharp memory, Brendan. Sure you have. Look what a mess you got yourself into in Ireland. For family. An image of Janice, his long-dead fiancée, appeared unbidden in his mind. What kind of family might they have had? Boys and girls? Just boys? They'd be grown up by now, maybe with kids of their own. He shook his head, dispelled the images. He knew he'd have to address Tess's actions at some stage. Higginson would insist, even as he, Moran, would put it off. But now was not the time. Now was a time for empathy. Moran put the marker pen down and went to her side. How are you doing? She looked up from her screen. As well as can be, you know. She gave him a tired grin. Tell the truth, Gov. I could sleep for a year, but... What? Nothing. I just don't... She faltered. Don't want to go home. His heart went out to her. Look, you can stay the night at mine if you like. Really? Her expression brightened. I don't mean... He glanced around the room, but the last team member was headed out of the door, jacket on, no doubt off to the local with several of the others. Of course not, I understand. She shook her head, laughed at his awkwardness. Gov, that will be so nice. I'd love to. But are you sure? Sure? Absolutely. I'll get someone to run you over. Here. He fished in his pockets. Here's the keys, number 21. The spare room's all made up. Make yourself at home. I'll see you later. She took the keys. I don't know what to say. Thank you. And about what happened, I mean, if you hadn't... Moran held up his hand. No ifs, no buts or maybes. Team rules. Right. Sorry. Forgot. See you later. Yes. Moran left his office, made his way to the interview suite, opened the first door. Jill Crossley-Holland was standing by the window. Her solicitor was seated making notes. Balding, 40s, badly made suit. He grunted in acknowledgement. Pleasure, Moran said. Crossley-Holland began. Finally! How long you intend... Sit down. She made a face. Do you realise how... I said sit down. Moran's voice cut the air like a knife taking the head off a pint of Guinness. Crossley-Holland sat. Moran walked to the window, looked out. An ambulance wailed its way around the roundabout, headed out towards the hospital. Some other unfortunate, or fortunate, depending on circumstances, heading for medical attention. You'll be pleased to know our missing officer has been found safe and well, he said. Oh, that's good. Is it? Yes. Why would I think otherwise? Because it was your man holding her hostage, maybe? My man? Moran went to the scarred table, put his face near hers. Your man. Ilir Erjon. Where might I find him, I wonder? I'm anxious to catch up. The solicitor leaned over, whispered something in her ear. Doesn't ring any bells, I'm afraid. She avoided eye contact. Does it not? Does it not? Moran nodded. I have a fine picture building up here, Miss Crossley-Holland, and you're well in the foreground. Tell me, do. Moran folded his arms. OK. Let's surmise. The list comes in pretty regularly. Couple of times a week, maybe, at least 6 times per month at any rate, to a service station in Pangbourne, maybe from India, Pakistan, Kashmir, somewhere similar, I'm betting. The list is collected by a pleasant, well-educated, grieving but misguided elderly lady. I mean, no one's going to suspect her of any wrongdoing, are they? This list is then passed on to a local doctor, the old lady's daughter, as it happens, and eventually to a surgeon based at the Royal Berkshire Hospital. He, in turn, has a list of patients awaiting donor organs, and he goes through both lists, matching organ to patient as best he can, and I reckon he does pretty well. Probably has a little program on his laptop to do the matching for him. How am I doing? Total fantasy. But it isn't, Miss Crossley-Holland, is it? I've already spoken to Mrs. Gordon. We had a nice cup of tea together. She doesn't like your Mr. Erjon much, though. She had a bad feeling about him. Not mine. I don't know this guy. Gruff used to pop in to see her from time to time, I guess, when Morag was too busy. He owned a motorcycle, wasn't averse to a bit of courier work between Pangbourne and Redden. You've no proof that I'm in any way involved. Where does the operating happen, Miss Crossley-Holland? Maybe at yours? Well, we'll be having a good look around just to see. Or maybe Mr. King has other facilities, a house in the country somewhere, off the beaten track, a spare room all kitted out. Do you ever help with the operations? Scrub up ready for action? Or are you just the financier? My money's on the latter. The solicitor cleared his throat. His accent was public school through and through. Are you going to charge my client? Is this speculation going to drag on for much longer? He looked at his watch. If you don't intend to charge Miss Crossley-Holland, I have to tell you that you're obliged to release her. We'll be charging her. Don't you worry. Moran interrupted. And well within the allotted time frame. Crossley-Holland was picking her nail, wearing it down. She looked pale, hair lank and greasy. Her eyes were flickering from her fingers to the door back to Moran. Moran softened his tone. Jill, we've had a good old poke around your mobile. Some interesting inbound text messages, monosyllabic, businesslike, and the outbound messages are good too. The last one in particular. What was it you said? Don't take my mobile, he will kill me. Are we talking about Erjon? Oh, I think we are.
You texted there, John, didn't you, Jill? Just before I picked you up. Just after you had your little contretemps with Griff. Get rid? Was that the gist of it? No. I think that's exactly what you said to him. It's coded, of course, but I think the message went along these lines. Griff's getting too troublesome, he's blown everything wide open, take him out, right? No! A head shake. A bead of sweat was clinging to Crossley Holland's hairline. She wiped it away with the back of her hand. Moran sat down at last, joined his hands together. I told you my team are good, even under duress. That's what they're trained for. My officer found Air John's car registration. She even found a way to pass the information on just before she was kidnapped. Moran smiled benignly. We traced the car. It's a hire, of course, but even a hire has to provide an address. That's right. The hotel where Air John was staying, forensics are going over that now, with the proverbial fine-tooth comb. I wonder what else they'll turn up. But I digress. Guess what we found in the car? Crossley Holland moistened her lips. The burner phone which you called from Pangbourne, which proves you know Air John, doesn't it? Oh, sure, he used a different name for the hire, but that doesn't matter. He's a man of many changing faces, Jill, isn't he? He parked the car in Goring, tucked away at the back of the village. I guess he thought it was too dangerous to backtrack to the vehicle after we found the boathouse. The solicitor took off his glasses. And the charge is? Conspiracy to murder, you starter for 10, Moran said. There'll no doubt be more, but I reckon I've still got plenty of time. Enjoy your stay, Miss Crossley Holland. I look forward to continuing our discussion in the morning. For once, Crossley Holland had no response. Moran paused at the door. Oh, and I'll be taking my dog back if that's all right with you. He deserves a better home. He left with the solicitor's baffled expression hanging in the air.
Chapter 32. Moran was struggling to keep his eyes open as he parked the car outside his house, killed the engine, and warily gathered up his bits and pieces, shoving pens, wallet, paper reminders, and finally his mobile into his jacket pockets. Before he let go of the phone, however, it bleeped. He groaned. Now what? Text from Charlie. Been doing a bit of research, Gov. Butterfield's band was starting to do pretty well, but lost their record deal and management recently. Something to do with changing trends. He's an interesting guy. Ex-heroin addict. Started out as an actor. Had a few TV bit parts. Anyway, probably nothing. Just thought I'd share. Take care. See. Butterfield. The grieving boyfriend. Genuinely upset, Bowler reckoned. Keen to diss Nedwell. Too keen, maybe. Actor? Playing his part. Ex-heroin addict. A tough one to beat, heroin, once it got hold of you. Hadn't noticed any track marks on the guy, but needle sites could be hidden. His legs, maybe? Lost record deal? Not a lot of money around then. Forensics had sieved his apartment to the last mote of dust, but maybe that was the point, clean and tidy, above suspicion. They hadn't been back, hadn't needed to. Moran locked up, walked slowly to his gate. He had nothing to link Butterfield to Air John directly, but what if... He stopped. What if they were linked? He thought about what he'd told Crossley Holland. Too dangerous to backtrack to the car. So Air John had defaulted to plan B. A boat. But where had he gone to ground? Next stop upriver? Pangbourne. But they found no tethered boat, no sign, no trace. He's a professional. Where would I go? Moran swung his keychain in a wide circle as he considered, caught his keys deftly in the same hand. Obvious to an already forensically approved apartment. Obvious to an already forensically approved apartment. Hi there. Moran turned, startled. Sam, hi, I was just about to enjoy a candlelit dinner with your young lady. What?
Oh, no, she's a colleague. I told her she could stay. Moran could see the disappointment on Sam's face. It's not how it looks. Oh, come on, really? Pull the other one. Honest to God, Sam. She was abducted, held prisoner. We found her this morning. I told her she could stay so I can keep an eye on her. Wow, really? Her expression softened. Sorry, I thought. Understandable. Don't worry. Well, she's not in, I'm afraid. What? What do you mean? I called earlier to see if you fancied a bite to eat of mine. She answered the door. Oh, I don't understand. 20 minutes ago, Samantha explained. I popped out to get milk from the service station and saw her headed past Costa on my way back. Which direction? Moran's mouth had gone dry. Samantha frowned. Towards the town centre, why? Hell, you sure? Look, I have to go. Catch you later. But he left her outside the house, mouth agape. Went back to the car, hesitated. No, maybe quicker on foot. Nowhere to park except the Swan. That's no good. Nightmare to get in and out. She's figured it faster than me. Damn, how to do this. Forget the car. Moran limped off at a brisk pace. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe Tess had just gone for a stroll to clear her head, unwind a little. Perfectly natural with the river just down the road. He'd often mentioned his water meadow preambulations. She'd be sitting on a bench near that little spot where the moorhens and swans like to cluster around the fishing points, hoping for a stray crumb or two from a careless angler's sandwich. Wouldn't she? Moran's house felt like a bloke's pad. Tess had recognised the all-male atmosphere as soon as she'd opened the front door. Comfortable, though, if plainly furnished. She made a quick inspection, went upstairs, found the spare room, a single bed, off-the-shelf curtains which vaguely matched the wallpaper. Very vaguely. She smiled, despite the weariness in her bones, savouring the odd sensation of her facial muscles stretching into an unaccustomed shape. Typical bloke. The smile faltered and she shuddered. She had trouble holding back tears when Moran had offered her a room, and now out of nowhere she felt an insistent pressure behind her eyes, demanding release. She sat on the bed and let them come, and they did, in a roaring cascade of delayed reaction. She cried until it felt as though every drop of moisture had been expunged from her body, and then the exhaustion hit her. She'd been planning a drink, a snack from Moran's freezer, maybe. Sure, there's plenty of microwavable meals. Don't judge me now. Help yourself, no problem. But right now, that just wasn't going to happen. She lay down, closed her eyes, was instantly asleep. Broken images flashed across her subconscious. Aaron Povey's lounge, Eldon Square, glass shattering, an arm reaching in. The scene changed. Now she wandered through a desolation of burned-out ruined buildings. The sound of gunfire came to her ears, distant yet threatening. A stray dog, half-starved, came running, hoping. She shooed it away and it faded, snarling into the smoke. Now figures loomed out of the darkness in twos and threes, some clutching bags overflowing with sundries, hurriedly gathered clothing, plastic bottles, half-eaten loaves of bread, others dragging makeshift trailers behind them, piled with miscellaneous junk, the tattered remains of normality. Tess moved aside, allowed them free passage, but as they went by, each shot her a look of reproach. She tried to talk to them, reassure them. It's not my fault. Not my fault. She staggered through the apocalyptic landscape until she came to a square. In its centre was some kind of monument, a fountain maybe? She walked towards it with leaden steps. She reached the lip of the basin, peered inside, recoiled. It was littered with bodies, burned, twisted, piled one on top of the other. The fountain's centrepiece, an enormous lion with 4 heads, began to swirl and pulse with some hidden pressure like a volcano's pre-eruption rumble. Tess backed away, horrified, as jets of blood shot into the air, covered the bodies, filled the fountain's stone bowl until the liquid brimmed over, washed the dirty flagstones in a red river which spread out towards her like an incoming tide. She ran, tripping and stumbling, until her breath came harsh and thick and her lungs were twin bands of fire. And then she saw him, a wanderer, clutching a bag that was too heavy for him, dragging himself along by sheer effort of will. He looked 11, maybe 12 years old. His face was filthy, and as she drew closer it was his eyes which struck her first. The expression, the way he looked at her. In those deep pools there was neither terror nor fear, not even grief, but rather a dark resolve, a grim determination. Should she speak to him, offer to help? But the image faded to nothing. She was in that place between sleep and wakefulness, the waking edge. Something was ringing. A telephone. A bell. Her eyes shot open. Doorbell. She swung her legs off the bed, went down. Her head felt fuzzy, stupid with sleep. What time was it? Moran's hall clock told her it was 9:23. She'd slept for 3 hours. The doorbell rang again. She could see a woman's shape outlined through the translucent glass. "It's okay." She opened the door. "Oh, hi. I was looking for Brendan. He's still out, I'm afraid." The woman looked her up and down. Girlfriend? Moran didn't talk much about his private life. Neighbour, probably. "Okay, sorry to bother you." The woman turned, walked quickly away. Tess was about to call her back, explain who she was, but the moment had passed. She shut the door, went through to the kitchen, found the kettle, a mug, tea bags, half a pint of milk in the fridge, not much else. Sipping from the hot mug, she went into the lounge, found an armchair and sank into it. "You're safe. In Pangbourne, a sleepy Berkshire riverside village. The Gov's house." Near Streatley, adjacent to Goring. The boathouse was in Goring. Tess felt panic rising like floodwater. She took 3 deep breaths, made herself sip the tea, burned her tongue, cursed, set the mug down with trembling hands. Herr John had escaped in a boat, no sightings. He was far too clever to let anyone notice him, let alone spot where he'd gone, where he'd hidden the boat. She wanted to switch her brain off, tell it to stop. It wasn't listening, just jumping from one thought to the next. She had no control. Where could you go in a boat? Limited choices, surely, either north to Wallingford or south, towards Pangbourne. Why Pangbourne? Tess tried to imagine herself in a boat, outboard motor full on, heading up river to a safe house, near the river, Butterfield's apartment. They had no proof of Butterfield's involvement in any of this, but he had been keen to point the finger. Grief and anger could explain that, but then so could complicity. Herr John's hotel was crawling with forensics. His car had been impounded. The boathouse cover was blown. And Tess knew, felt it in her bones. He's there. She got up, found her coat lying on the hall table where she'd left it, checked the inside pocket. She took out the automatic, opened the chamber. 1 round left. 1 round was enough. Chapter 33. Tess walked past the car park, the Bentley and Aston Martin showrooms, under the railway bridge, and came to a halt opposite the Swan. Ahead, the departments were in darkness, apart from the porch lamp which lit up the stone steps of the approach like a beacon. She walked on a little. The Swan car park was full to bursting, the river a silver ribbon behind it. A motor launch glided across her line of sight, a shadow in the crepuscular light, riding the swell like a cantering knight on his charger. The rain had eased since the afternoon downpour, but a fine drizzle remained, dampening her hair and making her shoes squelch in the pavement puddles. The porch light beckoned her, a lighthouse to her foundering ship. She felt her legs move and her feet splashed on another few steps towards it. Wait, first things first. Or last things, whatever. She took out her mobile phone,
found the voice memos app, pressed the red button, put the phone away. She climbed the steps, read the entry panel. 4B Field. She pressed the entry bell. Nothing. You're crazy. Turn around. Walk away. The door clicked with a sound like an insect rubbing its legs together. She pushed it open, took off a shoe, wedged it in the gap, went in, up the stairs. A wide landing, some kind of expensive carpet. Rockstar's pad. Door on the left, ajar. No lights. Wait, a diffused glow, like a reading lamp or a low-energy bulb. Pushed gently on the apartment door. It swung open on well-engineered hinges. Enter, please. Her mind was a separate entity, watching her actions from a distance. He was seated in an armchair at the far end of a wide, expansive lounge. On the polished floor beside him, a small bag. Not Butterfield. You came. I am pleased. Tess slipped her hand inside her pocket. Took out the gun. It fitted her hand almost as though it had been designed for her. He made no move to stop her. She gripped her wrist with her left hand, steadied the automatic. The raw skin protested, reminded her of the damage the cords had inflicted. She squeezed firmly, ignored the pain, levelled the gun, pointed it. If he moves, don't shoot at the centre mass. This time the head. I think you will not. The barrel wavered. Her lips were dry, her heart beating, a heavy tattoo behind her ribs. Why wouldn't I? You're going to kill my parents. They're old, frail. There was so little saliva in her mouth that she almost choked on the last word. No, I will not harm them. He moved his hands in a disarming gesture. The need has passed. But you would have done if I hadn't have found Povey for you. Tess heard her voice with a slight delay, as if it were being recorded and played back an instant later. The witness! If, perhaps, maybe. What are these? These are things that are not certain. And what if I'd placed you under arrest? He laughed. That's not why you've come. He uncrossed his legs and stood up. He looked different. His hair, or maybe some other aspect of his appearance, had changed. Hard to tell in the half-light. Don't move! Tess levelled the automatic. You do not see me any more as I am. He shook his head. You see a boy, a shell-shocked boy stumbling through the ruins, looking for his dead siblings. Tess groped for a response, found none. You have fired your shot already at the boathouse. It was inaccurate. I do not think you meant it to find me. Tess lowered the automatic. Her brain was fogging, her resolve leaking away. He was still talking. You have shared something of yourself with me that you do not wish to continue with life. He bent down, opened the bag. When he straightened, he was holding something. A handful of rags? No, a dress, an old stained dress. When we met in this shop, I almost forgot myself. He was brushing the dress down, ironing the creases out with firm downward strokes. When I saw your eyes, the turn of your mouth, where your hair fell across your forehead, I saw something I had not expected to see. There was a table just by the window. Tess went to it, put the automatic down. She was 18. I was 11. I worshipped her. Tess nodded. A lorry rumbled past on the main road, filled the room with a brief burst of light, was gone. He went on. When the missiles came, we hid, but they found us. I had gone to relieve myself against the remains of the wall of the house beside us. The explosion knocked me down. I lay for a long time, bleeding, stunned. When I went to look for my brother and sister, I found only pieces of them. And some clothing also remained. This is all I have left. He held the dress up for inspection. There was a ragged hole across the garment's midriff, a dark stain. He dipped into the bag again, took out a pitiful remnant, browned with age. And my brother's shirt, his favourite. He clutched both garments to his chest.
I'm sorry. He dropped the shirt back into the bag. Now, please. He held out the dress to her. She took it from him, placed it carefully on the table beside the gun.
The world has hurt you too deeply, but I will make you whole. I will send your pain far away. Would you like me to do this for you?
She nodded mutely.
You will feel nothing. You will be free.
Tess began shedding her clothes, her trousers, her coat, blouse, bra. They fell one by one to the floor. She kicked them away, took the dress, slipped it on. It fitted perfectly.
Why are you here? She asked. You and Butterfield. You're friends?
A friend of that sad addict? I think not. It is regrettable, DC Martin, that we cannot choose our employers, or at least their partners. But let me look at you.
He sighed, stood back, regarded her with a look of such intense sadness that she had to lower her eyes. Just a little more, Tess, and you can let go. Just one thing for the gov. She looked up.
Oh, but Butterfield's partner's dead. Poor Michelle.
How fine you are, he said. You feel her passing with great sadness. Her sister, however, she does not feel the same way.
Of course. Tess nodded, keeping her voice low, casual, non-confrontational. Butterfield and Jill, they were always an item, never split up. They did this to Michelle together.
Yes, that is so, but listen. Can you hear them? The tanks are on the move. We must find shelter.
Tess nodded. Her John's mind had wandered far from his current assignment, reliving the moment when, huddled in some burnt-out building, his big sister's arm wrapped protectively around him, the missile strikes had begun, all the while conscious of the mounting pressure in his bladder, the urgent need to relieve himself, but not wanting to be alone, not for a second.
The danger has passed,
he said eventually.
We are safe.
Rain gusted against the window. The headlights of a passing car lit up the running rivulets as they danced obliquely across the pane. He came forward and took her hand, gazed into her eyes.
You are her image. It is something extraordinary.
Here, please. He slid an upright wooden chair towards her. She sat. Surreal as the situation was, somehow, somewhere in her head it made sense, more sense than anything had for a long time.
It's over, Tess. Over.
He took something from the case, a box or pouch maybe, opened it, held something up against the window's lighter background, checked it, made a small noise of satisfaction. Now he came to her. She felt something brush against her upper arm, a sharp sting as the fine needle entered her flesh. He stood back, drinking her up, taking it all in, remembering.
You will be looked after, he said. You have friends who will care for you. Be at peace.
She rested her head, relaxed, watched him watching her. She could feel the drug exploring her body, beginning its journey through the miles of interconnected blood vessels. Now she could let go. Her parents were safe. She believed it, knew he wouldn't lie to her, not now, not the way he was. Her struggle was over. The game was ended. Nothing mattered. She closed her eyes. Chapter 34. Moran hurried from the water meadow, cursing under his breath.
Why did you come here first when you knew?
His optimism had cost him precious minutes. He limped on through the village, past the car showrooms, under the bridge. He found the apartments, you couldn't miss them, as the locals were at pains to point out, and climbed the stairs. The door was open, wedged open by a shoe. Tess's shoe.
Above him, a security camera blinked red, recorded his arrival. Good, might be useful. Moran went up, first floor landing, a tall pot plant by the banister. The floor was covered by an ornately patterned Persian rug. Moran squinted through the semi-darkness, located the apartment's door, just one way in. His feet sank into the rug's thick pile, absorbed his footsteps. Brass plate, number 4, Butterfield. The door was closed. Moran applied pressure, unlocked, unlatched. It swung open. "Hello?" His voice was flat, muffled by the lavish Persian pile. What little light there was came from an adjoining room, a bedroom perhaps, or a study. The main body of the apartment was cast in shadows. "Police!" No response. He went in fast, checked left and right for any threat, looking on either side of the door. There was no one. Wait. A slight noise, the faintest rustle, the bedroom. "Tess?" The building vibrated as a train thundered by. The apartments backed onto the main London line, one of the reasons Butterfield had given for choosing the apartment. Easy access. Easy access, damn. Moran went through to the room with the light source, the master bedroom. A window yawned, curtains fluttered in the funnel of moving air formed by the rushing express. He leaned out. Fire escape. He looked down. Access steps led from the apartment's rear car park to the railway embankment. It was, a few hundred metres to the platform? He shut the window, returned to the living room, casting this way and that for a light switch, probably one of those internet gadgets somewhere. "Alexa, turn the bloody lights on," or some such nonsense. And then he saw her, seated by the enormous plate-glass window, motionless. Tess. The moon found a gap in the cloud, bathed the room with a pale silver tint. He went to her, felt for a pulse. Thank God it was there, slow but regular. The moon slipped behind another cloud and the room was plunged into darkness. Where is the bloody light? He found his mobile, called up the torch app, propped it on a nearby table. Saw the gun. How? Then he remembered the boathouse. She hadn't signed the weapon in. How had he missed that? Your fault, Moran. He checked for blood, found none. Her face was serene, untroubled, the eyes partially open. Tess? Can you hear me? Can you speak? She made a soft noise in the back of her throat. Her head moved a fraction. His feet crunched on something. He bent, picked it up. An ampoule, used. He sniffed it, recoiled. Call for help, now! He had 2 missed calls. George, he'd have to wait. Ambulance first. Moran gave the details to the operator. I don't know. A drug, yes. Something. There's a pulse. No, I have no idea. Wait. Pupils are slightly dilated. I can't see very well. No, I can't turn the damn light on. Yes. Sorry. Okay, thanks. He signed off. Tess, help will be here soon. Any time. Hold on. He framed her face gently, supportively. Tess, what happened here? Can you tell me? What was she wearing? A tattered dress, stained, torn, bare feet, hands demurely clasped on her lap. A pile of clothes on the floor beside her. He pushed them aside with his foot and something slid from her discarded coat pocket. Her mobile. He held it up to his own phone's wash of electronic illumination. Voice memo. Still running. He hit pause. Stop. Play. Listened with a growing sense of horror and disbelief as Tess's soft voice encouraged Erjon to talk. Jill, they were always an item, never split up. They did this to Michelle together.
Yes, that is so, but listen.
A confession. She's only got a confession on audio.
You are her image,
Erjon was saying. He shook his head. This was his fault, but how could he have known? The first encounter in the pawn shop, something had clicked between the two. He hadn't seen it, hadn't twigged.
You'll have friends who will care for you. Be at peace.
Erjon sounded assured, reasonable.
He heard Tess's soft gasp as the needle went in, then silence. Moran was so absorbed that he was slow to pick up on a subtle change in the atmosphere. The faintest click, like a fingernail tapping on a tabletop, nudged him a reminder of his vulnerability. He froze, paused the recording. But Erjon was long gone. Had he made his way up the track to the platform? Probably halfway to London by now. Probably. Open windows, curtains blowing. Oldest trick in the book, Brendan. Whoever had entered the apartment was faced with the same problem as Moran. No lights. Level playing field if he kept still, Moran reasoned. The ambulance would arrive any time, so provided the moon did the decent thing, he had a sporting chance. Unless the new arrival was wearing an infrared headgear, or had waited in the dark for so long that his night vision was superior to Moran's, in which case he already knew Moran was here. Moran's back twitched in anticipation of knife or bullet. Keep still. You've broken into my apartment, the newcomer said, which makes you a burglar. Butterfield. Moran relaxed a fraction. Better him than Erjon. The door was already open. Is still trespassing? No, not under the circumstances. So I could just shoot you, get rid of that recording you've got there. He has a gun. Moran twisted slowly around. He could see Butterfield's outline, but not in any detail. The guy could be bluffing, but somehow Moran didn't think so. A man able to carry out a premeditated murder the way Butterfield had done wouldn't balk at using a firearm, especially if he thought he'd a chance of pleading self-defense. Sirens in the distance. I have an injured police officer here. Paramedics are on their way. It's over, Butterfield. No way. A slight hesitation. Moran picked it up. What's the plan after you shot me? Catch a train, you won't get far. Says who? Come on, Mr. Butterfield. We have your accomplice in custody. It's only a matter of time before she tells all. I'll be long gone, mate. We'll find you. Famous face like yours, Moran said. Big rock star. Where are you going to hide? Where you lot won't be looking, Butterfield said. Abroad, South America. Keep talking. Even Ronnie Biggs couldn't hide forever. He was a thick bastard, though, wasn't he? Butterfield's voice was all contempt. And you're smarter. No, I think Jill's the brains in this relationship, isn't she, Mr. Butterfield? This whole thing was her idea, wasn't it? She couldn't have fixed it up without me. You betrayed Michelle in the worst possible way, Moran said. You made her think you loved her, but you just wanted her money, and Jill wanted rid of her little adopted sister. Apart from you, Michelle's only other failing was knowing too much about what Jill was up to. Her name's Giselle. All right, I should have known. Nothing about that woman is what it seems. We're together. You don't say stuff like that about Giselle. A click. That was a firearm, no mistake. Moran tried to estimate the distance between where he was standing and the table. A couple of feet, maybe, a stretch. But was Tess's gun loaded? Was the safety on? He'd lose precious seconds checking, by which point Butterfield would have begun firing randomly in his general direction. Although the dim light had helped to begin with, it was now his biggest problem. Moran thought he knew where he was in relation to the table, and therefore the gun, but he couldn't be 100% on it. He had to be 100%. Bye, policeman. Duck or move left or right. A millisecond passed. Then came a familiar sound. A descending three-note tannoy. A rumbling on the road. Moran remembered the BMW's engine note, the way he'd had to screw his eyes half shut against its glare. Any second now, he tensed, waited for the right moment.
The beamer emerged from under the railway bridge and its powerful HID headlights hit the apartment from top to bottom in a blinding blaze of blue. Moran went for the gun. Pain zipped through his leg and he stumbled. Butterfield's first shot ripped through Moran's coat, tore into the wall nearby. Moran's fist closed around the automatic's knurled grip and he levelled it, aimed low. The bullet struck Butterfield in the thigh. He went down, the gun clattered onto the parquet, spun away to Moran's left. More lights, a paler blue this time, flashing. Footsteps on the staircase. Moran opened the automatic's magazine, empty. He dropped the automatic on the table, picked up Butterfield's revolver. The paramedics were at the apartment door. The first squatted down next to Butterfield, got a mouthful of abuse for his trouble. "Leave him," Moran advised. "He can afford to bleed for a bit. Say to this officer first, would you?" The paramedics lifted Tess gently into the ambulance. High-vis-clad uniforms managed the roads as forensics, assisted by other officers, scoured the apartment exterior, front and back. A car pulled up, skidded to a halt. George McConnell emerged, banged the door behind him. "Where is she?" Moran, making allowances for George's lack of etiquette, pointed him towards the first ambulance. He waited for the DC to reappear, which he did a few minutes later, white-faced, eyes downcast. "What did he give her?" "Not sure." Moran shook his head. "The paras reckon it might be some kind of anaesthetic, a strong one, but it's not something they've seen before." "She'll be okay though, right?" "I hope so, George." Moran dissembled. He didn't want to admit what he really thought, but the drug's effect would most likely be permanent, that it looked to him like some kind of memory eraser, a drug used in espionage scenarios. This was the realm of his old friends in MI6. They would know. Besides, if the journalist's condition was anything to go by... No, it was kinder to distract George, keep him occupied. "Any joy with our surgical friend?" He made his voice deliberately matter-of-fact, businesslike. It had the desired effect. George didn't exactly snap to attention, but his focus shifted to address Moran's question. "Possibly, Gov." "I'm listening." "We sneaked a look in his garden. There's nothing there, nothing that would fit the bill. Greenhouse, shed, the usual, so we figured he probably uses some remote location, somewhere miles from Reading. The RBH, well away from his usual patch." "Makes sense." Moran stepped aside to make way for a forensics officer. To the rear of the apartment, powerful floodlights illuminated the grounds. Would they find traces of Erjon? He doubted it. "So it was a question of maybe getting a tail on the guy until he led us to the right location." "He'd be pretty jumpy by now, I'll warrant." Moran shifted his centre of balance from left to right. It still hurt. "You'll know we got Jill Crossley-Holland in custody. And it's Giselle, by the way. And Dr. Gordon will no doubt have spoken to her mother, so..." "Yeah, right," George nodded. Tess's ambulance engine coughed into life. The blue lights came on and the sirens began their mournful wail. George's face clouded momentarily before he returned his attention to Moran. "So, no news would be no news, except our friend DCI Duncy had a thought." "Wonders never cease," Moran said. "A redeeming thought, hopefully." "Random checks. There was a van, a big one, plumbers, outside King's Gaff when we first went round. He had a word with the driver. And Bola decided to check the website. Guess what? No such website. Of course. Easy to hide, relocate at will. Mobile operating theatre. Yep, we reckon, George said. AMPR. Collingworth's on it, George said. And Swinhoe, he added, a little more optimistically. Good work, Moran nodded. But if they figure out we're onto them, they'll go to ground. If I were them, I'd be wanting to strip the vehicle out, dispose of the contents. It'll be all about covering tracks now. That'll take time, George said. I don't plan to give them any. Good. That's the way. George hovered, looking uncertain. Moran read him like an open book. Go on, George. Go to her. And let me know if there's any change. George looked relieved. Drop you home, Gov. Thanks, but I'll walk. I'm 10 minutes down the road. Right, if you should. I'll stay around for a bit, see what they turn up. Then I'm turning in, I'm knackered. Fair play. See you in the morning then. Bright and early. Always. George turned and hurried back to his car. DCI Moran, a forensics officer appeared from the gardens. You'll want to see this. Moran followed the officer along the side of the building. Found this by the service gate to the railway line, sir, in a shallow hole. Well spotted, Moran said, accepting the proffered Tupperware container. He prized off the lid. Inside were just two items, a mobile phone and a CD in a transparent plastic case. It was annotated in red marker pen, Master Copy. Chapter 35. It was after 3 by the time Moran retraced his steps under the bridge and along the village's damp pavements. Butterfield's apartment had yielded nothing of further interest, but the mobile phone had been checked over and confirmed as Michelle's, while the CD had been assigned to Moran's boffin in the audio lab for analysis. There was no doubt in his mind, though, that this was the copy intended for Michelle's grave, passed on to Butterfield in all likelihood by the elusive Luca on his way to London. It was clear the chain of supply and demand. The mobile theatre was the final piece of the puzzle, and an important one to confirm for the CPS. Moran turned his collar up against a fresh bout of gusty rain, nursing the image of his warm, comfortable bedroom as he passed Nino's trattoria and the Costa coffee shop. Tess was weighing heavily on his mind. He wanted to call the hospital, ask them how she was doing. Didn't want to hear their reply. Catatonic, not responding. He'd have to contact her parents in the morning. The thought filled him with dread. That's another day, Brandon. Finish this one first. A black cat scurried across Moran's path as he approached his house, the only sign of life in the sleeping street. As he shut the door behind him, the lingering scent of perfume did little to improve his state of mind. He threw his coat onto a chair, went to the kitchen, poured a large whiskey. Bad idea, but... The whiskey warmed his throat, spread its influence all the way down to his stomach. After a couple of minutes, it had got to work where it mattered, whispering the familiar lie that all was well. And in a sense it was. He'd been lucky. Butterfield would have killed him for sure. Whatever gods were watching over him were still hard at work. The trick was to stop yourself worrying that their benevolence would one day run dry. He finished the whiskey, resisted the temptation to pour another, and made his way upstairs, where he collapsed wearily into bed. He covered himself with the duvet, closed his eyes. Sleep came immediately, but it was a disturbed rest, filled with disjointed images, weird permutations of recent events. The boathouse, the graveyard, a yawning hole in the earth, 4 besuited pallbearers walking towards him. He fled along dark tunnels, over bridges, eventually into open country. They followed, somehow always able to keep up, just a short way behind. One pointed ahead. Moran looked, saw an impassable wall, 30 or 40 meters high, stretching up into the clouds. A voice of thunder called out to him. He looked up, terrified. His eyes flicked open. The house rocked on its foundations, and an orange flare lit the curtains from behind as if the sun had risen early. He clutched the bed frame. What the hell? He was up in an instant, pulled the curtains aside, looked out. Was that real? Somewhere, near the main road, behind the row of shops, a red glow dappled the night sky. He could see pieces of debris floating on the breeze, falling to earth like fiery drones. He couldn't make sense of it. 30, perhaps 40 seconds passed. A siren's discordant note began its ascending and descending wail, followed by another, then another. By the time he'd pulled on his clothes and staggered downstairs, An explanation was dawning on him. Idiot, Brendan. You're half asleep in more ways than one. The main road had taken on the appearance of a war zone. Residents had come out of their houses, shivering in dressing gowns, huddled together, shaking their heads in disbelief. Jagged shards of metal and masonry were scattered around the fuel station, and to Moran's horror, he saw that the explosion had claimed the south wing of the adjacent retirement apartments. Its exterior wall had gone, and all that remained was a blackened interior, where flames still licked hungrily in the void. 2 fire engines had arrived, and 3 squad cars were parked at a safe distance, creating a barrier across the road. As Moran watched, a trio of fire hoses belched into life, sending pressurized jets of water across the retirement block. The fuel station itself was flattened, a ruin of shattered glass, metal and brick.
Brendan,
He turned, Samantha.
I can't believe this, she was saying. What happened?
Arson happened. I don't know. The fuel went up. She had, like him, thrown on a jumper, a pair of jeans. Unlike him, she seemed alert, wide awake. The thought was in his head and out of his mouth before he'd had time to fully consider its implications. You went into the forecourt shop earlier.
I did. To get milk? She folded her arms. Thank God, what if it had gone up then?
Moran looked away. His expression would reveal what he was really thinking. But too late. She'd worked it out.
You don't think... My God! Brendan, how can you even think that?
It's my job. I have to look at every angle.
But why on earth? Oh, I get it. I work with Jill, therefore guilty of subterfuge. Well, thanks a lot.
Look, But she was already walking away. Should he go after her? Not now, Brendan. This isn't the time. A new cluster of squad cars had arrived, and firemen began to fan out to nearby houses, evacuating residents, shepherding them to safety. Moran went forward, collared one of the traffic cops, showed his ID. As the emergency vehicles rolled in, he joined the line of fire personnel escorting unhurt tenants to safety. The stretchers began their short, tense journeys, emerging with human cargo, some covered, some alive but injured. Mrs. Gordon's apartment had been on the south side. He knew that any inquiry was pointless. The wing had been completely destroyed. He put his arm around one sobbing lady, led her to a paramedic.
Why?
She appealed to him. Her hair was awry, her face blackened with soot and grime. A deep cut ran diagonally across her forehead.
Why has this happened?
I don't know, me love. Moran squeezed her hand. But I'm going to find out. That's a promise. The incident room was ablaze with activity. After a shower and a change of clothes, Moran had called the team in. He was angry, angrier than he'd been in a long time. Preliminary examination of the fuel station debris had yielded a casing fragment from some kind of improvised explosive device. When he'd quizzed the specialist forensics guy about how sure he was, the answer came back instantly. 95%. The guy knew about explosives. That was good enough for Moran. By the time he'd read Charlie's email, another piece of the puzzle had locked into place. The message made compulsive reading. Charlie had been her usual thorough self. Attached scanned PDFs, old newspaper cuttings, photos to follow. Moran emerged from his office, prowling the IR like a restless tiger. DC Swinhoe was on the phone, beckoned him over. Any joy?
Promising, Gov.
Swinhoe cut the phone with a free hand. Hang on a sec, they're just checking. Moran nodded. He wanted to get back to Jill Crossley Holland. Giselle, he reminded himself. He'd not finished with her, not by a long shot. George and Bowler were sifting likely locations, cross-checking with ANPR. The plumbing vehicle had appeared on camera several times over the last 24 hours, and Moran was hoping for an early result. Panic usually led to drastic measures, and drastic measures usually led to sloppiness.
By Moran's reckoning, the events of the last 48 hours had created a ripple of panic which had peaked with the fuel station's explosion. Question was, who had panicked the most? It had come as no surprise to hear that one of the staff fatalities in the service station had been one Rajiv Thakrar. So, Moran had his theories, one of which was, hopefully, about to bear fruit.
Thanks, that's great, Swinhoe was saying. Courier's fine. She ended the call. They have a backup, Gov. Files are sent at 9 p.m. just before shift changeover. They're sending a DVD via courier.
Good, Moran nodded. Whatever had destroyed the fuel station hadn't taken that into account. CCTV remote backups, always a good IT policy, and fortunately the fuel company had taken it seriously enough to make it part and parcel of their daily routine.
How long?
He asked Swinhoe.
Within the hour, Gov.
Excellent. I'll be with Crossley Holland if anyone wants me. Good morning, Miss Crossley Holland. How are you today? Her expression told Moran exactly how she was. She didn't even look up. Let's stop beating around the bush. Let's discard the alter ego, shall we? Now she looked up. Giselle, and let's drop the Crossley Holland as well while we're at it. Good English name, that. Let's not sully it any longer by association, Whatever. The solicitor gave her a sideways glance. His suit wasn't much better today. It hung slackly on him like a reprimand. Moran said, So, Miss Lacroix, your boyfriend, picked a fight with me last night. Fortunately, his aim was off.
I don't have a boyfriend.
Oh, but you do, Giselle. Neil Butterfield is your boyfriend and co-conspirator in the whole sorry episode of Michelle's murder.
Denied. He'll deny it too. I told you, we had a brief thing once, but nothing since. You're lying.
Moran sat down now, faced her.
Prove it.
As you wish. Moran took out Tess's mobile, played the memo. As the recording progressed, Giselle Lacroix's face grew paler. The solicitor leaned over, whispered something. She compressed her lips. My officer may have been at a low ebb, but she kept her wits about her. I bet there's not many who can outsmart Mr. Airjohn.
No comment.
Rajiv Thakrar is dead. He died in an explosion at a fuel station in the early hours of this morning. Mrs. Joan Gordon, resident of the retirement flats next door, also died in the explosion. Coincidence, you think? Or has someone lost their bottle? Search me. You're a ruthless lot, aren't you? You haven't asked me anything about Neil Butterfield's condition. A shrug. Ruthless and arrogant. That's my take on it. But the guy who takes the biscuit for arrogance is about to find out he's not as smart as he thinks he is. There was a knock. Swinhoe put her head around the door. Moran paused the interview, went out.
You want to check this out, Gov? Looks like you were right.
That'll make a change. Moran allowed himself a small grin. Lead on. A group of officers was crowded around Swinhoe's workstation. As Moran appeared, they parted like the Red Sea. What have we got? He peered at the screen. Swinhoe ran the footage. I figured we should start at the end of the day shift and work back, Gov. Whoever planted the IED wouldn't have wanted to be in situ too long before detonation time. Risky discovery. True, Moran said. So when's this? He peered closer. The time clock in the top right of the CCTV app display read 20:35. They watched as people came and went, paid for their fuel, bought cigarettes, chocolate, bottle of wine. Then at 20:49, a familiar figure appeared. King, Moran smiled grimly. Surprise, surprise. He was carrying a plastic bag. For a moment or two he moved amongst the aisles. The camera lost him for a few seconds, but then he reappeared near the counter, paid for his fuel and a pack of cigarettes, left the shop. No bag, Moran said. Did you catch that? He dropped it somewhere. Can we go back? Yep, Swinhoe said. And we can pick up the missing seconds on camera too. She clicked the mouse twice and the display changed. Now they could see King on the other side of a bank of shelving cabinets. He bent down, cleared a row of plastic oil refills, placed the bag behind them, replaced the oil, all done in a matter of seconds. He took out his phone, checked something, then returned to the main aisle. "That's it," Moran stood back. "We have him. Good reason to suspect." He looked around, saw Collingworth craning his neck. "DC Collingworth, pick him up, please, ASAP. You're with me, DC Swinhoe. We'll collect Dr. Gordon. Something tells me their relationship is about to take a turn for the worse. Let's see if we can encourage the rift a little. Fill her in on what King's been up to." Chapter 36. Moran waited for Collingworth's call, confirming that King had been booked in before reopening the brief conversation he had begun with Dr. Gordon when they'd interrupted her very busy morning at the RBH. Moran could tell that she was holding it all together with difficulty. When he expressed surprise that she'd gone to work, as usual, following the news of the fire and her mother's death, her reply had been pragmatic. "I can't spend too long away," she told them, as Moran held the car door open for her. "There's only myself and a junior on duty." "Not a problem, Dr. Gordon," DC Swinhoe said. "Just a few things we need to clear up." "Of course." The smile was tight, professional. Cold as ice, this one. Moran kept his eyes peeled as they approached the desk. No sign of King. Good. Collingworth had done his job well. By now, King would be in the interview room next door to Giselle Lacroix, and in a short while, Morag Gordon would book into the room on the other side. 3 ducks in a row. The timing was important, and 11:30 had been agreed between them. Moran ushered Dr. Gordon into the interview room. DC Swinhoe shut the door. "Please, take a seat," he told Dr. Gordon. She settled herself and fixed him confidently with her film star eyes. "Shall we?" "Yes," Moran agreed. "First, I'm very sorry to hear about your mother, a terrible thing." "Thank you." "You know," Moran continued, "I've always thought that building a retirement home complex next to a petrol station was an accident waiting to happen." "Yes, I know what you mean," she said. "I wasn't happy when Mum moved in, but she insisted." Dr. Gordon gave a short, bitter laugh. "She could be very persuasive." "Oh, I have to agree," Moran said, "but very charming too." "You've met her?" The first trace of surprise clouded Dr. Gordon's face. "Absolutely." Moran glanced at DC Swinhoe. "You remember, DC Swinhoe, how impressed I was?" "I do indeed," Swinhoe replied. "Honest, too," Moran said. "Well-meaning." "She was," Dr. Gordon said, a note of suspicion beginning to creep into her voice. "But we're not here to talk about my mother, DCI Moran, are we?" "Are we not? Well then, Dr. Gordon, we better just touch on the subject of the weekly list before we move on." "She told you?" "God, she told you!" "Oh, yes. She knew the game was up. No point dragging it out once the cat was out of the bag." "But what led you to my mother? I don't know." Gordon's expression was pure panic. Her eyes traversed the room, an automatic reflex. Moran knew well. The trap was closing. That would be telling, but we're hoping you can fill us in regarding a few missing details. Such as? You attended Michel Lacroix's grave, as I recall. I did, standard procedure. Not so standard that you thought to inform your senior Sandy Taylor. He was busy. Sandy's always busy. He knew nothing about your visit. He told me himself, and while you were examining the body, we believe you might have mislaid a personal item, DC Swinhoe. I'm showing Dr. Gordon item number 23, an earring found at the grave of Michel Lacroix. Well? Moran arched his eyebrows. Wait. You're going to ask for a solicitor. That's quite in order, all in good time. Let me tell you what I think. I think that you were tasked to drop the earring on site in order to implicate one Mr. William Nedwell of Red Ned's recording studios. I wonder who asked you to do that, Dr. Gordon. Silence. Was it Will Crossley Holland? Swinhoe asked. Giselle Lacroix, Moran clarified. I can't answer that.
And there's also the mystery of Michelle's missing finger, Moran continued. We know why it was removed, but the circumstances of it reappearing in Mr. Nedwell's studio are less clear. Perhaps you came across it during your examination of the body, in or around the burial site? No, not to worry. It might have been Griffith, I suppose. Still, whichever, it makes no difference now. The idea was to stack up as much evidence against Mr. Nedwell as possible. That's what you were up to, wasn't it? After Griffith blew the whistle, you, Griffith, Mr. and Mrs. Lacroix, Neil Butterfield, all pointing the finger at Nedwell. I have no idea what you mean. Let's move on, Moran said. Mr. Alan King, the surgeon, would you say you're on close terms? That's my business. You see, I was wondering if you were aware, that's all, Moran said, one eye on the clock, 11:25. Aware of what, exactly? Aware that last night at 8:45, in the petrol station near your mother's flat, Mr. King deposited an IED. I know what it is, Gordon interrupted. What are you saying? It's a lie. He wouldn't do that. I mean, it's quite impossible. Moran let her flounder for a moment before leaning back in his chair. DC Swinhoe, we have CCTV footage of Mr. King acting in a suspicious manner in said petrol station, Swinhoe said, depositing what we believe to be an incendiary device on a low shelf in the service station shop. The device exploded at approximately 3:22 this morning, igniting the fuel reservoir and destroying— Stop! Just stop! Gordon raised a trembling hand. You have proof? You say that— I'm afraid so, Moran confirmed. 11:30. Let's take a break. As Moran knocked to prompt the attending officer to open up, he heard two other door locks click open. Moran ushered Gordon into the corridor ahead of him just as Collingworth led Alan King out of the room 2 doors away. A few seconds later, from the next door, Giselle Lacroix was escorted in like manner into the corridor. A split second passed. Then all hell broke loose. You bastard! Gordon lunged at King, who stepped back in alarm, arms raised in self-defence. Gordon pressed home her attack. I can't believe it! You murdered my mother, you bastard! Her hands went for his neck. You killed her! You... The uniformed constable grabbed her wrists, tried to restrain her, but now it was Giselle Lacroix's turn. She went for Gordon, and before Moran, Swinhoe, or the uniformed officer could intervene, delivered a swinging punch to Gordon's face. You stupid cow! You let your mother blab her senile old mouth off! Gordon reeled, cracked her head against the wall, but Lacroix hadn't finished. I told you that she'd do for all of us! I told you shouldn't trust her! It was your idea to hire that Welsh idiot! Gordon shot back, blood trickling freely from her nose. He blew the whole thing wide open, you stupid moron! King was watching events unfold with growing horror. Have they told you that you were caught on camera? Have they? Gordon was yelling at King now. Murderer! I did it for us, to protect us, King blurted. I didn't expect it to... I thought it would take out the shop, the backups, that little thug, Thakra. I didn't mean to kill anyone else. I'm so sorry. King's poise and arrogance had vanished. You killed my mother, Gordon hissed, breathing hard. Well, I'm going to destroy you just as surely. I hope you rot, she lunged at King. That'll do for now, I think, Moran said. A little decorum, please. Thank you, Sergeant. This to the duty sergeant, who had appeared with 3 uniforms to investigate the disturbance. I'll be with you in 5 minutes, Mr. King. I'll try not to keep you waiting. It doesn't look good, does it, Mr. King? Moran folded his arms, regarding the surgeon across the table. Illegal organ transplants, and no murder. I'm not saying a word until— Yes, Moran said. You'll get your phone call. He sighed. But you'll need a darn good solicitor to get you out of this. If you want my take on it, I don't think such a man exists. You don't need a solicitor. You need a bloody miracle. King opened his mouth to reply, found nothing to say, gave up. 0-0, eh? That's how it is, isn't it? The man who had it all reduced to nothing. King looked at him, a curious mixture of hate and resignation burning in his eyes.
So tell me, just for the record, why? What made you do it? What's your connection with these people, these international criminals?
You wouldn't understand.
Oh, I think I would. Your NHS salary not enough? Not even with your private practice?
It's not just about money.
No? Enlighten me.
King took a deep breath. You've obviously been poking around. Know my background? My army background, I mean.
You served in Bosnia, yes. I read the newspaper cuttings. Quite the hero. Rescuing civilians from burning buildings, emergency operations in the field. Exciting life for a young man, I imagine. Some spare time for a little cross-training, I shouldn't wonder. Explosives, perhaps? I suppose you got to know about those kind of things by default on the front line. You're in touch with contacts from the old days. Contacts not averse to the odd favour.
King shook his head disdainfully. All right, I'll tell you how it was. There was a family, Bosniaks. They were sheltering in a house. The roof had gone. There were 6 of them. Somehow they got separated. A mother, father, and 4 children. An 18-year-old girl, the eldest, a girl of 13, and 2 boys, one of 16, the other 11. The youngest boy and the 18-year-old ended up together running from the bullets. But the mortars kept coming in, so they hid behind a wall, the remains of an apartment block. Moran nodded. A mortar attack was something he knew all about. King's voice was quieter now, sombre. The youngest boy, he needed to take a pee. He walked away just a few meters, missed the blast. The girl was killed outright. All that was left was bits of her clothing. She was blown right out of her clothes. He looked at Moran. 3 houses along, the parents were hit by shrapnel, the eldest boy fatally. The youngest daughter sustained a heavy abdominal wound. She was half dead, a mess. Moran was adding numbers, putting the final bits together. He'd missed something else, one of the vital pieces. He half rose, thought better of it, sat down again. Too late. Too late by a long way. He motioned King to go on. I operated on the spot. With the shells and the air-to-grounds raining down, I saved her.
But she needed a transplant.
Yes. Once we'd stabilized her, I got her into hospital. Not the kind of hospital you'd recognize, DCI Moran, a field hospital.
And you found her another kidney.
There were plenty of donors. That's how it was. Moran was silent for a while.
And when did they get back in contact? Mr. and Mrs. Lacroix, I mean.
King held his head in his hands. 10, 11 years ago, maybe.
And by then, they'd had a business plan, useful contacts. All they needed was a willing surgeon.
Something like that. Don't judge them. You have no idea what they've been through. Moran was curious.
But Michelle was opposed to the family business, wasn't she? That's why she was killed. And yet, Moran frowned, she also donated a kidney.
King gave a humorless laugh. That was Giselle's influence. Michelle was into drugs, big time. When she was 16 or 17, she needed money. Giselle goaded her to donate, knowing she hated the idea, but addiction made her desperate, Moran said quietly. King shook his head in distaste. I think Giselle took a perverse pleasure in that. It was nothing to do with me. Michelle made her own arrangements. She didn't want her family to know, but it didn't go well. Surgeon made a bloody hash of it from start to finish. I'd never leave a patient with a scar like that, for God's sake. Inevitably, she contracted an infection. She had to go to ground to recover, back home. So they knew in the end. I think they were pleased. They saw it as an end to Michelle's opposition, but I think it just made it worse. Moran bowed his head, digested the information in silence, wondered how he'd misread the Lacroix seniors so badly. He looked up after a moment.
Lacroix, an assumed name, I imagine.
Yes, they resettled in Belgium before eventually moving to the UK. What does it matter? Their identities were destroyed in Sarajevo, as well as 2 of their children. Moran nodded.
Poor Michelle. The replacement sister.
She was never really one of them, was she? Just couldn't align herself to how her adopted family made their living. I don't know what to say. That wasn't my doing. I'm not responsible for her. Maybe not. Not directly, anyway. He sighed. I'll be back, Mr. King. Quite soon. You can take your call now. Chapter 37. The Lacroix house had an air of abandonment about it. Moran knew before he knocked. He could see the empty lounge through the window, the hurriedly half-drawn curtains. But he'd known before they'd even left the station. The birds had flown. No one home, Gav, Swinhoe said. A statement, not a question. Moran cupped his hands around his eyes, squinted through the front door's decorative panel of glass. A few bits of junk mail scattered on the bare floor. A rug rolled up and left behind, propped against the wall. He stepped back. Swinhoe tried the door handle. It opened. Story of my life, Moran said ruefully. The obvious, always too obvious. Thank you, DC Swinhoe. He hesitated on the threshold. Look, I can't keep calling you Swinhoe. It's not my style. Everybody does, sir. I know, but it's just that, well, I don't really like my first name, sir. If I promise not to use it in company. Swinhoe chewed her bottom lip. I suppose that'll be okay, sir. Well, it's Bernice. She winced. What's wrong with that? I hate it. My close friends call me Bernie. I can just about cope with that. Splendid, Moran smiled. After you then, Bernie. The front room was empty of furniture and personal items. No vases of flowers, no knickknacks, no pictures, except one. Moran went to the mantelpiece, picked up the frame. It was a family photograph, one he remembered from his first visit. He wiped a thin layer of dust from the glass. Bernie Swinhoe was at his side. Zilch upstairs, Gav. Here they are. He held the frame up for her inspection. Recognise anyone? Wow. Swinhoe examined the photo. That's Giselle. And the girl on the right, she'd be the daughter who died, Michelle's predecessor. But she looks like Tess Martin. Yes, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Even back then, in 1992 or thereabouts, the similarity was striking. The shape of the face, the curl of the mouth. She could have been Tess's twin. What about him? Her slim finger tapped the glass. The young boy. Look at the eyes, Moran said. They tell you all you need to know. Oh, my God. Swinhoe's hand went to her mouth. It's him, isn't it? Hey, John. The surviving brother, yes. The face I should have recognised when I was last here. Moran shook his head slowly. Come on, Gav, you're too hard on yourself. You were visiting Michelle's grieving parents, not looking for criminals. You're too kind, Bernie. Too kind. Moran replaced the photograph on the mantelpiece, realigning it with its small dust-free rectangle. They left it deliberately, for me to find, he said quietly, to rub my nose in it. They can't run forever, Gav. We'll catch up with them. Maybe we will. Moran wiped his hand on his coat, more to remove the taint of the Lacroix family than to brush off any dirt which might have been transferred to his skin. Let's get out of here. The Martins' house was small but smartly maintained. Every aspect of the exterior and drive was perfect, neat, well cared for. Moran parked outside, switched off the ignition and mentally ran through what he wanted to say. He exchanged pleasantries with the on-duty uniform, probably unnecessary now, but he wasn't going to tell this young fella he was wasting his time. He rang the bell. An elderly man answered the door. He was wearing a cardigan, a pale green tie, and a pair of reading glasses which hung from a leather cord around his neck. Mr. Martin? Yes, you'll be the Chief Inspector. Come in, please. Moran was ushered into a comfortable sitting room where a woman was reclining on an armchair. A wheelchair was folded up against the wall nearby. My wife, Patricia. Pleased to meet you, Moran said. Here, let me take your coat. Mr. Martin extended his hand. Moran shrugged it off and handed it to the older man.
Please sit down, Inspector Moran.
Patricia Martin's voice carried traces of a county more northern than the one they were in. Borderlands, perhaps Cumbria or thereabouts. Thank you. As Mr. Martin fiddled around with Moran's coat in the hall, Patricia Martin said, I want you to know that Tess holds you in high esteem. She's always talking about you. That's kind of you to say so, Moran told her. And let me say first and foremost that DC Martin has been an exemplary officer throughout her time with us. There's been no change then? Mr. Martin said, settling himself in the spindle-back chair next to his wife. Not as yet, I'm afraid, Moran admitted, and nor, he reflected, was there ever likely to be. His job now was to couch that reality in terms which would be readily understood, and yet not in a way which would add to their suffering. I'd like to pop down to see her when it's appropriate, Mrs. Martin said brightly. Perhaps the sight of our faces will prompt a memory, don't you think, Jim? Aye, it can't hurt, Jim Martin said. Of course, Moran said. She'll need a few days to settle where she is. Let the carers get used to her and vice versa. Is it nice? Mrs. Martin's voice floated on the slightest hint of a wobble. Where she is, I mean. It's not one of those ghastly homes with dark corridors and grim-faced nurses, is it? Not at all, Moran replied, relieved that he could be totally honest. High Elm's residential home for retired police officers was a tranquil, peaceful, ex-stately home with extensive gardens, a restaurant, all manner of modern facilities. Quite the reverse. I'd be happy to live there myself, he added. Who knows, maybe I will one day. That's good to hear, isn't it, Jim? Aye, it is that. That's a good one of Tess. Moran pointed to a large gold-framed photograph on the mantelpiece. Tess in full uniform smiling. Her passing-out parade. She looked vibrant, ready for action, straining at the leash to get going in her chosen career. Aye, she made us proud that day, didn't she, Pat? She did. Oh, yes, she did. She was so happy. Miss Martin leaned forward. She's not suffering, is she, Chief Inspector? I don't think I could bear it if— No, not as far as we can tell. Moran put that fear to bed immediately. Bad enough that their only child had been reduced to some close to vegetative state, let alone that she might also be in pain, either mental or physical. I want you to know, he told them, that even under extreme duress, your daughter was still determined to bring the perpetrators of the crime she was investigating to justice. Without her help, we may not have progressed nearly as far as we've done. You haven't got them all, then? Mr. Martin observed. Not yet, but we will. It sounded weak, inconclusive, a feeble statement of intent. Mrs. Martin came to his rescue. A dreadful business. That poor young girl, Michelle. Mr. Martin shook his head sadly. We heard all about it on the news, of course. They'll keep playing the music on the radio, too. We've been following the story, haven't we, Jim? With Tess's last case. That thought was too much, an admission too far. Mrs. Martin buried her head into her hands. Her husband leaned towards her, put an arm awkwardly over her shoulder. We'll be all right, Inspector. We've always been all right. Just let us know when we can come down and see the lass, would you? Moran stood up. As weary as he was still perceptive enough to recognise a dismissal when he heard one. Yes, of course, he said. I'll call in a day or so. I'll see myself out. Chapter 38. Moran found himself an empty space next to George's saloon and eased the car carefully into the gap. He'd fallen foul of the underground car park's concrete pillars before. Another scrape wouldn't do much to improve his mood. He was locking the car when he remembered that Butterfield's revolver was still in the glove box. Bad, bad, bad. He'd meant to check it in that morning, but distraction upon distraction had postponed his visit to evidence. Best do it now. It needed checking, forensics examination, all the usual. He briefly debated whether or not to empty the chambers. No, best keep all as it was. It was evidence after all.
He dropped the weapon into his coat pocket, conscious of its weight banging against his thigh as he made his way up the back stairs to the second floor. The first person he chanced upon was DCS Higginson. "Ah, Brandon. Been to see the Martins, I understand. How'd that go?" "As well as can be expected, sir." "Quite. Well, always best to apply the personal touch wherever possible. Good of you to take it on." "DC Martin was my responsibility, sir." Higginson looked him up and down. "Of course. You're a good man, Brandon." An awkward silence ensued. Higginson went on quickly. "Any progress with the Lacroix woman? I'm keen to make an announcement as soon as. Get these blasted press people off my back." "I'm confident we have enough on her, sir. I just need a little time to, how shall I put it, dot my I's and cross my T's." Higginson harumphed. "And the surgeon?" "We traced the mobile surgery, sir. Cover was a plumbing company. Inside the truck, a state-of-the-art theatre. Fortunately for us, they were careless on disposal. I think we probably panicked them once they knew we were onto them. And when we did track them down, forensics found a bucket of contaminated swabs. We can trace these back to King, I'm confident." "Good. Well, I must get on. Don't spend too long on the minutiae, Brendan. Messy one, this. With the Welsh Fellows incident on top of it all, there'll be an inquiry. You can be sure of that. I'll be wanting to chat with the officers involved. Drop by when you got your ducks in a row. I want this case put to bed toot sweet." "Sir, I'd like to point out that DCS McConnell and O'Dunsey were instrumental in tracing the said plumbing vehicle." Higginson nodded. "I'll make a note. What about D.I. Pepper? Any update?" "Making a good recovery, sir. I'm sure she'll be keen to get stuck in once she's back." "I certainly hope so." Higginson strode off, terminating the conversation with customary abruptness. Moran steered a course for his office. He needed time to think, consolidate, build watertight cases against Giselle Lacroix, Butterfield, King and Gordon. Crown prosecution wouldn't settle for anything less. George McConnell jumped on sighting Moran. "Ah, Gov." "George, what's up?" "All good, Gov. The Met have tracked Luckett down, the missing musician. He's already confessed to the planting of incriminating evidence at Red Ned Studios, so that's one less worry. They're sending him back to us." George glanced at his watch. "Should be here by mid-afternoon. Happy for me to interview?" "Absolutely, George. Go right ahead." Bowler and Bernie Swinhoe had also clocked Moran's arrival. They hovered a few feet away. "Form an orderly queue." Moran tried not to show his irritation. "And make it quick, you first, DC O'Dunsey. A body's been found in the canal, Gov, identified as one Aaron Povey, strangled. Want me to attend pathology?" Moran made a face. "I rather thought he might turn up like this." "Yes, please, DC O'Dunsey. Might find something useful, you never know. Any clue to Air John's whereabouts has got to help." Bernie Swinhoe came forward. Moran softened his tone. DC Swinhoe? "It's nothing, Gov. Just wanted to warn you that I let the repair guy have the spare key to your office. He's fixing up your door." "At last! Thanks for letting me know." Moran reached his office without further interruption. A pair of overalled legs and an open toolbox greeted him. "Mind if I step over you?" he inquired as a matter of courtesy. The overalled figure didn't look up, just waved his hand. "Sure, carry on, won't be long." "No problem," Moran told him. "Take as long as you need. Been annoying me for weeks." He high-stepped awkwardly over the prone workman, went to his desk, hung his coat on the chair, fired up the computer. It felt like a long time since he'd been here. There were the 2 stacks of paperwork, same size and shape. There was the old photo of the Hannigans, his adopted family, taken so long ago it seemed like another world. The cheery, naive faces smiled at him through years, full of bright optimism and youthful vigour. The phone rang. Moran groaned. "Moran?" "Chief Inspector, Sandra Lockhart, St. Swithins." "Yes, how can I help?" "It's a little awkward to discuss on the phone," Lockhart said. Moran rolled his eyes. "I'm rather busy at present. Perhaps if you gave me an indication—" "I'm frightened," Lockhart's voice said. "He's going to come for me." "I'm sorry, who?" "I've been a very foolish woman, Chief Inspector." Moran looked up as the door clunked against the wall. The workman was swinging it, testing the hinges, checking the alignment.
"I'm not sure. I really do need to speak to you urgently."
Moran looked at his watch, sighed. "Very well, this evening, 7. The door made a soft clunk as it closed, opened another clunk, then a click as the workman tested the lock.
"Thank you, Inspector. I shall be waiting. I'll meet you at the church entrance."
Moran replaced the receiver. The workman was gathering his tools, replacing them in the toolbox. The door was firmly shut. Moran turned his attention to the computer. His thigh bumped against something heavy in his coat pocket. The revolver. "Brandon, your memory is surely in decline." He swiveled in his chair, slipped the gun out, set it on his lap. A little alarming to be brandishing a firearm. Best wait until the workman had gone. But the workman was still rummaging in his toolbox, crouching on the carpet, muttering. As well as the toolbox, there was a battered brown holdall on the floor beside him. "All right down there?" Moran asked him. The workman looked up, so that Moran was able to see his face clearly. The eyes. Moran didn't move, not a muscle. "I always go to the top," the man said. "It takes a while sometimes, but I get there." "I know the feeling," Moran replied. Now he could see the squat automatic nestled in Erjon's hand, silenced, of course. "You will not stop until you have tracked my family down," Erjon said. "I could sense this from the outset, as soon as I saw you in the graveyard." "I like to think that persistence is one of my better qualities." Moran was trying to remember if the revolver was loaded. He'd intended to empty it. In the end, he hadn't even checked. "Stand up." "I don't think so." "In which case I will shoot you where you sit." "And what then? You just walk out of here." "Precisely." And he would, Moran knew. No one would bat an eyelid. The door would close. A few people might glance up, go back to their screens. Someone would come in eventually, of course, and find him slumped over his desk, a bullet hole drilled through the front of his skull. But it wasn't going to end like that. Not if he could help it. "You won't get very far." Moran moved his right hand slowly, lining up the revolver as best he could, given the angle, the obstruction of a desk in front of him, and the need to behave as if he were an unarmed man facing certain death. Erjon raised the automatic, drew a sure and certain bead, so confident, the professional. Moran studied his fingers, looking for the telltale contraction of muscles and ligaments, tried to judge the moment. "This is not personal," Erjon said. "Regrettable, nevertheless. I'm sorry, Chief Inspector, and—" "No." He tapped the silenced automatic with his forefinger. "No one will hear anything." "Interesting," Moran said, "because they're certainly going to hear this." The faintest of frowns appeared on Erjon's face as he sought to interpret Moran's meaning. Moran fired. The revolver exploded in his lap. The heavy bullet hit Erjon in his forehead, just above his right eye, smashed him against the door. Glass shattered, blood sprayed. Moran doubled over. The recoil had caught him squarely between the legs. 10, maybe 20 seconds passed. A deep, shocked silence. Bola Odunsi's head appeared, poked gingerly through the wrecked door and the outer partition, followed a second later by George McConnell's. George was struggling to get his words out. "What in the Gov? What? He's only killed a Gov?" Bola stammered, took a step into the office, a step back. Other faces, pale, equally shocked, were beginning to gather around. A low babble began, like someone adjusting a communal volume control, as the team members tried to understand what had just happened in their midst. Moran raised his head from the desktop and grimaced. "I'm still here, DC Odunsi. Damage entirely self-inflicted." He tried to stand, but the pain between his legs wasn't having any of it. He lowered himself gingerly onto the chair. "And temporary, I sincerely hope." The room stank of cordite and blood. George was on his haunches, checking Urjon's body. He looked up, shock in his head. Nope. That's a shame. Moran tried standing again. The pain had eased to a dull throb. I'd have loved to have spent a wee bit more time with him. He surveyed the damage to the office frontage, shook his head ruefully. The revolver was still in his hand. He set it down, changed his mind, picked it up, checked the cylinder chambers. Empty. Moran walked stiffly around his desk, inspected Urjon's body. What a waste. A life driven to extremes by the extremes of life. A young head turned by bitterness, war, and what? The overwhelming need to avenge, to be in control. Moran bent, unzipped Urjon's bag. Inside, a rag and bone collection of fabric, a dark souvenir of the past. He sighed, closed the zip. I'm sorry, son, but I'm in control here. He stood up, gave the assembled officers his best shot at a grin. Pity, he said aloud. Someone passed him a cup of water. Ah, thank you. He swilled it around his mouth, swallowed. I've waited months for that damn door repair. Chapter 39. Usual, Paula? Brian Carroll, hard-pressed and long-suffering landlord of the station's watering hole of choice, the Falcon, smiled genially as Bowler and George approached the bar. That's a yet from me, Brian. Cheers. Bowler returned the grin. Easy on the ice, my man. I know. I'd be a pretty rubbish landlord if I couldn't remember my best customers' preferences. Orange and lime, max 1 ice cube, right? Right. You are the man. Bowler gave George a wink. Brian turned his attention to Bowler's colleague, who was busy fiddling with some app on his phone. George? George looked up. I'll take a whiskey. No ice. Bowler did a double take. Had he heard right? George looked the other way. Celebration, is it? Bowler queried. A little premature, and a little unwise, surely, given the history. How so? George shrugged. We nailed the medics. Lacroix's in custody, as will be her paramour when he gets out of hospital. Yeah, but there's the seniors, the elder Lacroix. They're the fat spiders in the centre of this particular web. But they've gone, George countered. Probably crossed the channel by now. Not our concern anymore. Brian appeared with the drinks, set them down, failed to hide his discomfort. George accepted his tumbler. Problem, Brian? Nah, I just thought you were, on the proverbial wagon, that's all. You're cool, though. Brian spread his hands, went off to busy himself collecting empties. George glowered, sipped the scotch. Not our concern. Are you kidding? Bowler felt his irritation spiral. It's pointless, isn't it? All we do is scratch the surface, kill a few bugs. The real monsters are way too far down to reach, and George wagged his finger. Maybe closer than you think. Oh, come on, George. You're catastrophizing big time. Yeah? Well, think about this. How did Urjon bypass security at the station so easily? Bowler shrugged. Faked his ID. Got himself a security badge. Put on a set of overalls, that's all. Not so hard. You reckon? Or maybe, just maybe, he had a little help. George held his tumbler to his chest. How would he know where to position himself? Where the Gov's office was located? Plus, he knew what was on the maintenance list. You're saying we have a mole? I'm saying think about it. I don't know, George. It seems unlike... But George was in full flow. His cheeks flushed pink, then a darker hue. Wheels within wheels, Bowler, my friend. My advice is to watch your back. We're just scraping the surface, and it's hard to see through it. Who knows what's down there? I don't know. It's a good team. We worked damn hard on this one. I can't say I find it easy to point the finger at any of them. I have my suspicions. Well, I keep them to yourself for now, George, really. What difference? George jabbed Bowler in the stomach with his forefinger. You know what's next for us, anyhow. We get hauled up before some holier-than-thou tribunal of spotty graduates, plus token senior officer to explain why a key suspect ended up with a bullet in his head. Bowler took a swig of his drink, clinked his ice cube,
tried not to respond with something he might later regret.
It'll be okay, George. Firearms Command and Barraclough's team are in that loop too. We'll get a slap on the wrist, that's all. And there's the small matter of you and Crossley Holland. The Gov wasn't impressed.
Yeah, well, Bowler shrugged. I didn't know she was involved, did I?
George grimaced. The Gov's not been himself recently. Have you noticed? A lot of anger there. I wouldn't like to be in your shoes right now, son. George shook his head. Not at all. He'll come round. We did a good trick in the mobile theatre, right? So like you said, we nailed the medics. There's enough points on my tab, I'm not worried.
George downed his scotch, made a dismissive gesture.
You know your trouble, Bowler?
Nope, but something tells me you're going to enlighten me, Bowler said. So come on, let's have it.
You trust the system too much. You think it's there to back you up, to serve you. Well, it's not. You get out of line, they drop you like a hot stone. George, I get that you're upset. We all are, man. Tess is, not was. She's alive, and she'll get better.
Bowler fell silent. No point contradicting that statement. Not in George's current frame of mind. The saloon door banged open and Chris Collingworth came in. He made a beeline for them.
All right, man, I'm glad that shift is over.
Bowler groaned inwardly. Not just bad timing on Collingworth's part, bad timing and off-key as well.
Hey,
Bowler got his greeting in first. What can I get you?
You buying, big man? Cool. Pound of Stella top, if you please.
Bowler could feel George simmering beside him. As long as he was between George and Collingworth, he had some degree of control. He ordered the drink, kept talking.
Heard you had a hot shot in the pool department. Want to see how it should be done?
Are you kidding? Lead me to the Blue Bays.
Bowler led Collingworth to the far corner of the pub where the pool table was, unusually unoccupied and open for business. Bowler kept George in his peripheral vision as he set up the table. Collingworth was chalking his cue, oblivious to any danger. They played a couple of frames. Time passed. Collingworth sauntered to the jukebox as Bowler was lining up a shot. Michelle Lacroix's voice filled the bar, her last single. Bowler froze in mid-shot. Bad taste. Bad idea, too. Collingworth was heading for the toilet. Bowler watched George slip off his bar stool, follow the DC towards the gents. Bowler dropped the pool cue, shouldered his way past the knot of drinkers around the bar. He wasn't making fast enough progress. As he barged the door to the gents, he was greeted with the familiar sound of a fist meeting flesh. Collingworth was half sprawled over the wash basin, hand clasped to his face, blood dripping freely from his nose.
This guy, he bubbled, is a certifiable maniac.
He waved in George's general direction, but George was already lining up for line 2. Bowler waded in, shoved George in the chest hard enough to send him crashing against a cubicle door, which banged open and allowed George to continue along his unexpected trajectory until he came to a final, limb-splayed rest on the toilet.
Get out of here, Bowler said to Collingworth over his shoulder, and you say nothing about this, okay? Don't bloody worry, I'm going.
Collingworth made a rapid exit, leaving a spotted trail of blood in his wake.
What the hell, George?
Bowler stood over his colleague, effectively barricading him in the cubicle.
He's the one, George yelled. He's the one to blame. He should have looked out for Tess. He should have raised concerns, keeping her in sight. And he doesn't even care.
George was shaking, close to tears. Bowler nodded, softened his voice.
Come on, man. You want to lift over to see how she is? I'll take you. We'll both go. It's not far, right?
George looked at him as a child might look at a generous parent.
Really? You think we could?
Sure. I'd beat the ass off that small-ass rookie anyhow.
He extended his hand, hauled George to his feet.
Come on. Let's get you cleaned up, my friend. You don't want Tess to see you looking like a bagman, right?
Her arms were folded, brows firmly knitted, which, perversely, only served to increase her attractiveness. Moran approached with a closed smile, tried to make it seem a touch rueful. Samantha wasn't impressed.
I don't know why I'm even talking to you.
So much for repentance. Moran held out both hands, palms upwards. "I come in peace." "Look," he began, "I never really thought—" But Samantha wasn't in the mood for excuses. "No, you jolly well didn't." She tilted her chin up a little. "How could you even imagine that I'd be involved in something like— Samantha, just hear me out, would you?" The arms remained folded. She looked him up and down. "You look terrible." "Thanks. It's been a busy couple of days." "Go on then, I'm listening." So he told her, probably more than he should have done. When he'd finished, she bowed her head, was silent for a moment. "God, unbelievable. So they got away." "They'll turn up somewhere else, under a different name. Here, abroad, who knows?" "Well, at least you got the bent surgeon." "They'll find another. Everyone has his or her price." "And the verger? She was on the take as well." Moran gave a sardonic grin. "She saw the whole thing from a bedroom window, recognised one of the culprits, applied a little of her own pressure. Church funds were running low. She took a punt." "Crazy. I'd have called the police straight away." "But you don't have a crumbling Anglican pile to maintain." "True. Anyway, I've set her mind at rest. Her nemesis won't be coming after her. Not now." "Why won't you tell me what happened?" He shrugged. "I don't think that's wise. Best you don't know." She looked him up and down. "I don't know how you do what you do." "It's all I know," he admitted. "I just do it. Then, on to the next." She nodded. "Yes. That about sums you up, Brendan. That and one other thing." "What's that?" She took his arm, led him away from the street corner by the chemist towards the water meadow. "Let's forget the pub. Drink in a little scenery instead, shall we?" The river was a grey, sky-reflecting stream of concentric ripples, and nudged gently to the bank by a passing cruiser. The recent rain had raised the water level. It lapped against the swollen banks, created shallow pools in the lengthening meadow grass. Another few cloudbursts and, as in previous years, the water meadow would flood. "It's so lovely out here," she said. "Helps me think." He said nothing, waited for her lead. Presently she turned to him. "Look, Brendan, I like you a lot, but I can see that it's never going to work, not the way things are." He'd seen that coming, but the disappointment still hit him hard. He cleared his throat. "The way things are? How so?" She looked at him, and he tried to interpret her expression. Compassion, frustration, resignation? "You're in love, Brendan, but not with me." He had no answer. He let her carry on. "You're in love with a ghost. From long ago, I can see it in your face every time we meet. I can't compete with that." She took a breath, looked across the river to where a mallard was making a great deal of noise, some territorial fight, no doubt. It splashed about in the sullen water, darted to the bank, out into the middle. Now she was looking at him directly. "It's true, isn't it? You want to move on, but you just can't. She must have been very special indeed." He swallowed in a futile attempt to clear the lump in his throat. "She was. Indeed she was." He let his eyes find the horizon, a distant line of trees somewhere towards Streatley. "I have to guard my heart too, Brendan. I can't face being hurt again. You can understand that, can't you? Sure, I'll see you around. We can still enjoy the odd walk together, when you have time." He didn't turn around, not wanting to watch her leave, fixed his gaze instead on the trees. Was that a kite circling high just above the tallest? He'd heard they'd become more common in the area. Beautiful birds, huge wingspans. He envied the ease with which they soared and glided on the winds, searching the ground far below for quarry. He stood for a long while watching the river, the comings and goings, people walking their dogs or just taking the air.
It was only when the water surface became pockmarked with the beginnings of a fresh downpour that he left the river to its tears and retraced his steps towards the village centre. The end. This has been Gone Too Soon, DCI Brendan Moran, Book 5, written by Scott Hunter, narrated by Aubrey Parsons. Copyright 2019 by Scott Hunter. Production copyright by Red Top Media Productions Limited.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.